Question 22 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 22. Of the subject of the soul's passions, in 3 articles. We must now consider the passions of the soul, first in general, secondly in particular. Taking them in general, there are 4 things to be considered. 1. Their subject. 2. The difference between them. 3. Their mutual relationship. 4. Their malice and goodness. Under the first head, there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether there is any passion in the soul. Second, whether passion is in the appetitive rather than in the apprehensive part. Third, whether passion is in the sensitive appetite rather than in the intellectual appetite, which is called the will. First article, whether any passion is in the soul. Objection 1. It would seem that there is no passion in the soul, because passivity belongs to matter. But the soul is not composed of matter and form, as stated in the first part, question 75, article 5. Therefore, there is no passion in the soul. Objection 2. Further, passion is movement, as is stated in Physics 3:3. But the soul is not moved, as is proved in On the Soul 1:3. Therefore, passion is not in the soul. Objection 3. Further, passion is in the road to corruption, since every passion, when increased, alters the substance, as is stated in Topics 6:6. But the soul is incorruptible, therefore no passion is in the soul. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Romans 7:5, "When we were in the flesh, the passions of sins which were by the law did the work in our members." Now sins are, properly speaking, in the soul. Therefore passions also, which are described as being of sins, are in the soul. I answer that the word passive is used in 3 ways. First, in a general way, according as whatever receives something is passive, although nothing is taken from it. Thus we may say that the air is passive when it is lit up. But this is to be perfected rather than to be passive. Secondly, the word passive is employed in its proper sense when something is received, while something else is taken away. And this happens in 2 ways. For sometimes that which is lost is unsuitable to the thing, thus when an animal's body is healed and loses sickness. At other times the contrary occurs, thus to ail is to be passive, because the ailment is received and health is lost. And here we have passion in its most proper acceptation. For the thing is said to be passive from its being drawn to the agent. And when a thing recedes from what is suitable to it, then especially does it appear to be drawn to something else. Moreover, in On Generation 1:3, it is stated that when a more excellent thing is generated from a less excellent, we have generation simply, and corruption in a particular respect. Whereas the reverse is the case, when from a more excellent thing a less excellent is generated. In these 3 ways it happens that passions are in the soul. For in the sense of mere reception, we speak of feeling and understanding as being a kind of passion. On the Soul 1:5. But passion, accompanied by the loss of something, is only in respect of bodily transmutation. Wherefore passion properly so called cannot be in the soul, save accidentally, in so far, to wit, as the composite is passive. But here again we find a difference, because when this transmutation is for the worse, it has more of the nature of a passion than when it is for the better. Hence sorrow is more properly a passion than joy. Reply to Obj. 1. It belongs to matter to be passive in such a way as to lose something and to be transmuted. Hence this happens only in those things that are composed of matter and form. But passivity, as implying mere reception, need not be in matter, but can be in anything that is in potentiality. Now, though the soul is not composed of matter and form, yet it has something of potentiality, in respect of which it is competent to receive or to be passive, according as the act of understanding is a kind of passion, as stated in On the Soul 3:4. Reply to Obj. 2. Although it does not belong to the soul in itself to be passive and to be moved, yet it belongs accidentally, as stated in On the Soul 1:3. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument is true of passion accompanied by transmutation to something worse. And passion, in this sense, is not found in the soul, except accidentally. But the composite, which is corruptible, admits of it by reason of its own nature. Second article. Whether passion is in the appetitive rather than the apprehensive part. Objection 1. It would seem that passion is in the apprehensive part of the soul rather than in the appetitive, because that which is first in any genus seems to rank first among all things that are in that genus, and to be their cause, as is stated in Metaphysics 2:1. Now passion is found to be in the apprehensive, before being in the appetitive part. For the appetitive part is not affected unless there be a previous passion in the apprehensive part. Therefore passion is in the apprehensive part more than in the appetitive. Objection 2. Further, what is more active is less passive, for action is contrary to passion. Now the appetitive part is more active than the apprehensive part. Therefore it seems that passion is more in the apprehensive part. Objection 3. Further, just as the sensitive appetite is the power of a corporeal organ, so is the power of sensitive apprehension. But passion in the soul occurs, properly speaking, in respect of a bodily transmutation. Therefore passion is not more in the sensitive appetitive than in the sensitive apprehensive part. On the contrary, Augustine says on the City of God 9:4 that the movement of the soul, which the Greeks called pathe, are styled by some of our writers, Cicero, those things which the Greeks call pathe, we prefer to call disturbances rather than diseases. For instance, disturbances. By some, affections or emotions, while others, rendering the Greek more accurately, call them passions. From this, it is evident that the passions of the soul are the same as affections. But affections manifestly belong to the appetitive and not to the apprehensive part. Therefore the passions are in the appetitive rather than in the apprehensive part. I answer that, as we have already stated in Article 1, the word passion implies that the patient is drawn to that which belongs to the agent. Now the soul is drawn to a thing by the appetitive power rather than by the apprehensive power, because the soul has, through its appetitive power, an order to things as they are in themselves. Hence the Philosopher says, in Metaphysics 6:4, that good and evil, that is, the objects of the appetitive power, are in things themselves. On the other hand, the apprehensive power is not drawn to a thing as it is in itself, but knows it by reason of an intention of the thing, which intention it has in itself or receives in its own way. Hence we find it stated, in Metaphysics 6:4, that the true and the false, which pertain to knowledge, are not in things, but in the mind. Consequently, it is evident that the nature of passion is consistent with the appetitive rather than with the apprehensive part. Reply to Obj. 1. In things relating to perfection, the case is the opposite, in comparison to things that pertain to defect. Because in things relating to perfection, intensity is in proportion to the approach to one first principle, to which the nearer a thing approaches, the more intense it is. Thus the intensity of a thing possessed of light depends on its approach to something endowed with light in a supreme degree, to which the nearer a thing approaches, the more light it possesses. But in things that relate to defect, intensity depends not on approach to something supreme, but on receding from that which is perfect, because therein consists the very notion of privation and defect. Wherefore, the less a thing recedes from that which stands first, the less intense it is. And the result is that at first we always find some small defect, which afterwards increases as it goes on. Now passion pertains to defect, because it belongs to a thing according as it is in potentiality. Wherefore in those things that approach to the supreme perfection, that is, to God, there is but little potentiality and passion, while in other things, consequently, there is more. Hence also in the supreme, that is, the apprehensive power of the soul, passion is found less than in the other powers. Reply to Obj. 2. The appetitive power is said to be more active because it is, more than the apprehensive power, the principle of the exterior action, and this for the same reason that it is more passive, namely, its being related to things as existing in themselves, since it is through the external action that we come into contact with things. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated in the first part, question 78, Article 3, the organs of the soul can be changed in two ways. First, by a spiritual change, in respect of which the organ receives an intention of the object. And this is essential to the act of the sensitive apprehension. Thus is the eye changed by the object visible, not by being colored, but by receiving an intention of color. But the organs are receptive of another and natural change, which affects their natural disposition, for instance, when they become hot or cold, or undergo some similar change. And whereas this kind of change is accidental to the act of the sensitive apprehension, for instance, if the eye be wearied through gazing intently at something, or be overcome by the intensity of the object, on the other hand, it is essential to the act of the sensitive appetite. Wherefore, the material element in the definitions of the movements of the appetitive part is the natural change of the organ. For instance, anger is said to be a kindling of the blood about the heart. Hence, it is evident that the notion of passion is more consistent with the act of the sensitive appetite than with that of the sensitive apprehension, although both are actions of a corporeal organ. Third article: whether passion is in the sensitive appetite rather than in the intellectual appetite, which is called the will. Objection 1. It would seem that passion is not more in the sensitive than in the intellectual appetite. For Dionysius declares on the Divine Names 2, Hierotheus, to be taught by a kind of yet more godlike instruction, not only by learning divine things, but also by suffering, patiens, them. But the sensitive appetite cannot suffer divine things, since its object is the sensible good. Therefore passion is in the intellectual appetite, just as it is also in the sensitive appetite. Objection 2. Further, the more powerful the active force, the more intense the passion. But the object of the intellectual appetite, which is the universal good, is a more powerful active force than the object of the sensitive appetite, which is a particular good. Therefore passion is more consistent with the intellectual than with the sensitive appetite. Objection 3. Further, joy and love are said to be passions. But these are to be found in the intellectual and not only in the sensitive appetite. Else they would not be ascribed by the Scriptures to God and the angels. Therefore the passions are not more in the sensitive than in the intellectual appetite. On the contrary, Damascene says, on the True Faith 2:22, while describing the animal passions, passion is a movement of the sensitive appetite when we imagine good or evil. In other words, passion is a movement of the irrational soul when we think of good or evil. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, passion is properly to be found where there is corporeal transmutation. This corporeal transmutation is found in the act of the sensitive appetite, and is not only spiritual, as in the sensitive apprehension, but also natural. Now there is no need for corporeal transmutation in the act of the intellectual appetite, because this appetite is not exercised by means of a corporeal organ. It is therefore evident that passion is more properly in the act of the sensitive appetite than in that of the intellectual appetite, and this is again evident from the definitions of Damascene quoted above. Reply to Objection 1. By suffering divine things is meant being well affected towards them, and united to them by love, and this takes place without any alteration in the body. Reply to Objection 2. Intensity of passion depends not only on the power of the agent, but also on the passibility of the patient, because things that are disposed to passion suffer much even from petty agents. Therefore, although the object of the intellectual appetite has greater activity than the object of the sensitive appetite, yet the sensitive appetite is more passive. Reply to Objection 3. When love and joy and the like are ascribed to God or the angels, or to man in respect of his intellectual appetite, they signify simple acts of the will having like effects, but without passion. Hence Augustine says, on the City of God 9:5, "The holy angels feel no anger while they punish, no fellow feeling with misery while they relieve the unhappy. And yet ordinary human speech is wont to ascribe to them also these passions by name, because, although they have none of our weakness, their acts bear a certain resemblance to ours. End of question 22. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 23 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 23. How the passions differ from one another, in 4 articles. We must now consider how the passions differ from one another, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether the passions of the concupiscible part are different from those of the irascible part. 2. Whether the contrariety of passions in the irascible part is based on the contrariety of good and evil. 3. Whether there is any passion that has no contrary. 4. Whether, in the same power, there are any passions differing in species but not contrary to one another. First article. Whether the passions of the concupiscible part are different from those of the irascible part. Objection 1. It would seem that the same passions are in the irascible and concupiscible parts. For the Philosopher says, in Ethics 2:5, that the passions of the soul are those emotions which are followed by joy or sorrow. But joy and sorrow are in the concupiscible part. Therefore all the passions are in the concupiscible part, and not some in the irascible, others in the concupiscible part. Objection 2. Further, on the words of Matthew, chapter 13, verse 33, "The kingdom of heaven is like to leaven," etc. Jerome's gloss says, "We should have prudence in the reason, hatred of vice in the irascible faculty, desire of virtue in the concupiscible part." But hatred is in the concupiscible faculty, as also is love, which it is the contrary, as stated in Topics 2:7. Therefore the same passion is in the concupiscible and irascible faculties. Objection 3. Further, passions and actions differ specifically according to their objects. But the objects of the irascible and concupiscible passions are the same, that is, good and evil. Therefore the same passions are in the irascible and concupiscible faculties. On the contrary, the acts of the different powers differ in species. For instance, to see and to hear. But the irascible and the concupiscible are 2 powers in which the sensitive appetite is divided, as stated in the first part, question 81, article 2. Therefore, since the passions are movements of the sensitive appetite, as stated above, question 22, article 3, the passions of the irascible faculty are specifically distinct from those of the concupiscible part. I answer that the passions of the irascible part differ in species from those of the concupiscible faculty. For since different powers have different objects, as stated in the first part, question 77, article 3, the passions of different powers must of necessity be referred to different objects. Much more, therefore, do the powers of different faculties differ in species. Since a greater difference in the object is required to diversify the species of the powers than to diversify the species of passions or actions. For just as in the physical order, diversity of genus arises from diversity in the potentiality of matter, while diversity of species arrives from diversity of form in the same matter, so in the acts of the soul, those that belong to different powers differ not only in species, but also in genus, while acts and passions regarding different specific objects, included under the one common object of a single power, differ as the species of that genus. In order, therefore, to discern which passions are in the irascible, and which in the concupiscible, we must take the object of each of these powers. For as we have stated in the first part, Q. 81, Article 2, that the object of the concupiscible power is sensible good or evil, simply apprehended as such, which causes pleasure or pain. But, since the soul must, of necessity, experience difficulty or struggle at times, inquiring some such good, or in avoiding some such evil, insofar as such good or evil is more than our animal nature can easily acquire or avoid, therefore this very good or evil, inasmuch as it is of an arduous or difficult nature, is the object of the irascible faculty. Therefore, whatever passions regard good or evil absolutely, belong to the concupiscible power, for instance, joy, sorrow, love, hatred, and such like. Whereas those passions which regard good or bad as arduous, through being difficult to obtain or avoid, belong to the irascible faculty. Such are daring, fear, hope, and the like. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated in the first part, Q. 81, Article 2, the irascible faculty is bestowed on animals in order to remove the obstacles that hinder the concupiscible power from tending towards its object, either by making some good difficult to obtain, or by making some evil hard to avoid. The result is that all the irascible passions terminate in the concupiscible passions, and thus it is that even the passions which are in the irascible faculty are followed by joy and sadness which are in the concupiscible faculty. Reply to Obj. 2. Jerome ascribes hatred of vice to the irascible faculty, not by reason of hatred, which is properly a concupiscible passion, but on account of the struggle, which belongs to the irascible power. Reply to Obj. 3. Good, inasmuch as it is delightful, moves the concupiscible power. But if it prove difficult to obtain, from this very fact it has a certain contrariety to the concupiscible power, and hence the need of another power tending to that good. The same applies to evil, and this power is the irascible faculty. Consequently, the concupiscible passions are specifically different from the irascible passions. Second article. Whether the contrariety of the irascible passions is based on the contrariety of good and evil. Objection 1. It would seem that the contrariety of the irascible passions is based on no other contrariety than that of good and evil. For the irascible passions are ordained to the concupiscible passions as stated above. Article 1, Reply to Obj. 1. But the contrariety of the concupiscible passions is no other than that of good and evil. Take, for instance, love and hatred, joy and sorrow. Therefore the same applies to the irascible passions. Objection 2. Further, passions differ according to their objects, just as movements differ according to their termini. But there is no other contrariety of movements except that of the termini, as is stated in Phys. 5:3. Therefore there is no other contrariety of passions save that of the objects. Now the object of the appetite is good or evil. Therefore in no appetitive power can there be contrariety of passions other than that of good and evil. Obj. 3: Further, every passion of the soul is by way of approach and withdrawal, as Avicenna declares in his 6th book of Physics. Now approach results from the apprehension of good, withdrawal from the apprehension of evil, since just as good is what all desire, as stated in Ethic. 1:1, so evil is what all shun. Therefore, in the passions of the soul, there can be no other contrariety than that of good and evil. On the contrary, fear and daring are contrary to one another, as stated in Ethic. 3:7. But fear and daring do not differ in respect of good and evil, because each regards some kind of evil. Therefore, not every contrariety of the irascible passions is that of good and evil. I answer that, passion is a kind of movement, as stated in Phys. 3:3. Therefore, contrariety of passions is based on contrariety of movements or changes. Now there is a twofold contrariety in changes and movements, as stated in Phys. 5:5. One is according to approach and withdrawal in respect of the same term. And this contrariety belongs properly to changes, that is, to generation, which is a change to being, and to corruption, which is a change from being. The other contrariety is according to opposition of termini, and belongs properly to movements. Thus whitening, which is movement from black to white, is contrary to blackening, which is movement from white to black. Accordingly, there is a twofold contrariety in the passions of the soul: one according to contrariety of objects, that is, of good and evil; the other according to approach and withdrawal in respect of the same term. In the concupiscible passions, the former contrariety alone is to be found, that which is based on the objects; whereas in the irascible passions we find both forms of contrariety. The reason of this is that the object of the concupiscible faculty, as stated above in Article 1, is sensible good or evil considered absolutely. Now good, as such, cannot be a term wherefrom, but only a term whereto, since nothing shuns good as such. On the contrary, all things desire it. In like manner, nothing desires evil as such, but all things shun it. Wherefore evil cannot have the aspect of a term whereto, but only of a term wherefrom. Accordingly, every concupiscible passion in respect of good tends to it, as love, desire, and joy; while every concupiscible passion in respect of evil tends from it, as hatred, avoidance, or dislike, and sorrow. Wherefore, in the concupiscible passions there can be no contrariety of approach and withdrawal in respect of the same object. On the other hand, the object of the irascible faculty is sensible good or evil, considered not absolutely, but under the aspect of difficulty or arduousness. Now the good which is difficult or arduous, considered as good, is of such a nature as to produce in us a tendency to it, which tendency pertains to the passion of hope; whereas, considered as arduous or difficult, it makes us turn from it, and this pertains to the passion of despair. In like manner, the arduous evil, considered as an evil, has the aspect of something to be shunned, and this belongs to the passion of fear. But it also contains a reason for tending to it, as attempting something arduous, whereby to escape being subject to evil; and this tendency is called daring. Consequently, in the irascible passions we find contrariety in respect of good and evil, as between hope and fear, and also contrariety according to approach and withdrawal in respect of the same term, as between daring and fear. From what has been said, the replies to the objections are evident. Third article. Whether any passion of the soul has no contrary. Objection 1. It would seem that every passion of the soul has a contrary. For every passion of the soul is either in the irascible or in the concupiscible faculty, as stated above in Article 1. But both kinds of passion have their respective modes of contrariety. Therefore, every passion of the soul has its contrary. Objection 2. Further, every passion of the soul has either good or evil for its object, for these are the common objects of the appetitive part. But a passion having good for its object is contrary to a passion having evil for its object. Therefore, every passion has a contrary. Objection 3. Further, every passion of the soul is in respect of approach or withdrawal, as stated above in Article 2. But every approach has a corresponding contrary withdrawal, and vice versa. Therefore, every passion of the soul has a contrary. On the contrary, anger is a passion of the soul. But no passion is set down as being contrary to anger, as stated in Ethics 4:5. Therefore, not every passion has a contrary. I answer that the passion of anger is peculiar in this, that it cannot have a contrary, either according to approach and withdrawal, or according to the contrariety of good and evil. For anger is caused by a difficult evil already present, and when such an evil is present, the appetite must needs either succumb, so that it does not go beyond the limits of sadness, which is a concupiscible passion, or else it has a movement of attack on the hurtful evil, which movement is that of anger. But it cannot have a movement of withdrawal, because the evil is supposed to be already present or past. Thus no passion is contrary to anger according to contrariety of approach and withdrawal. In like manner, neither can there be according to contrariety of good and evil, because the opposite of present evil is good obtained, which can no longer have the aspect of arduousness or difficulty. Nor, when once good is obtained, does there remain any other movement, except the appetite's repose in the good obtained, which repose belongs to joy, which is a passion of the concupiscible faculty. Accordingly, no movement of the soul can be contrary to the movement of anger, and nothing else than sensation from its movement is contrary thereto. Thus the Philosopher says, in Rhetorics 2:3, that calm is contrary to anger, by opposition not of contrariety, but of negation or privation. From what has been said, the replies to the objections are evident. Fourth article. Whether in the same power there are any passions specifically different but not contrary to one another. Objection 1. It would seem that there cannot be, in the same power, specifically different passions that are not contrary to one another. For the passions of the soul differ according to their objects. Now the objects of the soul's passions are good and evil, and on this distinction is based the contrariety of the passions. Therefore no passions of the same power, that are not contrary to one another, differ specifically. Objection 2: Further, difference of species implies a difference of form. But every difference of form is in respect of some contrariety, as stated in Metaphysics 10:8. Therefore, passions of the same power that are not contrary to one another do not differ specifically. Objection 3: Further, since every passion of the soul consists in approach or withdrawal in respect of good or evil, it seems that every difference in the passions of the soul must needs arise from the difference of good and evil, or from the difference of approach and withdrawal, or from degrees in approach or withdrawal. Now the first two differences cause contrariety in the passions of the soul as stated above, Article 2. Whereas the third difference does not diversify the species, else the species of the soul's passions would be infinite. Therefore it is not possible for the passions of the same power to differ in species without being contrary to one another. On the contrary, love and joy differ in species, and are in the concupiscible power, and yet they are not contrary to one another. Rather, in fact, one causes the other. Therefore, in the same power there are passions that differ in species without being contrary to one another. I answer that passions differ in accordance with their active causes, which, in the case of the passions of the soul, are their objects. Now the difference in active causes may be considered in two ways. First, from the point of view of their species or nature, as fire differs from water. Secondly, from the point of view of the difference in their active power. In the passions of the soul, we can treat the difference of their active or motive causes in respect of their motive power, as if they were natural agents. For every mover in a fashion either draws the patient to itself or repels it from itself. Now in drawing it to itself, it does three things to the patient. Because, in the first place, it gives the patient an inclination or aptitude to tend to the mover. Thus a light body, which is above, bestows lightness on the body generated, so that it has an inclination or aptitude to be above. Secondly, if the generated body be outside its proper place, the mover gives it movement towards that place. Thirdly, it makes it to rest, when it shall have come to its proper place. Since to the same cause are due both rest in a place and the movement to that place, the same applies to the cause of repulsion. Now, in the movements of the appetitive faculty, good has, as it were, a force of attraction, while evil has a force of repulsion. In the first place, therefore, good causes, in the appetitive power, a certain inclination, aptitude, or connaturalness in respect of good, and this belongs to the passion of love. The corresponding contrary of which is hatred in respect of evil. Secondly, if the good be not yet possessed, it causes in the appetite a movement towards the attainment of the good beloved. And this belongs to the passion of desire or concupiscence. And contrary to it, in respect of evil, is the passion of aversion or dislike. Thirdly, when the good is obtained, it causes the appetite to rest, as it were, in the good obtained, and this belongs to the passion of delight or joy, the contrary of which, in respect of evil, is sorrow or sadness. On the other hand, in the irascible passions, the aptitude or inclination to seek good or to shun evil is presupposed as arising from the concupiscible faculty, which regards good or evil absolutely. And in respect of good not yet obtained, we have hope and despair. In respect of evil not yet present, we have fear and daring. But in respect of good obtained, there is no irascible passion, because it is no longer considered in the light of something arduous, as stated above in Article 3. But evil already present gives rise to the passion of anger. Accordingly, it is clear that in the concupiscible faculty there are three couples of passions, notably love and hatred, desire and aversion, joy and sadness. In like manner, there are three groups in the irascible faculty, notably hope and despair, fear and daring, and anger, which has no contrary passion. Consequently, there are altogether 11 passions differing specifically, 6 in the concupiscible faculty, and 5 in the irascible, and under these all the passions of the soul are contained. From this, the replies to the objections are evident. End of question 23. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 24 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 24. Of good and evil in the passions of the soul, in 4 articles. We must now consider good and evil in the passions of the soul, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Whether moral good and evil can be found in the passions of the soul. 2. Whether every passion of the soul is morally evil. 3. Whether every passion increases or decreases the goodness or malice of an act. 4. Whether any passion is good or evil specifically. First article. Whether moral good and evil can be found in the passions of the soul. Objection 1. It would seem that no passion of the soul is morally good or evil. For moral good and evil are proper to man, since morals are properly predicated of man, as Ambrose says in his prologue to the Gospel of Luke. But passions are not proper to man, for he has them in common with other animals. Therefore no passion of the soul is morally good or evil. Objection 2. Further, the good or evil of man consists in being in accord or in disaccord with reason, as Dionysius says on the Divine Names 4. Now the passions of the soul are not in the reason, but in the sensitive appetite, as stated above in question 22, Article 3. Therefore, they have no connection with human, that is, moral good or evil. Objection 3. Further, the philosopher says in Ethics 2:5 that we are neither praised nor blamed for our passions, but we are praised and blamed for moral good and evil. Therefore, the passions are not morally good or evil. On the contrary, Augustine says on the City of God 14:7, while speaking of the passions of the soul, they are evil if our love is evil, good if our love is good. I answer that we may consider the passions of the soul in two ways. First, in themselves. Secondly, as being subject to the command of the reason and will. If then the passions be considered in themselves, to wit, as movements of the irrational appetite, thus there is no moral good or evil in them, since this depends on the reason, as stated above, question 18, article 5. If, however, they be considered as subject to the command of the reason and will, then moral good and evil are in them, because the sensitive appetite is nearer than the outward members to the reason and will, and yet the movements and actions of the outward members are morally good or evil, inasmuch as they are voluntary. Much more, therefore, may the passions, in so far as they are voluntary, be called morally good or evil. And they are said to be voluntary, either from being commanded by the will or from not being checked by the will. Reply to objection 1. These passions, considered in themselves, are common to man and other animals. But, as commanded by the reason, they are proper to man. Reply to objection 2. Even the lower appetitive powers are called rational, insofar as they partake of reason in some sort. Ethics 1:13. Reply to objection 3. The philosopher says that we are neither praised nor blamed for our passions considered absolutely, but he does not exclude their becoming worthy of praise or blame, insofar as they are subordinate to reason. Hence he continues, "For the man who fears or is angry is not praised or blamed, but the man who is angry in a certain way, that is, according to or against reason." Second article. Whether every passion of the soul is evil morally. Objection 1. It would seem that all the passions of the soul are morally evil. For Augustine says, on the City of God 9:4, that some call the soul's passions diseases or disturbances of the soul. But every disease or disturbance of the soul is morally evil. Therefore, every passion of the soul is morally evil. Objection 2. Further, Damascene says, on the True Faith 2:22, that movement in accord with nature is an action, but movement contrary to nature is passion. But in movements of the soul, what is against nature is sinful and morally evil. Hence he says elsewhere, on the True Faith 2:4, that the devil turned from that which is in accord with nature to that which is against nature. Therefore, these passions are morally evil. Objection 3. Further, whatever leads to sin has an aspect of evil. But these passions lead to sin. Wherefore they are called the passions of sins. Romans 7:5. Therefore it seems that they are morally evil. On the contrary, Augustine says, on the City of God 14:9, that all these emotions are right in those whose love is rightly placed. For they fear to sin, they desire to persevere, they grieve for sin, they rejoice in good works. I answer that, on this question, the opinion of the Stoics differed from that of the Peripatetics. For the Stoics held that all passions are evil, while the Peripatetics maintained that moderate passions are good. This difference, although it appears great in words, is nevertheless in reality none at all, or but little, if we consider the intent of either school. For the Stoics did not discern between sense and intellect, and consequently neither between the intellectual and sensitive appetite. Hence they did not discriminate the passions of the soul from the movements of the will, insofar as the passions of the soul are in the sensitive appetite, while the simple movements of the will are in the intellectual appetite. But every rational movement of the appetitive part they call will, while they called passion a movement that exceeds the limits of reason. Wherefore Cicero, following their opinion, on the Questions of Tusculanus 3:4, calls all passions diseases of the soul, whence he argues that those who are diseased are unsound, and those who are unsound are wanting in sense. Hence we speak of those who are wanting in sense of being unsound. On the other hand, the Peripatetics give the name of passions to all movements of the sensitive appetite, wherefore they esteem them good when they are controlled by reason, and evil when they are not controlled by reason. Hence it is evident that Cicero was wrong in disapproving, on the Questions of Tusculanus 3:4, of the peripatetic theory of a mean in the passions, when he says that every evil, though moderate, should be shunned, for just as a body, though it be moderately ailing, is not sound, so this mean in the diseases or passions of the soul is not sound. For passions are not called diseases or disturbances of the soul, save when they are not controlled by reason. Hence, the reply to the first objection is evident. Reply to objection 2. In every passion, there is an increase or decrease in the natural movement of the heart, according as the heart is moved more or less intensely by contraction and dilatation, and hence it derives the character of passion. But there is no need for passion to deviate always from the order of natural reason. Reply to objection 3. The passions of the soul, insofar as they are contrary to the order of reason, incline us to sin, but insofar as they are controlled by reason, they pertain to virtue. Third article. Whether passion increases or decreases the goodness or malice of an act. Objection 1. It would seem that every passion decreases the goodness of a moral action. For anything that hinders the judgment of reason, on which depends the goodness of a moral act, consequently decreases the goodness of the moral act. But every passion hinders the judgment of reason. For Sallust says, "All those that take counsel about matters of doubt should be free from hatred, anger, friendship, and pity." Therefore, passion decreases the goodness of a moral act. Objection 2. Further, the more a man's action is like to God, the better it is. Hence the Apostle says in Ephesians 5:1, "Be ye followers of God as most dear children." But God and the holy angels feel no anger when they punish, no fellow feeling with misery when they relieve the unhappy, as Augustine says in The City of God 9:5. Therefore, it is better to do such like deeds without than with a passion of the soul. Objection 3. Further, just as moral evil depends on its relation to reason, so also does moral good. But moral evil is lessened by passion, for he sins less who sins from passion than he who sins deliberately. Therefore he does a better deed who does well without passion than he who does with passion. On the contrary, Augustine says, on the City of God 9:5, that the passion of pity is obedient to reason, when pity is bestowed without violating right, as when the poor are relieved, or the penitent forgiven. But nothing that is obedient to reason lessens the moral good. Therefore, a passion of the soul does not lessen moral good. I answer that, as the Stoics held that every passion of the soul is evil, they consequently held that every passion of the soul lessens the goodness of an act, since the admixture of evil either destroys good altogether or makes it to be less good. And this is true indeed, if by passions we understand none but the inordinate movements of the sensitive appetite, considered as disturbances or ailments. But if we give the name of passions to all the movements of the sensitive appetite, then it belongs to the perfection of man's good that his passions be moderated by reason. For since man's good is founded on reason as its root, that good will be all the more perfect, according as it extends to more perfect things pertaining to man. Wherefore, no one questions the fact that it belongs to the perfection of moral good, that the actions of the outward members be controlled by the law of reason. Hence, since the sensitive appetite can obey reason, as stated above, question 17, article 7, it belongs to the perfection of moral or human good that the passions themselves also should be controlled by reason. Accordingly, just as it is better that man should both will good and do it in his external act, so also does it belong to the perfection of moral good that man should be moved unto good, not only in respect of his will, but also in respect of his sensitive appetite. According to Psalm 83:3, "My heart and my flesh have rejoiced in the living God," where by heart we are to understand the intellectual appetite, and by flesh the sensitive appetite. Reply to Objection 1. The passions of the soul may stand in a twofold relation to the judgment of reason. First, antecedently, and thus, since they obscure the judgment of reason, on which the goodness of the moral act depends, they diminish the goodness of the act. For it is more praiseworthy to do a work of charity from the judgment of reason than from the mere passion of pity. In the second place, consequently, and this in two ways. First, by way of redundance, because, to wit, when the higher part of the soul is intensely moved to anything, the lower part also follows that movement. And thus the passion that results in consequence in the sensitive appetite is a sign of the intensity of the will, and so indicates greater moral goodness. Secondly, by way of choice, when, to wit, a man, by the judgment of his reason, chooses to be affected by a passion in order to work more promptly with the cooperation of the sensitive appetite. And thus a passion of the soul increases the goodness of an action. Reply to Objection 2. In God and the angels there is no sensitive appetite, nor again bodily members. And so in them good does not depend on the right ordering of passions or of bodily actions, as it does in us. Reply to Objection 3. A passion that tends to evil and precedes the judgment of reason diminishes sin. But if it be consequent in either of the ways mentioned above, reply to Objection 1, it aggravates the sin, or else it is a sign of its being more grievous. Fourth article: whether any passion is good or evil in its species. Objection 1. It would seem that no passion of the soul is good or evil morally according to its species, because moral good and evil depend on reason. But the passions are in the sensitive appetite, so that accordance with reason is accidental to them. Since therefore nothing accidental belongs to a thing's species, it seems that no passion is good or evil according to its species. Objection 2. Further, acts and passions take their species from their object. If therefore any passion were good or evil according to its species, it would follow that those passions, the object of which is good, are specifically good, such as love, desire, and joy, and that those passions, the object of which is evil, are specifically evil, as hatred, fear, and sadness. But this is clearly false. Therefore no passion is good or evil according to its species. Objection 3. Further, there is no species of passion that is not to be found in other animals. But moral good is in man alone. Therefore no passion of the soul is good or evil according to its species. On the contrary, Augustine says, on the City of God, 9:5, that pity is a kind of virtue. Moreover, the philosopher says, in Ethics 2:7, that modesty is a praiseworthy passion. Therefore, some passions are good or evil according to their species. I answer that we ought, seemingly, to apply to passions what has been said in regard to acts. Question 18, Articles 5 and 6, Question 20, Article 1. Notably, that the species of a passion, as the species of an act, can be considered from 2 points of view. First, according to its natural genus, and thus moral good and evil have no connection with the species of an act or passion. Secondly, according to its moral genus, inasmuch as it is voluntary and controlled by reason. In this way, moral good and evil can belong to the species of a passion, insofar as the object to which a passion tends is, of itself, in harmony or in discord with reason, as is clear in the case of shame, which is base fear, and of envy, which is sorrow for another's good. For thus passions belong to the same species as the external act. Reply to Objection 1. This argument considers the passions in their natural species, insofar as the sensitive appetite is considered in itself. But insofar as the sensitive appetite obeys reason, good and evil of reason are no longer accidentally in the passions of the appetite, but essentially. Reply to Objection 2. Passions having a tendency to good are themselves good, if they tend to that which is truly good, and in like manner, if they turn away from that which is truly evil. On the other hand, those passions which consist in aversion from good and a tendency to evil are themselves evil. Reply to Objection 3. In irrational animals, the sensitive appetite does not obey reason. Nevertheless, insofar as they are led by a kind of estimative power, which is subject to a higher, that is, the divine reason, there is a certain likeness of moral good in them in regard to the soul's passions. End of question 24. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 25 of Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Pars Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 25. On the order of the passions to one another, in 4 articles. We must now consider the order of the passions to one another, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. The relation of the irascible passions to the concupiscible passions. 2. The relation of the concupiscible passions to one another. 3. The relation of the irascible passions to one another. 4. The 4 principal passions. First article. Whether the irascible passions precede the concupiscible passions or vice versa. Objection 1. It would seem that the irascible passions precede the concupiscible passions, for the order of the passions is that of their objects. But the object of the irascible faculty is the difficult good, which seems to be the highest good. Therefore the irascible passions seem to precede the concupiscible passions. Objection 2. Further, the mover precedes that which is moved. But the irascible faculty is compared to the concupiscible as mover to that which is moved. Since it is given to animals for the purpose of removing the obstacles that hinder the concupiscible faculty from enjoying its object, as stated above. Question 23, Article 1, First Response. Part 1, Question 81, Article 2. Now, that which removes an obstacle is a kind of mover, in the Physics 8:4. Therefore the irascible passions precede the concupiscible passions. Objection 3. Further, joy and sadness are concupiscible passions. But joy and sadness succeed to the irascible passions, for the Philosopher says, in Ethics 4:5, that retaliation causes anger to cease, because it produces pleasure instead of the previous pain. Therefore the concupiscible passions follow the irascible passions. On the contrary, the concupiscible passions regard the absolute good, while the irascible passions regard a restricted, notably the difficult good. Since, therefore, the absolute good precedes the restricted good, it seems that the concupiscible passions precede the irascible. I answer that, in the concupiscible passions there is more diversity than in the passions of the irascible faculty. For in the former we find something relating to movement, for example, desire, and something belonging to repose, for example, joy and sadness. But in the irascible passions there is nothing pertaining to repose, and only that which belongs to movement. The reason of this is that when we find rest in a thing, we no longer look upon it as something difficult or arduous, whereas such is the object of the irascible faculty. Now since rest is the end of movement, it is first in the order of intention, but last in the order of execution. If therefore we compare the passions of the irascible faculty with those concupiscible passions that denote rest in good, it is evident that in the order of execution, the irascible passions take precedence of such like passions of the concupiscible faculty. Thus hope precedes joy, and hence causes it, according to the Apostle, Romans 12:12, rejoicing in hope. But the concupiscible passion which denotes rest in evil, notably sadness, comes between two irascible passions, because it follows fear, since we become sad when we are confronted by the evil that we feared, while it precedes the movement of anger, since the movement of self-vindication that results from sadness is the movement of anger. And because it is looked upon as a good thing to pay back the evil done to us, when the angry man has achieved this, he rejoices. Thus it is evident that every passion of the irascible faculty terminates in a concupiscible passion denoting rest, notably either in joy or in sadness. But if we compare the irascible passions to those concupiscible passions that denote movement, then it is clear that the latter take precedence, because the passions of the irascible faculty add something to those of the concupiscible faculty, just as the object of the irascible adds the aspect of arduousness or difficulty to the object of the concupiscible faculty. Thus hope adds to desire a certain effort, and a certain raising of the spirits to the realization of the arduous good. In like manner, fear adds to aversion or detestation a certain lowness of spirits, on account of difficulty in shunning the evil. Accordingly, the passions of the irascible faculty stand between those concupiscible passions that denote movement towards good or evil, and those concupiscible passions that denote rest in good or evil. And it is therefore evident that the irascible passions both arise from and terminate in the passions of the concupiscible faculty. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument would prove, if the formal object of the concupiscible faculty were something contrary to the arduous, just as the formal object of the irascible faculty is that which is arduous. But because the object of the concupiscible faculty is good absolutely, it naturally precedes the object of the irascible, as the common precedes the proper. Reply to Obj. 2. The remover of an obstacle is not a direct but an accidental mover, and here we are speaking of passions as directly related to one another. Moreover, the irascible passion removes the obstacle that hinders the concupiscible from resting in its object. Wherefore, it only follows that the irascible passions precede those concupiscible passions that connote rest. The third objection leads to the same conclusion. Second article. Whether love is the first of the concupiscible passions. Objection 1. It would seem that love is not the first of the concupiscible passions. For the concupiscible faculty is so called from concupiscence, which is the same passion as desire. But things are named from their chief characteristic. On the Soul 2:4. Therefore, desire takes precedence of love. Objection 2. Further, love implies a certain union, since it is a uniting and binding force, as Dionysius says, on the Divine Names 4. But concupiscence or desire is a movement towards union with the thing coveted or desired. Therefore, desire precedes love. Objection 3. Further, the cause precedes its effect. But pleasure is sometimes the cause of love, since some love on account of pleasure. Ethics 8:3 and 4. Therefore, pleasure precedes love, and consequently love is not the first of the concupiscible passions. On the contrary, Augustine says, The City of God 14:7 and 9, that all the passions are caused by love, since Love yearning for the beloved object is desire, and having and enjoying it is joy. Therefore love is the first of the concupiscible passions. I answer that good and evil are the object of the concupiscible faculty. Now good naturally precedes evil, since evil is privation of good. Wherefore all the passions, the object of which is good, are naturally before those the object of which is evil. That is to say, each precedes its contrary passion. Because the quest of a good is the reason for shunning the opposite evil. Now good has the aspect of an end, and the end is indeed first in the order of intention, but last in the order of execution. Consequently, the order of the concupiscible passions can be considered either in the order of intention or in the order of execution. In the order of execution, the first place belongs to that which takes place first in the thing that tends to the end. Now it is evident that whatever tends to an end has, in the first place, an aptitude or proportion to that end, for nothing tends to a disproportionate end. Secondly, it is moved to that end. Thirdly, it rests in that end after having attained it. And this very aptitude or proportion of the appetite to good is love, which is complacency in good, while movement towards good is desire or concupiscence. The rest in good is joy or pleasure. Accordingly, in this order, love precedes desire, and desire precedes pleasure. But in the order of intention, it is the reverse, because the pleasure intended causes desire and love. For pleasure is the enjoyment of the good, which enjoyment is, in a way, the end, just as the good itself is, as stated above. Question 11, Article 3, third reply. Reply to Objection 1. We name a thing as we understand it, for words are signs of thoughts, as the Philosopher states in On Interpretation 1:1. Now in most cases we know a cause by its effect, but the effect of love when the beloved object is possessed is pleasure. When it is not possessed, it is desire or concupiscence, and, as Augustine says in On the Trinity 10:12, we are more sensible to love when we lack that which we love. Consequently, of all the concupiscible passions, concupiscence is felt most, and for this reason the power is named after it. Reply to Objection 2. The union of lover and beloved is twofold. There is real union, consisting in the conjunction of one with the other. This union belongs to joy or pleasure, which follows desire. There is also an affective union, consisting in an aptitude or proportion, insofar as one thing, from the very fact of its having an aptitude for and an inclination to another, partakes of it. And love betokens such a union. This union precedes the movement of desire. Reply to Objection 3. Pleasure causes love, insofar as it precedes love in the order of intention. Third article. Whether hope is the first of the irascible passions. Objection 1. It would seem that hope is not the first of the irascible passions, because the irascible faculty is denominated from anger. Since, therefore, things are names from their chief characteristic, confer Article 2, Objection 1, it seems that anger precedes and surpasses hope. Objection 2. Further, the object of the irascible faculty is something arduous. Now it seems more arduous to strive to overcome a contrary evil that threatens soon to overtake us, which pertains to daring, or an evil actually present, which pertains to anger, than to strive simply to obtain some good. Again, it seems more arduous to strive to overcome a present evil than a future evil. Therefore, anger seems to be a stronger passion than daring, and daring than hope, and consequently, it seems that hope does not precede them. Obj. 3. Further, when a thing is moved towards an end, the movement of withdrawal precedes the movement of approach. But fear and despair imply withdrawal from something, while daring and hope imply approach towards something. Therefore fear and despair precede hope and daring. On the contrary, the nearer a thing is to the first, the more it precedes others. But hope is nearer to love, which is the first of the passions. Therefore hope is the first of the passions in the irascible faculty. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, all irascible passions imply movement towards something. Now this movement of the irascible faculty towards something may be due to two causes. One is the mere aptitude or proportion to the end, and this pertains to love or hatred. The other is the presence of good or evil itself, and this belongs to sadness or joy. As a matter of fact, the presence of good produces no passion in the irascible, as stated above, Question 23, Articles 3 and 4. But the presence of evil gives rise to the passion of anger. Since then, in the order of generation or execution, proportion or aptitude to the end precedes the achievement of the end, it follows that, of all the irascible passions, anger is the last in the order of generation. And among the other passions of the irascible faculty, which imply a movement arising from love of good or hatred of evil, those whose object is good, notably hope and despair, must naturally precede those whose object is evil, notably daring and fear. Yet so that hope precedes despair. Since hope is a movement towards good as such, which is essentially attractive, so that hope tends to good directly, whereas despair is a movement away from good, a movement which is consistent with good, not as such, but in respect of something else, wherefore its tendency from good is accidental, as it were. In like manner, fear, through being a movement from evil, precedes daring, and that hope and despair naturally precede fear and daring is evident from this, that as the desire of good is the reason for avoiding evil, so hope and despair are the reason for fear and daring, because daring arises from the hope of victory, and fear arises from the despair of overcoming. Lastly, anger arises from daring, for no one is angry while seeking vengeance, unless he dare to avenge himself, as Avicenna observes in the 6th book of his Physics. Accordingly, it is evident that hope is the first of all the irascible passions. And if we wish to know the order of all the passions in the way of generation, love and hatred are first, desire and aversion second, hope and despair third, fear and daring fourth, anger fifth, sixth and last, joy and sadness, which follow from all the passions, as stated in Ethics 2:5. Yet so that love precedes hatred, desire precedes aversion, hope precedes despair, fear precedes daring, and joy precedes sadness, as may be gathered from what has been stated above. Reply to Obj. 1. Because anger arises from the other passions, as an effect from the causes that precede it. It is from anger, as being more manifest than the other passions, that the power takes its name. Reply to Obj. 2. It is not the arduousness, but the good that is the reason for approach or desire. Consequently, hope, which regards good more directly, takes precedence, although at times daring or even anger regards something more arduous. Reply to Obj. 3. The movement of the appetite is essentially and directly towards the good as towards its proper object. Its movement from evil results from this. For the movement of the appetitive part is in proportion, not to natural movement, but to the intention of nature, which intends the end before intending the removal of a contrary, which removal is desired only for the sake of obtaining the end. Fourth article. Whether these are the four principal passions: joy, sadness, hope, and fear. Objection 1. It would seem that joy, sadness, hope, and fear are not the four principal passions. For Augustine, in the City of God, 14:3 and 7, omits hope and puts desire in its place. Objection 2. Further, there is a twofold order in the passions of the soul: the order of intention and the order of execution or generation. The principal passions should therefore be taken either in the order of intention, and thus joy and sadness, which are the final passions, will be the principal passions, or in the order of execution or generation, and thus love will be the principal passion. Therefore joy and sadness, hope and fear should in no way be called the four principal passions. Objection 3. Further, just as daring is caused by hope, so fear is caused by despair. Either, therefore, hope and despair should be reckoned as principal passions, since they cause others, or hope and daring, from being akin to one another. On the contrary, Boethius, On Consolation, Part 1, in enumerating the four principal passions, says: "Banish joys, banish fears, away with hope, away with tears." I answer that, these four are commonly called the principal passions. Two of them, notably joy and sadness, are said to be principal because in them all the other passions have their completion and end, wherefore they arise from all the other passions, as stated in Ethic. ii, 5. Fear and hope are principal passions, not because they complete the others simply, but because they complete them as regards the movement of the appetite towards something. For in respect of good, movement begins in love, goes forward to desire, and ends in hope; while in respect of evil, it begins in hatred, goes on to aversion, and ends in fear. Hence it is customary to distinguish these four passions in relation to the present and the future. For movement regards the future, while rest is in something present, so that joy relates to present good, sadness relates to present evil, hope regards future good, and fear future evil. As to the other passions that regard good or evil, present or future, they all culminate in these four. For this reason some have said that these four are the principal passions, because they are general passions. And this is true, provided that by hope and fear we understand the appetite's common tendency to desire or shun something. Reply to Obj. 1. Augustine puts desire or covetousness in place of hope, insofar as they seem to regard the same object, notably some future good. Reply to Obj. 2. These are called principal passions in the order of intention and completion. And though fear and hope are not the last passions simply, yet they are the last of those passions that tend towards something as future. Nor can the argument be pressed any further except in the case of anger. Yet neither can anger be reckoned a principal passion, because it is an effect of daring, which cannot be a principal passion, as we shall state further on, in the reply to Obj. 3. Reply to Obj. 3. Despair implies movement away from good, and this is, as it were, accidental. And daring implies movement towards evil, and this too is accidental. Consequently, these cannot be principal passions, because that which is accidental cannot be said to be principal. And so neither can anger be called a principal passion, because it arises from daring. End of question 25. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 26 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 26. Of the passions of the soul in particular, and first of love, in 4 articles. We have now to consider the soul's passions in particular, and 1. The passions of the concupiscible faculty. 2. The passions of the irascible faculty. The first of these considerations will be threefold, since we shall consider 1. Love and hatred. 2. Desire and aversion. 3. Pleasure and sadness. Concerning love, 3 points must be considered. 1. Love itself. 2. The cause of love. 3. The effects of love. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether love is in the concupiscible power. Second, whether love is a passion. Third, whether love is the same as dilection. Fourth, whether love is properly divided into love of friendship and love of concupiscence. First article. Whether love is in the concupiscible power. Objection 1. It would seem that love is not in the concupiscible power. For it is written in Wisdom 8:2, "Her," namely wisdom, "have I loved, and have I sought her out from my youth." But the concupiscible power, being a part of the sensitive appetite, cannot tend to wisdom, which is not apprehended by the senses. Therefore, love is not in the concupiscible power. Objection 2. Further, love seems to be identified with every passion. For Augustine says On the City of God 14:7, "Love, yearning for the object beloved, is desire. Having and enjoying it is joy. Fleeing what is contrary to it is fear. And feeling what is contrary to it is sadness." But not every passion is in the concupiscible power. Indeed, fear, which is mentioned in this passage, is in the irascible power. Therefore, we must not say absolutely that love is in the concupiscible power. Obj. 3: Further, Dionysius On the Divine Names IV mentions a natural love. But natural love seems to pertain rather to the natural powers, which belong to the vegetal soul. Therefore love is not simply in the concupiscible power. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Topic. ii, 7) that love is in the concupiscible power. I answer that, love is something pertaining to the appetite, since good is the object of both. Wherefore love differs according to the difference of appetites. For there is an appetite which arises from an apprehension existing, not in the subject of the appetite, but in some other, and this is called the natural appetite. Because natural things seek what is suitable to them according to their nature, by reason of an apprehension which is not in them but in the author of their nature, as stated in the first part, Q. 6, Article 1, Second Reply, and Q. 103, Article 1, First and Third Replies. And there is another appetite arising from an apprehension in the subject of the appetite, but from the necessity and not from free will. Such is, in irrational animals, the sensitive appetite, which, however, in man, has a certain share of liberty, in so far as it obeys reason. Again, there is another appetite following freely from an apprehension in the subject of the appetite, and this is the rational or intellectual appetite, which is called the will. Now in each of these appetites the name love is given, to the principle of the movement towards the end loved. In the natural appetite, the principle of this movement is the appetitive subject's connaturalness with the thing to which it tends, and may be called natural love. Thus the connaturalness of a heavy body for the centre is by reason of its weight, and may be called natural love. In like manner, the aptitude of the sensitive appetite, or of the will to some good, that is to say, its very complacency in good, is called sensitive love, or intellectual, or rational love. So that sensitive love is in the sensitive appetite, just as intellectual love is in the intellectual appetite. And it belongs to the concupiscible power because it regards good absolutely, and not under the aspect of difficulty, which is the object of the irascible faculty. Reply to Obj. 1. The words quoted refer to intellectual or rational love. Reply to Obj. 2. Love is spoken of as being fear, joy, desire, and sadness, not essentially, but causally. Reply to Obj. 3. Natural love is not only in the powers of the vegetal soul, but in all the soul's powers, and also in all the parts of the body, and universally in all things. Because, as Dionysius says On the Divine Names IV, beauty and goodness are beloved by all things, since each single thing has a connaturalness with that which is naturally suitable to it. Second article: Whether love is a passion. Objection 1. It would seem that love is not a passion. For no power is a passion. But every love is a power, as Dionysius says On the Divine Names IV. Therefore love is not a passion. Objection 2. Further, love is a kind of union or bond, as Augustine says (De Trin. viii, 10). But a union or bond is not a passion, but rather a relation. Therefore love is not a passion. Obj. 3: Further, Damascene says On the True Faith 2:22 that passion is a movement. But love does not imply the movement of the appetite, for this is desire, of which movement love is the principle. Therefore love is not a passion. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. 8:5) that love is a passion. I answer that, passion is the effect of the agent on the patient. Now a natural agent produces a twofold effect on the patient. For in the first place it gives it the form, and secondly it gives it the movement that results from the form. Thus the generator gives the generated body both weight and the movement resulting from weight, so that weight, from being the principle of movement to the place, which is connatural to that body by reason of its weight, can in a way be called natural love. In the same way, the appetible object gives the appetite, first, a certain adaptation to itself, which consists in complacency in that object. And from this follows movement towards the appetible object. For the appetitive movement is circular, as stated in De Anima 3:10. Because the appetible object moves the appetite, introducing itself, as it were, into its intention, while the appetite moves towards the realization of the appetible object, so that the movement ends where it began. Accordingly, the first change wrought in the appetite by the appetible object is called love, and is nothing else than complacency in that object. And from this complacency results a movement towards the same object, and this movement is desire. And lastly, there is rest, which is joy. Since therefore love consists in a change wrought in the appetite by the appetible object, it is evident that love is a passion. Properly so called, according as it is in the concupiscible faculty, in a wider and extended sense, according as it is in the will. Reply Obj. 1: Since power denotes a principle of movement or action, Dionysius calls love a power, in so far as it is a principle of movement in the appetite. Reply Obj. 2: Union belongs to love, in so far as by reason of the complacency of the appetite, the lover stands in relation to that which he loves, as though it were himself or part of himself. Hence it is clear that love is not the very relation of union, but that union is a result of love. Hence too, Dionysius says that love is a unitive force (De Divine Names 4), and the Philosopher says (Polit. ii, 1) that union is the work of love. Reply Obj. 3: Although love does not denote the movement of the appetite in tending towards the appetible object, yet it denotes that movement whereby the appetite is changed by the appetible object, so as to have complacency therein. Third article: Whether love is the same as dilection? Objection 1: It would seem that love is the same as dilection. For Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that love is to dilection "as 4 is to twice 2, and as a rectilinear figure is to one composed of straight lines." But these have the same meaning. Therefore love and dilection denote the same thing. Obj. 2: Further, the movements of the appetite differ by reason of their objects. But the objects of dilection and love are the same. Therefore these are the same. Obj. 3: Further, if dilection and love differ, it seems that it is chiefly in the fact that "dilection refers to good things, love to evil things, as some have maintained," according to Augustine (De Civ. Dei xiv, 7). But they do not differ thus, because, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 7), the Holy Scripture uses both words in reference to either good or bad things. Therefore love and dilection do not differ. Thus indeed Augustine concludes (De Civ. Dei xiv, 7) that "it is not one thing to speak of love, and another to speak of dilection." On the contrary, Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that "some holy men have held that love means something more godlike than dilection does." I answer that, we find 4 words referring in a way to the same thing, viz. love, dilection, charity, and friendship. They differ, however, in this, that friendship, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. viii, 5), is like a habit, whereas love and dilection are expressed by way of act or passion, and charity can be taken either way. Moreover, these 3 express act in different ways. For love has a wider signification than the others, since every dilection or charity is love, but not vice versa. Because dilection implies, in addition to love, a choice, electionem, made beforehand, as the very word denotes, and therefore dilection is not in the concupiscible power, but only in the will, and only in the rational nature. Charity denotes, in addition to love, a certain perfection of love, in so far as that which is loved is held to be of great price, as the word itself implies. Note, referring to the Latin carus, which means dear. Reply to Obj. 1: Dionysius is speaking of love and dilection in so far as they are in the intellectual appetite, for thus love is the same as dilection. Reply to Obj. 2: The object of love is more general than the object of dilection, because love extends to more than dilection does, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3: Love and dilection differ, not in respect of good and evil, but as stated. Yet in the intellectual faculty love is the same as dilection, and it is in this sense that Augustine speaks of love in the passage quoted. Hence a little further on he adds that "a right will is well-directed love, and a wrong will is ill-directed love." However, the fact that love, which is concupiscible passion, inclines many to evil, is the reason why some assigned the difference spoken of. Reply to Obj. 4: The reason why some held that, even when applied to the will itself, the word love signifies something more godlike than dilection, was because love denotes a passion, especially in so far as it is in the sensitive appetite, whereas dilection presupposes the judgment of reason. But it is possible for man to tend to God by love, being, as it were, passively drawn by Him, more than he can possibly be drawn thereto by his reason, which pertains to the nature of dilection, as stated above. And consequently love is more godlike than dilection. Fourth Article. Whether love is properly divided into love of friendship and love of concupiscence? Objection 1. It would seem that love is not properly divided into love of friendship and love of concupiscence. For love is a passion, while friendship is a habit, according to the Philosopher, Ethics 8:5. But habit cannot be the member of a division of passions. Therefore, love is not properly divided into love of concupiscence and love of friendship. Objection 2. Further, a thing cannot be divided by another member of the same division. For man is not a member of the same division as animal. But concupiscence is a member of the same division as love, as a passion distinct from love. Therefore, concupiscence is not a division of love. Objection 3. Further, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 8:3, friendship is threefold: that which is founded on usefulness, that which is founded on pleasure, and that which is founded on goodness. But useful and pleasant friendship are not without concupiscence. Therefore, concupiscence should not be contrasted with friendship. On the contrary, we are said to love certain things because we desire them. Thus, a man is said to love wine on account of its sweetness which he desires, as stated in Topics 2-3. But we have no friendship for wine and such like things, as stated in Ethics 8:2. Therefore, love of concupiscence is distinct from love of friendship. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:4, to love is to wish good to someone. Hence, the movement of love has a twofold tendency: towards the good which a man wishes to someone, to himself or to another, and towards that to which he wishes some good. Accordingly, man has love of concupiscence towards the good that he wishes to another, and love of friendship towards him to whom he wishes good. Now the members of this division are related as primary and secondary, since that which is loved with the love of friendship is loved simply and for itself, whereas that which is loved with the love of concupiscence is loved not simply and for itself, but for something else. For just as that which has existence is a being simply, while that which exists in another is a relative being, so, because good is convertible with being, the good, which itself has goodness, is good simply. But that which is another's good is a relative good. Consequently, the love with which a thing is loved, that it may have some good, is love simply, while the love with which a thing is loved, that it may be another's good, is relative love. Reply to Obj. 1. Love is not divided into friendship and concupiscence, but into love of friendship and love of concupiscence. For a friend is, properly speaking, one to whom we wish good, while we are said to desire what we wish for ourselves. Hence the reply to the second objection. Reply to Obj. 3. When friendship is based on usefulness or pleasure, a man does indeed wish his friend some good, and in this respect the character of friendship is preserved. But since he refers this good further to his own pleasure or use, the result is that friendship of the useful or pleasant, in so far as it is connected with love of concupiscence, loses the character to true friendship. End of question 26. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 27 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 27. Of the cause of love, in 4 articles. We must now consider the cause of love, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether good is the only cause of love. Second, whether knowledge is a cause of love. Third, whether likeness is a cause of love. Fourth, whether any other passion of the soul is a cause of love. First article. Whether good is the only cause of love. Objection 1. It would seem that good is not the only cause of love. For good does not cause love, except because it is loved. But it happens that evil is also loved, according to Psalm 10:6. He that loveth iniquity hateth his own soul. Else, every love would be good. Therefore, good is not the only cause of love. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:4 that "we love those who acknowledge their evils." Therefore, it seems that evil is the cause of love. Objection 3. Further, Dionysius says on the Divine Names 4 that not the good only, but also the beautiful is beloved by all. On the contrary, Augustine says in On the Trinity 8:3, "Assuredly, the good alone is beloved." Therefore, good alone is the cause of love. I answer that, as stated above, in question 26, Article 1, love belongs to the appetitive power, which is a passive faculty. Wherefore its object stands in relation to it as the cause of its movement or act. Therefore, the cause of love must needs be love's object. Now the proper object of love is the good, because, as stated above in question 26, Articles 1 and 2, love implies a certain connaturalness or complacency of the lover for the thing beloved, and to everything that thing is a good, which is akin and proportionate to it. It follows, therefore, that good is the proper cause of love. Reply to Objection 1. Evil is never loved except under the aspect of good, that is to say, in so far as it is good in some respect, and is considered as being good simply. And thus a certain love is evil in so far as it tends to that which is not simply a true good. It is in this way that man loves iniquity, inasmuch as, by means of iniquity, some good is gained, pleasure for instance, or money, or such like. Reply to Objection 2. Those who acknowledge their evils are beloved, not for their evils, but because they acknowledge them, for it is a good thing to acknowledge one's faults, in so far as it excludes insincerity or hypocrisy. Reply to Objection 3. The beautiful is the same as the good, and they differ in aspect only. For since good is what all seek, the notion of good is that which calms the desire, while the notion of the beautiful is that which calms the desire as being seen or known. Consequently, those senses chiefly regard the beautiful, which are the most cognitive, viz. sight and hearing, as ministering to reason, For we speak of beautiful sights and beautiful sounds. But in reference to the other objects of the other senses, we do not use the expression beautiful, for we do not speak of beautiful tastes and beautiful odors. Thus it is evident that beauty adds to goodness a relation to the cognitive faculty, so that good means that which simply pleases the appetite, while beautiful is something pleasant to apprehend. Second article: whether knowledge is a cause of love. Objection 1. It would seem that knowledge is not a cause of love. For it is due to love that a thing is sought. But some things are sought without being known, for instance, the sciences. For since "to have them is the same as to know them," as Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 35. If we knew them, we should have them, and should not seek them. Therefore, knowledge is not the cause of love. Objection 2. Further, to love what we know not seems like loving something more than we know it. But some things are loved more than they are known. Thus in this life, God can be loved in Himself, but cannot be known in Himself. Therefore, knowledge is not the cause of love. Objection 3. Further, if knowledge were the cause of love, there would be no love, where there is no knowledge. But in all things there is love, as Dionysius says on the Divine Names 4. Whereas there is not knowledge in all things. Therefore, knowledge is not the cause of love. On the contrary, Augustine proves in De Trin. x, 1, 2 that "none can love what he does not know." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, good is the cause of love as being its object. But good is not the object of the appetite except as apprehended. And therefore love demands some apprehension of the good that is loved. For this reason the Philosopher, in Ethics 9, 5, 12, says that bodily sight is the beginning of sensitive love, and in like manner the contemplation of spiritual beauty or goodness is the beginning of spiritual love. Accordingly, knowledge is the cause of love for the same reason as good is, which can be loved only if it is known. Reply to Obj. 1. He who seeks science is not entirely without knowledge thereof, but knows something about it already in some respect, either in a general way, or in some one of its effects, or from having heard it commended, as Augustine says (De Trin. x, 1, 2). But to have it is not to know it thus, but to know it perfectly. Reply to Obj. 2. Something is required for the perfection of knowledge that is not requisite for the perfection of love. For knowledge belongs to the reason, whose function it is to distinguish things which in reality are united, and to unite together, after a fashion, things that are distinct, by comparing one with another. Consequently, the perfection of knowledge requires that man should know distinctly all that is in a thing, such as its parts, powers, and properties. On the other hand, love is in the appetitive power, which regards a thing as it is in itself. Wherefore it suffices for the perfection of love that a thing be loved according as it is known in itself. Hence it is, therefore, that a thing is loved more than it is known, since it can be loved perfectly, even without being perfectly known. This is most evident in regard to the sciences, which some love through having a certain general knowledge of them. For instance, they know that rhetoric is a science that enables man to persuade others. And this is what they love in rhetoric, The same applies to the love of God. Reply to Obj. 3. Even natural love, which is in all things, is caused by a kind of knowledge, not indeed existing in natural things themselves, but in Him who created their nature, as stated above. Question 26, Article 1. Confer also Pars Prima, Question 6, Article 1, second reply. Third article. Whether likeness is a cause of love. Objection 1. It would seem that likeness is not a cause of love. For the same thing is not the cause of contraries. But likeness is the cause of hatred, for it is written in Proverbs 13:10 that "among the proud there are always contentions." And the Philosopher says in Ethics 8:1 that "potters quarrel with one another." Therefore, likeness is not a cause of love. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says in the Confessions 4:14 that "a man loves in another that which he would not be himself. Thus he loves an actor, but would not have himself be an actor." But it would not be so if likeness were the proper cause of love. For in that case a man would love in another that which he possesses himself, or would like to possess. Therefore, likeness is not a cause of love. Objection 3. Further, everyone loves that which he needs, even if he have it not. Thus a sick man loves health, and a poor man loves riches. But in so far as he needs them and lacks them, he is unlike them. Therefore, not only likeness, but also unlikeness is a cause of love. Objection 4. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:4 that "we love those who bestow money and health on us, and also those who retain their friendship for the dead." But all are not such. Therefore, likeness is not a cause of love. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 13:19, "Every beast loveth its like." I answer that, likeness, properly speaking, is a cause of love. But it must be observed that likeness between things is twofold. One kind of likeness arises from each thing having the same quality actually. For example, two things possessing the quality of whiteness are said to be alike. Another kind of likeness arises from one thing having potentially, and by way of inclination, a quality which the other has actually. Thus we may say that a heavy body existing outside its proper place is like another heavy body that exists in its proper place. Or again, according as potentiality bears a resemblance to its act, since act is contained, in a manner, in the potentiality itself. Accordingly, the first kind of likeness causes love of friendship or well-being. For the very fact that two men are alike, having, as it were, one form, makes them to be, in a manner, one in that form. Thus two men are one thing in the species of humanity, and two white men one thing in whiteness. Hence the affections of one tend to the other, as being one with him, and he wishes good to him as to himself. But the second kind of likeness causes love of concupiscence, or friendship founded on usefulness or pleasure, because whatever is in potentiality as such has the desire for its act, and it takes pleasure in its realization, if it be a sentient and cognitive being. Now it has been stated above, in question 26, Article 4, that in the love of concupiscence, the lover, properly speaking, loves himself, in willing the good that he desires. But a man loves himself more than another, because he is one with himself substantially, whereas with another he is one only in the likeness of some form. Consequently, if this other's likeness to him, arising from the participation of a form, hinders him from gaining the good that he loves, he becomes hateful to him, not for being like him, but for hindering him from gaining his own good. This is why potters quarrel among themselves, because they hinder one another's gain, and why there are contentions among the proud, because they hinder one another in attaining the position they covet. Hence the reply to the first objection is evident. Reply to objection 2. Even when a man loves in another what he loves not in himself, there is a certain likeness of proportion, because as the latter is to that which is loved in him, so is the former to that which he loves in himself. For instance, if a good singer love a good writer, we can see a likeness of proportion, inasmuch as each one has that which is becoming to him in respect of his art. Reply to objection 3. He that loves what he needs bears a likeness to what he loves, as potentiality bears a likeness to its act, as stated above. Reply to objection 4. According to the same likeness of potentiality to its act, the illiberal man loves the man who is liberal, insofar as he expects from him something which he desires. The same applies to the man who is constant in his friendship, as compared to one who is inconstant. For in either case, friendship seems to be based on usefulness. We might also say that although not all men have these virtues in the complete habit, yet they have them according to certain seminal principles in the reason, in force of which principles the man who is not virtuous loves the virtuous man, as being in conformity with his own natural reason. Fourth article. Whether any other passion in the soul is a cause of love. Objection 1. It would seem that some other passion can be the cause of love. For the Philosopher in Ethics 8:3 says that some are loved for the sake of the pleasure they give. But pleasure is a passion. Therefore, another passion is a cause of love. Objection 2. Further, desire is a passion. But we love some because we desire to receive something from them, as happens in every friendship based on usefulness. Therefore, another passion is a cause of love. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says in On the Trinity 10:1, "When we have no hope of getting a thing, we love it but half-heartedly or not at all, even if we see how beautiful it is." Therefore, hope too is a cause of love. On the contrary, all the other emotions of the soul are caused by love, as Augustine says in On the City of God 14:7-9. I answer that, there is no other passion of the soul that does not presuppose love of some kind. The reason is that every other passion of the soul implies either movement towards something or rest in something. Now every movement towards something or rest in something arises from some kinship or aptness to that thing, and in this does love consist. Therefore, it is not possible for any other passion of the soul to be universally the cause of every love. But it may happen that some other passion is the cause of some particular love, just as one good is the cause of another. Reply to objection 1. When a man loves a thing for the pleasure it affords, his love is indeed caused by pleasure. But that very pleasure is caused, in its turn, by another preceding love. For none takes pleasure save in that which is loved in some way. Reply to Obj. 2. Desire for a thing always presupposes love for that thing. But desire of one thing can be the cause of another's thing being loved. Thus he that desires money, for this reason loves him from whom he receives it. Reply to Obj. 3. Hope causes or increases love, both by reason of pleasure, because it causes pleasure, and by reason of desire, because hope strengthens desire, since we do not desire so intensely that which we have no hope of receiving. Nevertheless, hope itself is of a good that is loved. End of question 27. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 28 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 28 of the Effects of Love, in 6 articles. We now have to consider the effects of love, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether union is an effect of love. Second, whether mutual indwelling is an effect of love. Third, whether ecstasy is an effect of love. Fourth, whether zeal is an effect of love. Fifth, whether love is a passion that is hurtful to the lover. Sixth, whether love is cause of all that the lover does. First article, whether union is an effect of love. Objection 1. It would seem that union is not an effect of love. For absence is incompatible with union. But love is compatible with absence. For the Apostle says in Galatians 4:18, "Be zealous for that which is good in a good thing always," speaking of himself according to a gloss, "and not only when I am present with you." Therefore, union is not an effect of love. Objection 2. Further, every union is either according to essence, thus form is united to matter, accident to subject, and a part to the whole, or to another part in order to make up the whole. Or according to likeness, in genus, species, or accident. But love does not cause union of essence, else love could not be between things essentially distinct. On the other hand, love does not cause union of likeness, but rather is caused by it, as stated above, question 27, article 3. Therefore, union is not an effect of love. Objection 3. Further, the sense in act is the sensible in act, and the intellect in act is the thing actually understood. But the lover in act is not the beloved in act. Therefore, union is the effect of knowledge rather than of love. On the contrary, Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4, that every love is a unitive love. I answer that the union of lover and beloved is twofold. The first is real union, for instance, when the beloved is present with the lover. The second is union of affection, and this union must be considered in relation to the preceding apprehension, since movement of the appetite follows apprehension. Now love being twofold, notably, love of concupiscence and love of friendship, each of these arises from a kind of apprehension of the oneness of the thing loved with the lover. For when we love a thing, by desiring it, we apprehend it as belonging to our well-being. In like manner, when a man loves another with the love of friendship, he wills good to him, just as he wills good to himself. Wherefore he apprehends him as his other self, in so far, to wit, as he wills good to him as to himself. Hence a friend is called a man's other self, in Ethic. ix, 4, and Augustine says in Confessions 4:6, "Well did one say to his friend, Thou half of my soul." The first of these unions is caused effectively by love, because love moves man to desire and seek the presence of the beloved, as of something suitable and belonging to him. The second union is caused formally by love, because love itself is this union or bond. In this sense Augustine says in On the Trinity 8:10 that love is a vital principle uniting, or seeking to unite two together, the lover, to wit, and the beloved. For in describing it as uniting, he refers to the union of affection, without which there is no love, and in saying that it seeks to unite, he refers to real union. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument is true of real union. That is necessary to pleasure as being its cause. Desire implies the real absence of the beloved, but love remains whether the beloved be absent or present. Reply to Obj. 2. Union has a threefold relation to love. There is union which causes love, and this is substantial union, as regards the love with which one loves oneself, while as regards the love wherewith one loves other things, it is the union of likeness, as stated above, in Q. 27, A. 3. There is also a union which is essentially love itself. This union is according to a bond of affection, and is likened to substantial union, inasmuch as the lover stands to the object of his love, as to himself, if it be love of friendship, as to something belonging to himself, if it be love of concupiscence. Again, there is a union which is the effect of love. This is real union, which the lover seeks with the object of his love. Moreover, this union is in keeping with the demands of love, for as the Philosopher relates in Polit. ii, 1, Aristophanes stated that lovers would wish to be united both into one, but since this would result in either one or both being destroyed, they seek a suitable and becoming union, to live together, speak together, and be united together in other like things. Reply to Obj. 3. Knowledge is perfected by the thing known being united, through its likeness, to the knower. But the effect of love is that the thing itself which is loved is, in a way, united to the lover, as stated above. Consequently, the union caused by love is closer than that which is caused by knowledge. Second article: Whether mutual indwelling is an effect of love. Objection 1. It would seem that love does not cause mutual indwelling, so that the lover be in the beloved, and vice versa. For that which is in another is contained in it. But the same cannot be container and contents. Therefore love cannot cause mutual indwelling, so that the lover be in the beloved, and vice versa. Obj. 2: Further, nothing can penetrate within a whole except by means of a division of the whole. But it is the function of the reason, not of the appetite where love resides, to divide things that are really united. Therefore mutual indwelling is not an effect of love. Obj. 3: Further, if love involves the lover being in the beloved, and vice versa, it follows that the beloved is united to the lover in the same way as the lover is united to the beloved. But the union itself is love, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore it follows that the lover is always loved by the object of his love, which is evidently false. Therefore mutual indwelling is not an effect of love. On the contrary, it is written in 1 John 4:16, "He that abideth in charity abideth in God, and God in him." Now charity is the love of God. Therefore, for the same reason, every love makes the beloved to be in the lover, and vice versa. I answer that, this effect of mutual indwelling may be understood as referring both to the apprehensive and to the appetitive power. Because, as to the apprehensive power, the beloved is said to be in the lover, inasmuch as the beloved abides in the apprehension of the lover, according to Philippians 1:7, "For that I have you in my heart"; while the lover is said to be in the beloved, according to apprehension, inasmuch as the lover is not satisfied with a superficial apprehension of the beloved, but strives to gain an intimate knowledge of everything pertaining to the beloved, so as to penetrate into his very soul. Thus it is written concerning the Holy Ghost, who is God's love, that He "searches all things, yea, the deep things of God" (1 Corinthians 2:10). As the appetitive power, the object loved is said to be in the lover, inasmuch as it is in his affections by a kind of complacency, causing him either to take pleasure in it, or in its good when present; or in the absence of the object loved, by his longing, to tend towards it with the love of concupiscence, or towards the good that he wills to the beloved, with the love of friendship. Not indeed from any extrinsic cause, as when we desire one thing on account of another, or wish good to another on account of something else, but because the complacency in the beloved is rooted in the lover's heart. For this reason we speak of love as being intimate, and "of the bowels of charity." On the other hand, the lover is in the beloved by the love of concupiscence, and by the love of friendship, but not in the same way. For the love of concupiscence is not satisfied with any external or superficial possession or enjoyment of the beloved, but seeks to possess the beloved perfectly, by penetrating into his heart, as it were. Whereas, in the love of friendship, the lover is in the beloved, inasmuch as he reckons what is good or evil to his friend as being so to himself, and his friend's will as his own, so that it seems as though he felt the good or suffered the evil in the person of his friend. Hence it is proper to friends "to desire the same things, and to grieve and rejoice at the same," as the Philosopher says in Ethic. ix, 3 and Rhetoric. 2:4. Consequently, in so far as he reckons what affects his friend as affecting himself, the lover seems to be in the beloved, as though he were become one with him. But in so far as, on the other hand, he wills and acts for his friend's sake as for his own sake, looking on his friend as identified with himself, thus the beloved is in the lover. In yet a third way, mutual indwelling in the love of friendship can be understood in regard to reciprocal love, inasmuch as friends return love for love, and both desire and do good things for one another. Reply to Obj. 1: The beloved is contained in the lover by being impressed on his heart, and thus becoming the object of his complacency. On the other hand, the lover is contained in the beloved, inasmuch as the lover penetrates, so to speak, into the beloved. For nothing hinders a thing from being both container and contents in different ways, just as a genus is contained in its species and vice versa. Reply to Obj. 2: The apprehension of the reason precedes the movement of love. Consequently, just as the reason divides, so does the movement of love penetrate into the beloved, as was explained above. Reply to Obj. 3: This argument is true of the third kind of mutual indwelling, which is not to be found in every kind of love. Third article: Whether ecstasy is an effect of love. Objection 1: It would seem that ecstasy is not an effect of love. For ecstasy seems to imply loss of reason. But love does not always result in loss of reason, for lovers are masters of themselves at times. Therefore, love does not cause ecstasy. Objection 2: Further, the lover desires the beloved to be united to him. Therefore, he draws the beloved to himself, rather than betakes himself into the beloved, going forth out from himself, as it were. Obj. 3: Further, love unites the beloved to the lover, as stated above (A. 1). If, therefore, the lover goes out from himself in order to betake himself into the beloved, it follows that the lover always loves the beloved more than himself, which is evidently false. Therefore, ecstasy is not an effect of love. On the contrary, Dionysius says (On the Divine Names IV) that "the divine love produces ecstasy," and that "God Himself suffered ecstasy through love." Since, therefore, according to the same author (On the Divine Names IV), every love is a participated likeness of the divine love, it seems that every love causes ecstasy. I answer that, to suffer ecstasy means to be placed outside oneself. This happens as to the apprehensive power and as to the appetitive power. As to the apprehensive power, a man is said to be placed outside himself when he is placed outside the knowledge proper to him. This may be due to his being raised to a higher knowledge. Thus a man is said to suffer ecstasy, inasmuch as he is placed outside the connatural apprehension of his sense and reason, when he is raised up so as to comprehend things that surpass sense and reason. Or it may be due to his being cast down into a state of debasement. Thus a man may be said to suffer ecstasy when he is overcome by violent passion or madness. As to the appetitive power, man is said to suffer ecstasy when that power borne towards something else, so that it goes forth out from himself, as it were. The first of these ecstasies is caused by love dispositively, in so far, namely, as love makes the lover dwell on the beloved, as stated above (A. 2), and to dwell intently on one thing draws the mind from other things. The second ecstasy is caused by love directly, by the love of friendship simply, by love of concupiscence not simply, but in a restricted sense. Because in love of concupiscence, the love is carried out of himself in a certain sense, in so far, namely, as not being satisfied with enjoying the good that he has, he seeks to enjoy something outside himself. But since he seeks to have this extrinsic good for himself, he does not go out from himself simply, and this movement remains finally within him. On the other hand, in the love of friendship, a man's affection goes out from itself simply, because he wishes and does good to his friend by caring and providing for him for his sake. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument is true of the first kind of ecstasy. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument applies to the love of concupiscence, which, as stated above, does not cause ecstasy simply. Reply to Obj. 3. He who loves goes out from himself in so far as he wills the good of his friend and works for it. Yet he does not will the good of his friend more than his own good, and so it does not follow that he loves another more than himself. Fourth article. Whether zeal is an effect of love. Objection 1. It would seem that zeal is not an effect of love. For zeal is a beginning of contention, wherefore it is written in 1 Corinthians 3:3, "Whereas there is among you zeal and contention, etc." Note, the Dewey translation translates zeal as envying. But contention is incompatible with love. Therefore, zeal is not an effect of love. Obj. 2. Further, the object of love is the good, which communicates itself to others. But zeal is opposed to communication, since it seems an effect of zeal that a man refuses to share the object of his love with another. Thus husbands are said to be jealous of zelare their wives, because they will not share them with others. Therefore, zeal is not an effect of love. Obj. 3. Further, there is no zeal without hatred, as neither is there without love. For it is written in Psalm 72:3, "I had a zeal on occasion of the wicked." Therefore, it should not be set down as an effect of love any more than of hatred. On the contrary, Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv), "God is said to be a zealot, on account of his great love for all things." I answer that, Zeal, whatever way we take it, arises from the intensity of love. For it is evident that the more intensely a power tends to anything, the more vigorously it withstands opposition or resistance. Since therefore love is "a movement towards the object loved," as Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 35, an intense love seeks to remove everything that opposes it. But this happens in different ways according to love of concupiscence and love of friendship. For in love of concupiscence, he who desires something intensely is moved against all that hinders his gaining or quietly enjoying the object of his love. It is thus that husbands are said to be jealous of their wives, lest association with others prove a hindrance to their exclusive individual rights. In like manner, those who seek to excel are moved against those who seem to excel, as though these were a hindrance to their excelling. And this is the zeal of envy, of which it is written in Psalm 36:1, "Be not emulous of evildoers, nor envy (zela veris) them that work iniquity." On the other hand, love of friendship seeks the friend's good, wherefore, when it is intense, it causes a man to be moved against everything that opposes the friend's good. In this respect, a man is said to be zealous on behalf of his friend when he makes a point of repelling whatever may be said or done against the friend's good. In this way, too, a man is said to be zealous on God's behalf when he endeavors, to the best of his means, to repel whatever is contrary to the honor or will of God, according to 3 Kings 19:14. "With zeal I have been zealous for the Lord of hosts." Again, on the words of John 2:17, "The zeal of thy house hath eaten me up," a gloss says that "a man is eaten up with a good zeal, who strives to remedy whatever evil he perceives, and if he cannot, bears with it, and laments it." Reply Obj. 1: The Apostle is speaking in this passage of the zeal of envy, which is indeed the cause of contention, not against the object of love, but for it, and against that which is opposed to it. Reply Obj. 2: Good is loved inasmuch as it can be communicated to the lover. Consequently, whatever hinders the perfection of this communication becomes hateful. Thus zeal arises from love of good. But through defect of goodness, it happens that certain small goods cannot, in their entirety, be possessed by many at the same time. And from the love of such things arises the zeal of envy. But it does not arise, properly speaking, in the case of those things which, in their entirety, can be possessed by many. For no one envies another the knowledge of truth which can be known entirely by many, except perhaps one may envy another his superiority in the knowledge of it. Reply Obj. 3: The very fact that a man hates whatever is opposed to the object of his love is the effect of love. Hence zeal is set down as an effect of love rather than of hatred. Fifth article: Whether love is a passion that wounds the lover? Objection 1: It would seem that love wounds the lover. For languor denotes a hurt in the one that languishes. But love causes languor, for it is written in the Canticle of Canticles 2:5, "Stay me up with flowers, compass me about with apples, because I languish with love." Therefore love is a wounding passion. Objection 2: Further, melting is a kind of dissolution. But love melts that in which it is, for it is written in the Canticle of Canticles 5:6, "My soul melted when my beloved spoke." Therefore love is a dissolvent. Therefore it is a corruptive and wounding passion. Obj. 3: Further, fervor denotes a certain excess of heat, which excess has a corruptive effect. But love causes fervor, for Dionysius (On the Heavenly Hierarchy vii), in reckoning the properties belonging to the seraphim's love, includes hot and piercing and most fervent. Moreover, it is said of love (Canticle of Canticles 8:6) that "its lamps are fire and flames." Therefore love is a wounding and corruptive passion. On the contrary, Dionysius says (On the Divine Names iv) that "everything loves itself with a love that holds it together, that is, that preserves it." Therefore love is not a wounding passion, but rather one that preserves and perfects. I answer that, as stated above in question 26, Articles 1 and 2, as well question 27, Article 1, love denotes a certain adapting of the appetitive power to some good. Now nothing is hurt by being adapted to that which is suitable to it. Rather, if possible, it is perfected and bettered. But if a thing be adapted to that which is not suitable to it, it is hurt and made worse thereby. Consequently, love of a suitable good perfects and betters the lover. But love of a good which is unsuitable to the lover wounds and worsens him. Wherefore, man is perfected and bettered chiefly by the love of God, but is wounded and worsened by the love of sin, according to Hosea 9:10. They became abominable as those things which they loved. And let this be understood as applying to love in respect of its formal element, that is, in regard to the appetite. But in respect of the material element in the passion of love, that is, a certain bodily change, it happens that love is hurtful, by reason of this change being excessive, just as it happens in the senses, and in every act of a power of the soul that is exercised through the change of some bodily organ. In reply to the objections, it is to be observed that 4 proximate effects may be ascribed to love, notably, melting, enjoyment, languor, and fervor. Of these, the first is melting, which is opposed to freezing. For things that are frozen are closely bound together, so as to be hard to pierce. But it belongs to love that the appetite is fitted to receive the good which is loved, inasmuch as the object loved is in the lover, as stated above, Article 2. Consequently, the freezing or hardening of the heart is a disposition incompatible with love, while melting denotes a softening of the heart, whereby the heart shows itself to be ready for the entrance of the beloved. If, then, the beloved is present and possessed, pleasure or enjoyment ensues. But if the beloved be absent, 2 passions arise, notably, sadness at its absence, which is denoted by languor. Hence Cicero in the Questions debated at Tusculum 3:11 applies the term ailment chiefly to sadness, and an intense desire to possess the beloved, which is signified by fervor. And these are the effects of love considered formally, according to the relation of the appetitive power to its object. But in the passion of love, other effects ensue, proportionate to the above in respect of a change in the organ. 6th Article. Whether love is cause of all that the lover does. Objection 1. It would seem that the lover does not do everything from love. For love is a passion, as stated above, question 26, Article 2. But man does not do everything from passion, but some things he does from choice, and some things from ignorance, as stated in Ethics 5:8. Therefore, not everything that a man does is done from love. Objection 2. Further, the appetite is a principle of movement and action in all animals, as stated in De Anima 3:10. If, therefore, whatever a man does is done from love, the other passions of the appetitive faculty are superfluous. Objection 3. Further, nothing is produced at one and the same time by contrary causes. But some things are done from hatred. Therefore, all things are not done from love. On the contrary, Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4 that all things, whatever they do for the love of good. I answer that every agent acts for an end, as stated above in question 1, Article 2. Now the end is the good desired and loved by each one. Wherefore it is evident that every agent, whatever it be, does every action from love of some kind. Reply to objection 1. This objection takes love as a passion existing in the sensitive appetite. But here we are speaking of love in a general sense, inasmuch as it includes intellectual, rational, animal, and natural love. For it is in this sense that Dionysius speaks of love in chapter 4 of On the Divine Names. Reply to objection 2. As stated above in Article 5, as well in question 27, Article 4, desire, sadness, and pleasure, and consequently all the other passions of the soul, result from love. Wherefore every act that proceeds from any passion proceeds also from love as from a first cause. And so the other passions, which are proximate causes, are not superfluous. Reply to objection 3. Hatred also is a result of love, as we shall state further on. Question 29, Article 2. End of question 28. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 29 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 29 of Hatred, in 6 articles. We must now consider hatred, concerning which there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether evil is the cause and the object of hatred. Second, whether love is the cause of hatred. Third, whether hatred is stronger than love. Fourth, whether a man can hate himself. Fifth, whether a man can hate the truth. Sixth, whether a thing can be the object of universal hatred. First article, whether evil is the cause and object of hatred. Objection 1. It would seem that evil is not the object and cause of hatred. For everything that exists, as such, is good. If, therefore, evil be the object of hatred, it follows that nothing but the lack of something can be the object of hatred, which is clearly untrue. Objection 2. Further, hatred of evil is praiseworthy. Hence, some are praised for that the laws were very well kept, because of the godliness of Ananias the high priest, and the hatred of their souls had no evil. 2 Maccabees 3:1. If, therefore, nothing but evil be the object of hatred, it would follow that all hatred is commendable, and this is clearly false. Objection 3. Further, the same thing is not at the same time both good and evil. But the same thing is lovable and hateful to different subjects. Therefore hatred is not only of evil, but also of good. On the contrary, hatred is the opposite of love. But the object of love is good, as stated above, question 26, Article 1, and question 27, Article 1. Therefore, the object of hatred is evil. I answer that, since the natural appetite is the result of apprehension, though this apprehension is not in the same subject as the natural appetite, it seems that what applies to the inclination of the natural appetite applies also to the animal appetite, which does result from an apprehension in the same subject, as stated above (Q. 26, A. 1). Now with regard to the natural appetite it is evident that just as each thing is naturally attuned and adapted to that which is suitable to it, wherein consists natural love, so has it a natural dissonance from that which opposes and destroys it, and this is natural hatred. So therefore, in the animal appetite, or in the intellectual appetite, love is a certain harmony of the appetite with that which is apprehended as suitable, while hatred is dissonance of the appetite from that which is apprehended as repugnant and hurtful. Now just as whatever is suitable as such bears the aspect of good, so whatever is repugnant as such bears the aspect of evil. And therefore, just as good is the object of love, so evil is the object of hatred. Reply to Obj. 1. Being, as such, has not the aspect of repugnance, but only of fittingness, because being is common to all things. But being, inasmuch as it is this determinate being, has an aspect of repugnance to some determinate being, and in this way one being is hateful to another and is evil, though not in itself, but by comparison with something else. Reply to Obj. 2. Just as a thing may be apprehended as good when it is not truly good, so a thing may be apprehended as evil, whereas it is not truly evil. Hence it happens sometimes that neither hatred of evil nor love of good is good. Reply to Obj. 3. To different things the same thing may be lovable or hateful. In respect of the natural appetite, owing to one and the same thing being naturally suitable to one thing and naturally unsuitable to another. Thus heat is becoming to fire and unbecoming to water. And in respect of the animal appetite, owing to one and the same thing being apprehended by one as good, by another as bad. Second article. Whether love is a cause of hatred. Objection 1. It would seem that love is not a cause of hatred. For the opposite members of a division are naturally simultaneous, according to Categories 10. But love and hatred are opposite members of a division, since they are contrary to one another. Therefore, they are naturally simultaneous. Therefore, love is not the cause of hatred. Objection 2. Further, of two contraries, one is not the cause of the other. But love and hatred are contraries. Therefore, love is not the cause of hatred. Objection 3. Further, that which follows is not the cause of that which precedes. But hatred precedes love seemingly, since hatred implies a turning away from evil, whereas love implies a turning towards good. Therefore, love is not the cause of hatred. On the contrary, Augustine says On the City of God 14:7, 9, that all emotions are caused by love. Therefore hatred also, since it is an emotion of the soul, is caused by love. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, love consists in a certain agreement of the lover with the object loved, while hatred consists in a certain disagreement or dissonance. Now we should consider in each thing what agrees with it, before that which disagrees. Since a thing disagrees with another through destroying or hindering that which agrees with it. Consequently, love must needs precede hatred, and nothing is hated save through being contrary to a suitable thing which is loved. And hence it is that every hatred is caused by love. Reply to Obj. 1. The opposite members of a division are sometimes naturally simultaneous, both really and logically. For example, two species of animal, or two species of color. Sometimes they are simultaneous logically, while in reality one precedes and causes the other. For example, the species of numbers, figures, and movements. Sometimes they are not simultaneous either really or logically. For example, substance and accident. For substance is in reality the cause of accident, and being is predicated of substance before it is predicated of accident, by a priority of reason, because it is not predicated of accident except inasmuch as the latter is in a substance. Now love and hatred are naturally simultaneous, logically, but not really. Wherefore, nothing hinders love from being the cause of hatred. Reply to Obj. 2. Love and hatred are contraries, if considered in respect of the same thing. But if taken in respect of contraries, they are not themselves contrary, but consequent to one another. For it amounts to the same that one love a certain thing, or that one hate its contrary. Thus love of one thing is the cause of one's hating its contrary. Reply to Obj. 3. In the order of execution, the turning away from one term precedes the turning towards the other. But the reverse is the case in the order of intention, since approach to one term is the reason for turning away from the other. Now the appetitive movement belongs rather to the order of intention than to that of execution. Wherefore love precedes hatred, because each is an appetitive movement. Third article: whether hatred is stronger than love. Objection 1. It would seem that hatred is stronger than love. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 36, "There is no one who does not flee from pain more than he desires pleasure." But flight from pain pertains to hatred, while desire for pleasure belongs to love. Therefore, hatred is stronger than love. Objection 2. Further, the weaker is overcome by the stronger. But love is overcome by hatred, when, that is to say, love is turned into hatred. Therefore, hatred is stronger than love. Objection 3. Further, the emotions of the soul are shown by their effects. But man insists more on repelling what is hateful than on seeking what is pleasant. Thus also irrational animals refrain from pleasure for fear of the whip, as Augustine instances. 83 Questions, question 36. Therefore, hatred is stronger than love. On the contrary, good is stronger than evil, because "evil does nothing except in virtue of good," as Dionysius says on the Divine Names 4. But hatred and love differ according to the difference of good and evil. Therefore, love is stronger than hatred. I answer that it is impossible for an effect to be stronger than its cause. Now every hatred arises from some love as its cause, as above stated, Article 2. Therefore, it is impossible for hatred to be stronger than love absolutely. But furthermore, Love must needs be, absolutely speaking, stronger than hatred, because a thing is moved to the end more strongly than to the means. Now turning away from evil is directed as a means for the gaining of good. Wherefore, absolutely speaking, the soul's movement in respect of good is stronger than its movement in respect of evil. Nevertheless, hatred sometimes seems to be stronger than love for two reasons. First, because hatred is more keenly felt than love. For, since the sensitive perception is accompanied by a certain impression, when once the impression has been received, it is not felt so keenly as in the moment of receiving it. Hence the heat of a hectic fever, though greater, is nevertheless not felt so much as the heat of a tertian fever, because the heat of the hectic fever is habitual and like a second nature. For this reason, love is felt more keenly in the absence of the object loved. Thus Augustine says (On the Trinity, 10:12) that love is felt more keenly when we lack what we love. And for the same reason, the unbecomingness of that which is hated is felt more keenly than the becomingness of that which is loved. Secondly, because comparison is made between a hatred and a love which are not mutually corresponding. Because, according to different degrees of good, there are different degrees of love to which correspond different degrees of hatred. Wherefore a hatred that corresponds to a greater love moves us more than a lesser love. Hence it is clear how to reply to the first objection. For the love of pleasure is less than the love of self-preservation, to which corresponds flight from pain. Wherefore we flee from pain more than we love pleasure. Reply to Obj. 2. Hatred would never overcome love, were it not for the greater love to which that hatred corresponds. Thus man loves himself more than he loves his friend, and because he loves himself, his friend is hateful to him if he oppose him. Reply to Obj. 3. The reason why we act with greater insistence in repelling what is hateful is because we feel hatred more keenly. Fourth article. Whether a man can hate himself. Objection 1. It would seem that a man can hate himself, for it is written in Psalm 10:6, "He that loveth iniquity hateth his own soul." But many love iniquity, therefore many hate themselves. Objection 2. Further, him we hate, to whom we wish and work evil. But sometimes a man wishes and works evil to himself, notably, a man who kills himself. Therefore, some men hate themselves. Objection 3. Further, Boethius says in his On the Consolation of Philosophy (ii) that avarice makes a man hateful. Whence we may conclude that everyone hates a miser. But some men are misers. Therefore they hate themselves. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Ephesians 5:29 that "no man ever hated his own flesh." I answer that, properly speaking, it is impossible for a man to hate himself. For everything naturally desires good, nor can anyone desire anything for himself, save under the aspect of good. For "evil is outside the scope of the will," as Dionysius says (On the Divine Names IV). Now to love a man is to will good to him, as stated above (Q. 26, A. 4). Consequently, a man must, of necessity, love himself, and it is impossible for a man to hate himself, properly speaking. But accidentally it happens that a man hates himself, and this in two ways. First, on the part of the good which a man wills to himself. For it happens sometimes that what is desired as good in some particular respect is simply evil, and in this way a man accidentally wills evil to himself, and thus hates himself. Secondly, in regard to himself, to whom he wills good. For each thing is that which is predominant in it. Wherefore the state is said to do what the king does, as if the king were the whole state. Now it is clear that a man is principally the mind of man, and it happens that some men account themselves as being principally that which they are in their material and sensitive nature. Wherefore they love themselves according to what they take themselves to be, while they hate that which they really are, by desiring what is contrary to reason. And in both these ways, he that loveth iniquity hateth not only his own soul, but also himself. Wherefore the reply to the first objection is evident. Reply to objection 2. No man wills and works evil to himself, except he apprehend it under the aspect of good. For even they who kill themselves apprehend death itself as a good, considered as putting an end to some unhappiness or pain. Reply to objection 3. The miser hates something accidental to himself, but not for that reason does he hate himself. Thus a sick man hates his sickness for the very reason that he loves himself. Or we may say that avarice makes man hateful to others, but not to himself. In fact, it is caused by inordinate self-love, in respect of which man desires temporal goods for himself more than he should. Fifth article. Whether a man can hate the truth. Objection 1. It would seem that a man cannot hate the truth. For good, true, and being are convertible. But a man cannot hate good. Therefore, he cannot hate the truth. Objection 2. Further, all men have a natural desire for knowledge, as stated in the beginning of the Metaphysics 1:1. But knowledge is only of truth. Therefore, truth is naturally desired and loved. But that which is in a thing naturally is always in it. Therefore, no man can hate the truth. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:4 that men love those who are straightforward. But there can be no other motive for this save truth. Therefore, man loves the truth naturally. Therefore, he cannot hate it. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Galatians 4:16, "Am I become your enemy because I tell you the truth?" Note: St. Thomas quotes the passage, probably from memory, as though it were an assertion, "I am become," etc. I answer that good, true, and being are the same in reality, but differ as considered by reason. For good is considered in the light of something desirable, while being and true are not so considered. Because good is what all things seek, wherefore good, as such, cannot be the object of hatred, neither in general nor in particular. Being and truth in general cannot be the object of hatred, because disagreement is the cause of hatred, and agreement is the cause of love, while being and truth are common to all things. But nothing hinders some particular being or some particular truth being an object of hatred, in so far as it is considered as hurtful and repugnant, since hurtfulness and repugnance are not incompatible with the notion of being and truth, as they are with the notion of good. Now it may happen, in three ways, that some particular truth is repugnant or hurtful to the good we love. First, according as truth is in things as in its cause and origin, and thus man sometimes hates a particular truth, when he wishes that what is true were not true. Secondly, according as truth is in man's knowledge, which hinders him from gaining the object loved. Such is the case of those who wish not to know the truth of faith, that they may sin freely, in whose person it is said, Job 21:14, "We desire not the knowledge of thy ways." Thirdly, a particular truth is hated as being repugnant, inasmuch as it is in the intellect of another man, as for instance when a man wishes to remain hidden in his sin, he hates that anyone should know the truth about his sin. In this respect Augustine says (Confess. 10:23) that "men love truth when it enlightens, they hate it when it reproves." This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. The knowledge of truth is lovable in itself. Hence Augustine says that men love it when it enlightens. But accidentally, the knowledge of truth may become hateful in so far as it hinders one from accomplishing one's desire. Reply to objection 3. The reason why we love those who are straightforward is that they make known the truth, and the knowledge of the truth, considered in itself, is a desirable thing. Sixth article: whether anything can be an object of universal hatred. Objection 1. It would seem that a thing cannot be an object of universal hatred. Because hatred is a passion of the sensitive appetite, which is moved by an apprehension in the senses. But the senses cannot apprehend the universal. Therefore a thing cannot be an object of universal hatred. Objection 2. Further, hatred is caused by disagreement, and where there is disagreement, there is nothing in common. But the notion of universality implies something in common. Therefore nothing can be the object of universal hatred. Objection 3. Further, the object of hatred is evil. But "evil is in things and not in the mind," according to Metaphysics 6:4. Since therefore the universal is in the mind only, which abstracts the universal from the particular, it would seem that hatred cannot have a universal object. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhetoric ii, 4) that "anger is directed to something singular, whereas hatred is also directed to a thing in general. For everybody hates the thief and the backbiter." I answer that, there are two ways of speaking of the universal. First, as considered under the aspect of universality. Secondly, as considered in the nature to which it is ascribed. For it is one thing to consider the universal man, and another to consider a man as man. If therefore we take the universal in the first way, no sensitive power, whether of apprehension or of appetite, can attain the universal, because the universal is obtained by abstraction from individual matter, on which every sensitive power is based. Nevertheless, the sensitive powers, both of apprehension and of appetite, can tend to something universally. Thus we say that the object of sight is color considered generically. Not that the sight is cognizant of universal color, but because the fact that color is cognizant by the sight is attributed to color, not as being this particular color, but simply because it is color. Accordingly, hatred in the sensitive faculty can regard something universally, because this thing, by reason of its common nature, and not merely as an individual, is hostile to the animal, for instance, a wolf in regard to a sheep. Hence a sheep hates the wolf universally. On the other hand, anger is always caused by something in particular, because it is caused by some action of the one that hurts us, and actions proceed from individuals. For this reason the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. ii, 4) that anger is always directed to something singular, whereas hatred can be directed to a thing in general. But according as hatred is in the intellectual part, since it arises from the universal apprehension of the intellect, it can regard the universal in both ways. Reply Obj. 1: The senses do not apprehend the universal as such, but they apprehend something to which the character of universality is given by abstraction. Reply Obj. 2: That which is in common to all cannot be a reason of hatred. But nothing hinders a thing from being common to many, and at variance with others, so as to be hateful to them. Reply Obj. 3: This argument considers the universal under the aspect of universality, and thus it does not come under the sensitive apprehension or appetite. End of question 29. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 30 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 30 of Concupiscence, in 4 articles. We have now to consider concupiscence, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether concupiscence is in the sensitive appetite only. Second, whether concupiscence is a specific passion. Third, whether some concupiscences are natural and some not natural. Fourth, whether concupiscence is infinite. First article, whether concupiscence is in the sensitive appetite only. Objection 1. It would seem that concupiscence is not only in the sensitive appetite. For there is a concupiscence of wisdom, according to Wisdom 6:21. The concupiscence of wisdom bringeth to the everlasting kingdom. Note, the Douay version translates concupiscence as desire. But the sensitive appetite can have no tendency to wisdom. Therefore, concupiscence is not only in the sensitive appetite. Obj. 2. Further, the desire for the commandments of God is not in the sensitive appetite. In fact, the Apostle says in Romans 7:18, "There dwelleth not in me, that is to say, in my flesh, that which is good." But desire for God's commandments is an act of concupiscence, according to Psalm 118:20. My soul hath coveted, concupivit, to long for thy justifications. Therefore concupiscence is not only in the sensitive appetite. Obj. 3: Further, to each power its proper good is a matter of concupiscence. Therefore concupiscence is in each power of the soul, and not only in the sensitive appetite. On the contrary, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 12) that "the irrational part, which is subject and amenable to reason, is divided into the faculties of concupiscence and anger. This is the irrational part of the soul, passive and appetitive. Therefore concupiscence is in the sensitive appetite." I answer that, as the Philosopher says (Rhet. i, 11), concupiscence is a craving for that which is pleasant. Now pleasure is twofold, as we shall state later on (Q. 31, AA. 3, 4). One is in the intelligible good, which is the good of reason. The other is in good perceptible to the senses. The former pleasure seems to belong to the soul alone, whereas the latter belongs to both soul and body, because the sense is a power seated in a bodily organ. Wherefore sensible good is the good of the whole composite. Now concupiscence seems to be the craving for this latter pleasure, since it belongs to the united soul and body, as is implied by the Latin word concupiscentia. Therefore, properly speaking, concupiscence is in the sensitive appetite, and in the concupiscible faculty, which takes its name from it. Reply to Obj. 1: The craving for wisdom or other spiritual goods is sometimes called concupiscence, either by reason of a certain likeness, or on account of the craving in the higher part of the soul being so vehement that it overflows into the lower appetite, so that the latter also, in its way, tends to the spiritual good, following the lead of the higher appetite, the result being that the body itself renders its service in spiritual matters, according to Psalm 83:3: "My heart and my flesh have rejoiced in the living God." Reply to Obj. 2: Properly speaking, desire may be not only in the lower, but also in the higher appetite. For it does not imply fellowship in craving, as concupiscence does, but simply movement towards the thing desired. Reply to Obj. 3: It belongs to each power of the soul to seek its proper good by the natural appetite, which does not arise from apprehension; but the craving for good by the animal appetite, which arises from apprehension, belongs to the appetitive power alone. And to crave a thing under the aspect of something delightful to the senses, wherein concupiscence properly consists, belongs to the concupiscible power. Second article: Whether concupiscence is a specific passion? Objection 1: It would seem that concupiscence is not a specific passion of the concupiscible power. For passions are distinguished by their objects. But the object of the concupiscible power is something delightful to the senses, and this is also the object of concupiscence, as the Philosopher declares in Rhet. i, 11. Therefore concupiscence is not a specific passion of the concupiscible faculty. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 33, that covetousness is the love of transitory things, so that it is not distinct from love. But all specific passions are distinct from one another. Therefore concupiscence is not a specific passion in the concupiscible faculty. Obj. 3: Further, to each passion of the concupiscible faculty there is a specific contrary passion in that faculty, as stated above (Q. 23, A. 4). But no specific passion of the concupiscible faculty is contrary to concupiscence. For Damascene says (On the True Faith 2:12) that "good when desired gives rise to concupiscence; when present it gives joy. In like manner the evil we apprehend makes us fear; the evil that is present makes us sad." From which we gather that as sadness is contrary to joy, so fear contrary to concupiscence. But fear is not in the concupiscible, but in the irascible part. Therefore concupiscence is not a specific passion of the concupiscible faculty. On the contrary, concupiscence is caused by love, and tends to pleasure, both of which are passions of the concupiscible faculty. Hence it is distinguished from the other concupiscible passions as a specific passion. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, as well in Q. 23, Article 1, the good which gives pleasure to the senses is the common object of the concupiscible faculty. Hence the various concupiscible passions are distinguished according to the differences of that good. Now the diversity of this object can arise from the very nature of the object, or from a diversity in its active power. The diversity, derived from the nature of the active object, causes a material difference of passions, while the difference, in regard to its active power, causes a formal diversity of passions, in respect of which the passions differ specifically. Now the nature of the motive power of the end or of the good differs according as it is really present or absent, because, according as it is present, it causes the faculty to find rest in it, whereas, according as it is absent, it causes the faculty to be moved towards it. Wherefore the object of sensible pleasure causes love, inasmuch as, so to speak, it attunes and conforms the appetite to itself. It causes concupiscence, inasmuch as, when absent, it draws the faculty to itself. And it causes pleasure, inasmuch as, when present, it makes the faculty to find rest in itself. Accordingly, concupiscence is a passion differing in species from both love and pleasure, but concupiscences of this or that pleasurable object differ in number. Reply to Obj. 1: Pleasurable good is the object of concupiscence, but not absolutely, but considered as absent, just as the sensible, considered as past, is the object of memory. For these particular conditions diversify the species of passions, and even of the powers of the sensitive part, which regards particular things. Reply to Obj. 2: In the passage quoted we have causal, not essential predication. For covetousness is not essentially love, but an effect of love. We may also say that Augustine is taking covetousness, in a wide sense, for any movement of the appetite in respect of good to come, so that it includes both love and hope. Reply to Obj. 3: The passion which is directed contrary to concupiscence has no name, and stands in relation to evil, as concupiscence in regard to good. But since, like fear, it regards the absent evil, sometimes it goes by the name of fear, just as hope is sometimes called covetousness. For a small good or evil is reckoned as though it were nothing, and consequently every movement of the appetite in future good or evil is called hope or fear, which regard good and evil as arduous. Third article. Whether some concupiscences are natural and some not natural. Objection 1. It would seem that concupiscences are not divided into those which are natural and those which are not. For concupiscence belongs to the animal appetite, as stated above in Article 1, third reply. But the natural appetite is contrasted with the animal appetite. Therefore, no concupiscence is natural. Objection 2. Further, material differences make no difference of species, but only numerical difference, a difference which is outside the purview of science. But if some concupiscences are natural and some not, they differ not only in respect of their objects, which amounts to a material difference, which is one of number only. Therefore, concupiscences should not be divided into those that are natural and those that are not. Objection 3. Further, reason is contrasted with nature, as stated in Phys. 2:5. If therefore in man there is a concupiscence which is not natural, it must needs be rational. But this is impossible, because since concupiscence is a passion, it belongs to the sensitive appetite and not to the will, which is the rational appetite. Therefore, there are no concupiscences which are not natural. On the contrary, the Philosopher, both in Ethic. 3:11 and Rhetoric. 1:11, distinguishes natural concupiscences from those that are not natural. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, concupiscence is the craving for pleasurable good. Now a thing is pleasurable in two ways. First, because it is suitable to the nature of the animal, for example, food, drink, and the like, and concupiscence of such pleasurable things is said to be natural. Secondly, a thing is pleasurable because it is apprehended as suitable to the animal, as when one apprehends something as good and suitable, and consequently takes pleasure in it. And concupiscence of such pleasurable things is said to be not natural, and is more wont to be called cupidity. Accordingly, concupiscences of the first kind, or natural concupiscences, are common to men and other animals, because to both there is something suitable and pleasurable according to nature. And in these all men agree. Wherefore the Philosopher, in Ethic. 3:11, calls them common and necessary. But concupiscences of the second kind are proper to men, to whom it is proper to devise something as good and suitable beyond that which nature requires. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhetoric. 1:11 that the former concupiscences are irrational, but the latter rational. And because different men reason differently, therefore the latter are also called, in Ethic. 3:11, peculiar and acquired, that is, in addition to those that are natural. Reply to Obj. 1. The same thing that is the object of the natural appetite may be the object of the animal appetite once it is apprehended, and in this way there may be an animal concupiscence of food, drink, and the like, which are objects of the natural appetite. Reply to Obj. 2. The difference between those concupiscences that are natural and those that are not is not merely a material difference. It is also, in a way, formal, insofar as it arises from a difference in the active object. Now the object of the appetite is the apprehended good. Hence diversity of the active object follows from diversity of apprehension, according as a thing is apprehended as suitable, either by absolute apprehension, whence arise natural concupiscences, which the Philosopher calls irrational (Rhetoric 1:11), or by apprehension together with deliberation, whence arise those concupiscences that are not natural, and which for this very reason the Philosopher calls rational (Rhetoric 1:11). Reply Obj. 3: Man has not only universal reason, pertaining to the intellectual faculty, but also particular reason, pertaining to the sensitive faculty, as stated in the first part, Q. 78, A. 4, Q. 81, A. 3. So that even rational concupiscence may pertain to the sensitive appetite. Moreover, the sensitive appetite can be moved by the universal reason also, through the medium of the particular imagination. Fourth article: Whether concupiscence is infinite? Objection 1: It would seem that concupiscence is not infinite. For the object of concupiscence is good, which has the aspect of an end. But where there is infinity, there is no end, according to Metaph. ii, 2. Therefore concupiscence cannot be infinite. Obj. 2: Further, concupiscence is of the fitting good, since it proceeds from love. But the infinite is without proportion, and therefore unfitting. Therefore concupiscence cannot be infinite. Obj. 3: Further, there is no passing through infinite things, and thus there is no reaching an ultimate term in them. But the subject of concupiscence is not delighted until he attain the ultimate term. Therefore, if concupiscence were infinite, no delight would ever ensue. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 3) that "since concupiscence is infinite, men desire an infinite number of things." I answer that, as stated above (A. 3), concupiscence is twofold. One is natural, the other is not natural. Natural concupiscence cannot be actually infinite, because it is of that which nature requires, and nature ever tends to something finite and fixed. Hence man never desires infinite meat or infinite drink. But just as in nature there is potential successive infinity, so can this kind of concupiscence be infinite successively, so that, for instance, after getting food, a man may desire food yet again, and so of anything else that nature requires, because these bodily goods, when obtained, do not last forever, but fail. Hence our Lord said to the woman of Samaria (John 4:13), "Whosoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again." But non-natural concupiscence is altogether infinite, because, as stated above (A. 3), it follows from the reason, and it belongs to the reason to proceed to infinity. Hence he that desires riches may desire to be rich, not up to a certain limit, but to be simply as rich as possible. Another reason may be assigned, according to the Philosopher (Polit. i, 3), why a certain concupiscence is finite and another infinite. Because concupiscence of the end is always infinite, since the end is desired for its own sake, for example, health, and thus greater health is more desired, and so on to infinity. just as, if a white thing of itself dilates the sight, that which is more white dilates it yet more. On the other hand, concupiscence of the means is not infinite, because the concupiscence of the means is in suitable proportion to the end. Consequently, those who place their end in riches have an infinite concupiscence of riches, whereas those who desire riches on account of the necessities of life desire a finite measure of riches, sufficient for the necessities of life, as the Philosopher says in Politics 1:3. The same applies to the concupiscence of any other things. Reply to Obj. 1. Every object of concupiscence is taken as something finite, either because it is finite in reality, as being once actually desired, or because it is finite as apprehended. For it cannot be apprehended as infinite, since the infinite is that from which, however much we may take, there always remains something to be taken, according to Phys. 3:6. Reply to Obj. 2. The reason is possessed of infinite power in a certain sense, insofar as it can be considered a thing infinitely, as appears in the addition of numbers and lines. Consequently, the infinite, taken in a certain way, is proportionate to reason. In fact, the universal which the reason apprehends is infinite in a sense, inasmuch as it contains potentially an infinite number of singulars. Reply to Obj. 3. In order that a man be delighted, there is no need for him to realize all that he desires, for he delights in the realization of each object of his concupiscence. End of question 30. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 31 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 31. Of delight, or pleasure, considered in itself, in 8 articles. We must now consider delight and sadness. Concerning delight, 4 things must be considered. 1. Delight in itself. 2. The causes of delight. 3. Its effects. 4. Its goodness and malice. Under the first head, there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether delight is a passion. Second, whether delight is subject to time. Third, whether it differs from joy. Fourth, whether it is in the intellectual appetite. Fifth, of the delights of the higher appetite compared with the delight of the lower. Sixth, of sensible delights compared with one another. Seventh, whether any delight is non-natural. Eighth, whether one delight can be contrary to another. First article, whether delight is a passion. Objection 1. It would seem that delight is not a passion. For Damascene, in On the True Faith 2:22, distinguishes operation from passion, and says that operation is a movement in accord with nature, while passion is a movement contrary to nature. But delight is an operation, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 7:12 and in Ethics 10:5. Therefore, delight is not a passion. Objection 2. Further, to be passive is to be moved, as stated in Phys. iii, 3. But delight does not consist in being moved, but in having been moved, for it arises from good already gained. Therefore, delight is not a passion. Obj. 3: Further, delight is a kind of perfection for the one who is delighted, since it "perfects operation," as stated in Ethic. x, 4, 5. But to be perfected does not consist in being passive or in being altered, as stated in Phys. vii, 3 and De Anima ii, 5. Therefore delight is not a passion. On the contrary, Augustine (De Civ. Dei ix, 2 and xiv, 5) reckons delight, joy or gladness, among the other passions of the soul. I answer that, the movements of the sensitive appetite are properly called passions, as stated above (Q. 22, A. 3). Now every emotion arising from a sensitive apprehension is a movement of the sensitive appetite, and this must needs be said of delight, since, according to the Philosopher (Rhet. i, 11), "delight is a certain movement of the soul, and a sensible establishing thereof all at once, in keeping with the nature of the thing." In order to understand this, we must observe that just as in natural things some happen to attain to their natural perfections, so does this happen in animals. And though movement towards perfection does not occur all at once, yet the attainment of natural perfection does occur all at once. Now there is this difference between animals and other natural things, that when these latter are established in the state becoming their nature, they do not perceive it, whereas animals do. And from this perception there arises a certain movement of the soul in the sensitive appetite, which movement is called delight. Accordingly, by saying that delight is "a movement of the soul," we designate its genus. By saying that it is "an establishment in keeping with the thing's nature," that is, with that which exists in the thing, we assign the cause of delight, viz. the presence of a becoming good. By saying that this establishing is "all at once," we mean that this establishing is to be understood not as in the process of establishment, but as in fact of complete establishment, in the term of the movement, as it were. For delight is not a "becoming," as Plato maintained in the Phlebus 32 and 33, but a complete fact, as stated in Ethic. 7:12. Lastly, by saying that this establishing is sensible, we exclude the perfections of insensible things, wherein there is no delight. It is therefore evident that, since delight is a movement of the animal appetite arising from an apprehension of sense, it is a passion of the soul. Reply Obj. 1: Connatural operation, which is unhindered, is a second perfection, as stated in De Anima ii, 1. And therefore when a thing is established in its proper connatural and unhindered operation, delight follows, which consists in a state of completion, as observed above. Accordingly, when we say that delight is an operation, we designate not its essence but its cause. Reply Obj. 2: A twofold movement is to be observed in an animal: one, according to the intention of the end, and this belongs to the appetite; the other, according to the execution, and this belongs to the external operation. And so, although in him who has already gained the good in which he delights, the movement of execution ceases, by which he tends to the end, Yet the movement of the appetitive faculty does not cease, since, just as before it desired that which it had not, so afterwards does it delight in that which it possesses. For though delight is a certain repose of the appetite, if we consider the presence of the pleasurable good that satisfies the appetite, nevertheless there remains the impression made on the appetite by its object, by reason of which delight is a kind of movement. Reply Obj. 3: Although the name of passion is more appropriate to those passions which have a corruptive and evil tendency, such as bodily ailments, as also sadness and fear in the soul, yet some passions have a tendency to something good, as stated above (Q. 23, Articles 1 and 4). And in this sense delight is called a passion. Second article: Whether delight is in time? Objection 1: It would seem that delight is in time. For "delight is a kind of movement," as the Philosopher says (Rhet. i, 11). But all movement is in time. Therefore delight is in time. Obj. 2: Further, a thing is said to last long and to be morose in respect of time. But some pleasures are called morose. Therefore pleasure is in time. Obj. 3: Further, the passions of the soul are of one same genus. But some passions of the soul are in time. Therefore delight is too. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. x, 4) that "no one takes pleasure according to time." I answer that, a thing may be in time in two ways: first, by itself; secondly, by reason of something else, and accidentally, as it were. For since time is the measure of successive things, those things are of themselves said to be in time, to which succession, or something pertaining to succession, is essential: such are movement, repose, speech, and such like. On the other hand, those things are said to be in time, by reason of something else and not of themselves, to which succession is not essential, but which are subject to something successive. Thus the fact of being a man is not essentially something successive, since it is not a movement, but the term of a movement or change, viz. of this being begotten. Yet, because human being is subject to changeable causes, in this respect to be a man is in time. Accordingly, we must say that delight, of itself indeed, is not in time. For it regards good already gained, which is, as it were, the term of the movement. But if this good gained be subject to change, the delight therein will be in time accidentally; whereas if it be altogether unchangeable, the delight therein will not be in time, either by reason of itself or accidentally. Reply Obj. 1: As stated in De Anima iii, 7, movement is twofold. One is "the act of something imperfect, that is, of something existing in potentiality, as such." This movement is successive and is in time. Another movement is "the act of something perfect, that is, of something existing in act"; for example, to understand, to feel, and to will, and such like, also to have delight. This movement is not successive, nor is it of itself in time. Reply Obj. 2: Delight is said to be long-lasting or morose, according as it is accidentally in time. Reply Obj. 3: Other passions, have not for their object a good obtained, as delight has. Wherefore there is more of the movement of the imperfect in them than in delight, and consequently it belongs more to delight not to be in time. Third article. Whether delight differs from joy. Objection 1. It would seem that delight is altogether the same as joy, because the passions of the soul differ according to their objects. But delight and joy have the same object, namely, a good obtained. Therefore, joy is altogether the same as delight. Objection 2. Further, one movement does not end in two terms, but one and the same movement, that of desire, ends in joy and delight. Therefore delight and joy are altogether the same. Objection 3. Further, if joy differs from delight, it seems that there is equal reason for distinguishing gladness, exultation, and cheerfulness from delight, so that they would all be various passions of the soul. But this seems to be untrue. Therefore, joy does not differ from delight. On the contrary, we do not speak of joy in irrational animals, whereas we do speak of delight in them. Therefore, joy is not the same as delight. I answer that joy, as Avicenna states in De Anima IV, is a kind of delight. For we must observe that, just as some concupiscences are natural, and some not natural, but consequent to reason, as stated above, in Q. 30, A. 3, so also some delights are natural, and some are not natural but rational. Or, as Damascene in De Fide Orth. 2:13, and Gregory of Nyssa in De Natura Humana 18 put it, some delights are of the body, some are of the soul, which amounts to the same. For we take delight both in those things which we desire naturally, when we get them, and in those things which we desire as a result of reason. But we do not speak of joy except when delight follows reason, and so we do not ascribe joy to irrational animals, but only delight. Now whatever we desire naturally can also be the object of reasoned desire and delight, but not vice versa. Consequently, whatever can be the object of delight can also be the object of joy in rational beings. And yet everything is not always the object of joy, since sometimes one feels a certain delight in the body without rejoicing thereat according to reason, and accordingly delight extends to more things than does joy. Reply to Obj. 1. Since the object of the appetite of the soul is an apprehended good, diversity of apprehension pertains, in a way, to diversity of the object. And so delights of the soul, which are also called joys, are distinct from bodily delights, which are not called otherwise than delights, as we have observed above in regard to concupiscences, Q. 30, A. 3, second reply. Reply to Obj. 2. A like difference is to be observed in concupiscences also, so that delight corresponds to concupiscence, while joy corresponds to desire, which seems to pertain more to concupiscence of the soul. Hence there is a difference of repose corresponding to the difference of movement. Reply to Obj. 3. These other names pertaining to delight are derived from the effects of delight. For laetitia, gladness, is derived from the dilation of the heart, as if one were to say latitia. Exultation is derived from the exterior signs of inward delight, which appear outwardly in so far as the inward joy breaks forth from its bounds. And cheerfulness is so called from certain special signs and effects of gladness. Yet all these names seem to belong to joy, for we do not employ them save in speaking of rational beings. Fourth article: whether delight is in the intellectual appetite. Objection 1. It would seem that delight is not in the intellectual appetite. Because the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 1:11 that delight is a sensible movement. But sensible movement is not an intellectual power. Therefore, delight is not in the intellectual appetite. Objection 2. Further, delight is a passion. But every passion is in the sensitive appetite. Therefore, delight is only in the sensitive appetite. Objection 3. Further, delight is common to us and to the irrational animals. Therefore, it is not elsewhere than in that power which we have in common with irrational animals. On the contrary, it is written in Psalm 36:4, "Delight in the Lord." But the sensitive appetite cannot reach to God. Only the intellectual appetite can. Therefore delight can be in the intellectual appetite. I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, a certain delight arises from the apprehension of the reason. Now on the reason apprehending something, not only the sensitive appetite is moved, as regards its application to some particular thing, but also the intellectual appetite, which is called the will. And accordingly, in the intellectual appetite or will, there is that delight which is called joy, but not bodily delight. However, there is this difference of delight in either power, that delight of the sensitive appetite is accompanied by a bodily transmutation, whereas delight of the intellectual appetite is nothing but the mere movement of the will. Hence Augustine says in De Civ. Dei xiv:6 that "desire and joy are nothing else but a volition of consent to the things we wish." Reply Obj. 1. In this definition of the Philosopher, he uses the word sensible in its wide acceptation for any kind of perception. For he says in Ethic. x, 4 that "delight is attendant upon every sense, as it is also upon every act of the intellect and contemplation." Or we may say that he is defining delight of the sensitive appetite. Reply Obj. 2. Delight has the character of passion, properly speaking, when accompanied by bodily transmutation. It is not thus in the intellectual appetite, but according to simple movement, for thus it is also in God and the angels. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:14 that "God rejoices by one simple act." And Dionysius says at the end of On the Heavenly Hierarchy that "the angels are not susceptible to our passible delight, but rejoice together with God with the gladness of incorruption." Reply Obj. 3. In us there is delight, not only in common with dumb animals, but also in common with angels. Wherefore Dionysius says on the Heavenly Hierarchy that "holy men often take part in the angelic delights." Accordingly, we have delight, not only in the sensitive appetite, which we have in common with dumb animals, but also in the intellectual appetite, which we have in common with the angels. Fifth Article. Whether bodily and sensible pleasures are greater than spiritual and intellectual pleasures? Objection 1. It would seem that bodily and sensible pleasures are greater than spiritual and intelligible pleasures. For all men seek some pleasure, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. x, 2, 4). But more seek sensible pleasures than intelligible spiritual pleasures. Therefore bodily pleasures are greater. Obj. 2. Further, the greatness of a cause is known by its effect. But bodily pleasures have greater effects, since "they alter the state of the body, and in some they cause madness" (Ethic. 7:3). Therefore bodily pleasures are greater. Obj. 3. Further, bodily pleasures need to be tempered and checked by reason of their vehemence, whereas there is no need to check spiritual pleasures. Therefore bodily pleasures are greater. On the contrary, it is written in Psalm 118, verse 103, "How sweet are thy words to my palate, more than honey to my mouth." And the Philosopher says (Ethic. x, 7) that "the greatest pleasure is derived from the operation of wisdom." I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), pleasure arises from union with a suitable object perceived or known. Now in the operations of the soul, especially of the sensitive and intellectual soul, it must be noted that, since they do not pass into outward matter, they are acts or perfections of the agent, for example, to understand, to feel, to will, and the like. Because actions which pass into outward matter are actions and perfections rather of the matter transformed, for "movement is the act produced by the mover in the thing moved" according to Phys. 3:3. Accordingly, the aforesaid actions of the sensitive and intellectual soul are themselves a certain good of the agent, and are known by sense and intellect. Wherefore from them also does pleasure arise, and not only from their objects. If therefore we compare intellectual pleasures with sensible pleasures, according as we delight in the very actions, for instance in sensitive and in intellectual knowledge, without doubt intellectual pleasures are much greater than sensible pleasures. For man takes much more delight in knowing something by understanding it, than in knowing something by perceiving it with his sense. Because intellectual knowledge is more perfect, and because it is better known, since the intellect reflects on its own act more than sense does. Moreover, intellectual knowledge is more beloved, for there is no one who would not forfeit his bodily sight rather than his intellectual vision, as beasts or fools are deprived thereof, as Augustine says On the Trinity xiv:14. If, however, intellectual spiritual pleasures be compared with sensible bodily pleasures, then, in themselves and absolutely speaking, spiritual pleasures are greater. And this appears from the consideration of the three things needed for pleasure, viz. the good which is brought into conjunction, that to which it is conjoined, and the conjunction itself. For spiritual good is both greater and more beloved than bodily good, a sign whereof is that men abstain from even the greatest bodily pleasures, rather than suffer loss of honor, which is an intellectual good. Likewise, the intellectual faculty is much more noble and more knowing than the sensitive faculty. Also, the conjunction is more intimate, more perfect, and more firm. More intimate, because the senses stop at the outward accidents of a thing, whereas the intellect penetrates to the essence, for the object of the intellect is what a thing is. More perfect, because the conjunction of the sensible to the sense implies movement, which is an imperfect act. Wherefore sensible pleasures are not perceived all at once, but some part of them is passing away, while some other part is looked forward to as yet to be realized, as is manifest in pleasures of the table and in sexual pleasures. Whereas intelligible things are without movement. Hence pleasures of this kind are realized all at once. More firm, because the objects of bodily pleasure are corruptible and soon pass away, whereas spiritual goods are incorruptible. On the other hand, in relation to us, bodily pleasures are more vehement for three reasons. First, because sensible things are more known to us than intelligible things. Secondly, because sensible pleasures, through being passions of the sensitive appetite, are accompanied by some alteration in the body, whereas this does not occur in spiritual pleasures, save by reason of a certain reaction of the superior appetite on the lower. Thirdly, because bodily pleasures are sought as remedies for bodily defects or troubles, whence various griefs arise. Wherefore bodily pleasures, by reason of their succeeding griefs of this kind, are felt the more, and consequently are welcomed more than spiritual pleasures, which have no contrary griefs, as we shall state farther on. Question 35, Article 5. Reply to Obj. 1. The reason why more seek bodily pleasures is because sensible goods are known better and more generally, and again, because men need pleasures as remedies for many kinds of sorrow and sadness. And since the majority cannot attain spiritual pleasures, which are proper to the virtuous, hence it is that they turn aside to seek those of the body. Reply to Obj. 2. Bodily transmutation arises more from bodily pleasures, inasmuch as they are passions of the sensitive appetite. Reply to Obj. 3. Bodily pleasures are realized in the sensitive faculty which is governed by reason. Wherefore they need to be tempered and checked by reason. But spiritual pleasures are in the mind, which is itself the rule. Wherefore they are in themselves both sober and moderate. Sixth Article. Whether the pleasures of touch are greater than the pleasures afforded by the other senses. Objection 1. It would seem that the pleasures of touch are not greater than the pleasures afforded by the other senses. Because the greatest pleasure seems to be that without which all joy is at an end. But such is the pleasure afforded by sight, according to the words of Job 5:12. What manner of joy shall be to me, who sit in darkness, and see not the light of heaven? Therefore, the pleasure afforded by the sight is the greatest of sensible pleasures. Obj. 2. Further, everyone finds treasure in what he loves, as the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. I, 11). But of all the senses the sight is loved most (Metaph. I, 1). Therefore the greatest pleasure seems to be afforded by sight. Obj. 3. Further, the beginning of friendship, which is for the sake of the pleasant, is principally sight. But pleasure is the cause of such friendship. Therefore the greatest pleasure seems to be afforded by sight. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 10) that the greatest pleasures are those which are afforded by the touch. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 25, A. 2, first reply; Q. 27, A. 4, first reply), everything gives pleasure according as it is loved. Now, as stated in Metaph. i, 1, the senses are loved for two reasons: for the purpose of knowledge, and on account of their usefulness. Wherefore the senses afford pleasure in both these ways. But because it is proper to man to apprehend knowledge itself as something good, it follows that the former pleasures of the senses, that is, those which arise from knowledge, are proper to man, whereas pleasures of the senses, as loved for their usefulness, are common to all animals. If, therefore, we speak of that sensible pleasure which is by reason of knowledge, it is evident that the sight affords greater pleasure than any other sense. On the other hand, if we speak of that sensible pleasure which is by reason of usefulness, then the greatest pleasure is afforded by the touch. For the usefulness of sensible things is gauged by the relation to the preservation of the animal's nature. Now the sensible objects of touch bear the closest relation to this usefulness. For the touch takes cognizance of those things which are vital to an animal, namely, of things hot and cold, and the like. Wherefore in this respect, the pleasures of touch are greater as being more closely related to the end. For this reason too, other animals which do not experience sensible pleasure, save by reason of usefulness, derive no pleasure from the other senses, except as subordinated to the sensible objects of the touch. For dogs do not take delight in the smell of hares, but in eating them. Nor does the lion feel pleasure in the lowing of an ox, but in devouring it. Ethic. iii, 10. Since then the pleasure afforded by touch is the greatest in respect of usefulness, and the pleasure afforded by sight the greatest in respect of knowledge, if anyone wish to compare these two, he will find that the pleasure of touch is, absolutely speaking, greater than the pleasure of sight, so far as the latter remains within the limits of sensible pleasure. Because it is evident that in everything that which is natural is most powerful, and it is to these pleasures of the touch that the natural concupiscences, such as those of food, sexual union, and the like, are ordained. If, however, we consider the pleasures of sight, inasmuch as sight is the handmaid of the mind, then the pleasures of sight are greater, forasmuch as intellectual pleasures are greater than sensible. Reply Obj. 1: Joy, as stated above (A. 3), denotes pleasure of the soul, and this belongs principally to the sight. But natural pleasure belongs principally to the touch. Reply Obj. 2: The sight is loved most on account of knowledge, because it helps us to distinguish many things, as is stated in the same passage, Metaph. i, 1. Reply Obj. 3: Pleasure causes carnal love in one way, the sight in another. For pleasure, especially that which is afforded by the touch, is the final cause of the friendship which is for the sake of the pleasant; whereas the sight is a cause, like that from which a movement has its beginning, inasmuch as the beholder on seeing the lovable object receives an impression of its image, which entices him to love it, and to seek its delight. Seventh article. Whether any pleasure is not natural. Objection 1. It would seem that no pleasure is not natural. For pleasure is to the emotions of the soul what repose is to bodies. But the appetite of a natural body does not repose save in a connatural place. Neither therefore can the repose of the animal appetite, which is pleasure, be elsewhere than in something connatural. Therefore no pleasure is non-natural. Objection 2. Further, what is against nature is violent. But "whatever is violent causes grief," according to Metaphysics 5:5. Therefore nothing which is unnatural can give pleasure. Obj. 3. Further, the fact of being established in one's own nature, if perceived, gives rise to pleasure, as is evident from the Philosopher's definition quoted above (A. 1). But it is natural to everything to be established in its nature, because natural movement tends to a natural end. Therefore every pleasure is natural. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 5, 6) that some things are pleasant, "not from nature but from disease." I answer that, we speak of that as being natural which is in accord with nature, as stated in Phys. ii, 1. Now in man, nature can be taken in two ways. First, inasmuch as intellect and reason is the principal part of man's nature, since in respect thereof he has his own specific nature. And in this sense those pleasures may be called natural to man which are derived from things pertaining to man in respect of his reason. For instance, it is natural to man to take pleasure in contemplating the truth, and in doing works of virtue. Secondly, nature in man may be taken as contrasted with reason, and as denoting that which is common to man and other animals, especially that part of man which does not obey reason. And in this sense that which pertains to the preservation of the body, either as regards the individual, as food, drink, sleep, and the like, or as regards the species, as sexual intercourse, are said to afford man natural pleasure. Under each kind of pleasures we find some that are not natural, speaking absolutely, and yet connatural in some respect. For it happens in an individual that some one of the natural principles of the species is corrupted, so that something which is contrary to the specific nature becomes accidentally natural to this individual. Thus it is natural to this hot water to give heat. Consequently, it happens that something which is not natural to man, either in regard to reason or in regard to the preservation of the body, becomes connatural to this individual man on account of there being some corruption of nature in him. And this corruption may be either on the part of the body, from some ailment. Thus to a man suffering from fever, sweet things seem bitter, and vice versa. Or from an evil temperament. Thus some take pleasure in eating earth and coals and the like. Or on the part of the soul. Thus from custom some take pleasure in cannibalism, or in the unnatural intercourse of man and beast, or other such things, which are not in accord with human nature. This suffices for the answers to the objections. Eighth article. Whether one pleasure can be contrary to another. Objection 1. it would seem that one pleasure cannot be contrary to another, because the passions of the soul derive their species and contrariety from their objects. Now the object of pleasure is the good. Since therefore good is not contrary to good, but good is contrary to evil and evil to good, as stated in Categories 8, it seems that one pleasure is not contrary to another. Obj. 2: Further, to one thing there is one contrary, as is proved in Metaph. x, 4. But sadness is contrary to pleasure. Therefore pleasure is not contrary to pleasure. Obj. 3: Further, if one pleasure is contrary to another, this is only on account of the contrariety of the things which give pleasure. But this difference is material, whereas contrariety is a difference of form, as stated in Metaph. x, 4. Therefore there is no contrariety between one pleasure and another. On the contrary, things of the same genus that impede one another are contraries, as the Philosopher states in Phys. 8:8. But some pleasures impede one another, as stated in Ethics 10:5. Therefore some pleasures are contrary to one another. I answer that, pleasure, in the emotions of the soul, is likened to repose in natural bodies, as stated above (Q. 23, A. 4). Now one repose is said to be contrary to another when they are in contrary termini. Thus repose in a high place is contrary to repose in a low place (Phys. 5:6). Wherefore it happens in the emotions of the soul that one pleasure is contrary to another. Reply Obj. 1: This saying of the Philosopher is to be understood of good and evil as applied to virtues and vices, because one vice may be contrary to another vice, whereas no virtue can be contrary to another virtue. But in other things nothing prevents one good from being contrary to another, such as hot and cold, of which the former is good in relation to fire, the latter in relation to water. And in this way one pleasure can be contrary to another. That this is impossible with regard to the good of virtue is due to the fact that virtue's good depends on fittingness in relation to some one thing, that is, the reason. Reply Obj. 2: Pleasure, in the emotions of the soul, is likened to natural repose in bodies, because its object is something suitable and connatural, so to speak. But sadness is like a violent repose, because its object is disagreeable to the animal appetite, just as the place of violent repose is disagreeable to the natural appetite. Now natural repose is contrary both to violent repose of the same body and to the natural repose of another, as stated in Phys. 5:6. Wherefore pleasure is contrary to both, to another pleasure and to sadness. Reply Obj. 3: The things in which we take pleasure, since they are the objects of pleasure, cause not only a material but also a formal difference, if the formality of pleasurableness be different. Because difference in the formal object causes a specific difference in acts and passions, as stated above in Q. 23, Articles 1 and 4, and in Q. 30, Article 2. End of question 31. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 32 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 32. Of the cause of pleasure, in 8 articles. We must now consider the causes of pleasure, and under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether operation is the proper cause of pleasure. Second, whether movement is a cause of pleasure. Third, whether hope and memory cause pleasure. Fourth, whether sadness causes pleasure. Fifth, whether the actions of others are a cause of pleasure to us. Sixth, whether doing good to another is a cause of pleasure. Seventh, whether likeness is a cause of pleasure. Eighth, whether wonder is a cause of pleasure. First article, whether operation is the proper cause of pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that operation is not the proper and first cause of pleasure. For, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 1:11, pleasure consists in a perception of the senses, since knowledge is requisite for pleasure, as stated above in question 31, Article 1. But the objects of operations are knowable before the operations themselves. Therefore, operation is not the proper cause of pleasure. Objection 2. Further, pleasure consists especially in an end gained, since it is this that is chiefly desired. But the end is not always an operation, but is sometimes the effect of the operation. Therefore, operation is not the proper and direct cause of pleasure. Objection 3. Further, leisure and rest consist in cessation from work, and they are objects of pleasure, according to Rhetoric 1:11. Therefore, operation is not the proper cause of pleasure. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 7, 12 and 13, Ethics 10, 4, that pleasure is a connatural and uninterrupted operation. I answer that, as stated above in question 31, Article 1, 2 things are requisite for pleasure, namely, the attainment of the suitable good, and knowledge of this attainment. Now each of these consists in a kind of operation, because actual knowledge is an operation, and the attainment of the suitable good is by means of an operation. Moreover, the proper operation itself is a suitable good, wherefore every pleasure must needs be the result of some operation. Reply to Objection 1. The objects of operations are not pleasurable save inasmuch as they are united to us, either by knowledge alone, as when we take pleasure in thinking of or looking at certain things, or in some other way in addition to knowledge, as when a man takes pleasure in knowing that he has something good, riches, honor, or the like, which would not be pleasurable unless they were apprehended as possessed. For as the Philosopher observes in Politics 2:2, we take great pleasure in looking upon a thing as our own by reason of the natural love we have for ourselves. Now to have such like things is nothing else but to use them or to be able to use them, and this is through some operation. Wherefore it is evident that every pleasure is traced to some operation as its cause. Reply to Obj. 2. Even when it is not an operation, but the effect of an operation, that is, the end, this effect is pleasant in so far as possessed or affected, and this implies use or operation. Reply to Obj. 3. Operations are pleasant in so far as they are proportionate and connatural to the agent. Now since human power is finite, operation is proportionate thereto according to a certain measure. Wherefore, if it exceed that measure, it will no longer be proportionate or pleasant, but on the contrary, painful and irksome. And in this sense, leisure and play and other things pertaining to repose are pleasant, inasmuch as they banish sadness which results from labor. Second article: whether movement is a cause of pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that movement is not a cause of pleasure. Because, as stated above (Q. 31, A. 1), the good which is obtained and is actually possessed is the cause of pleasure. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 12) that pleasure is not compared with generation, but with the operation of a thing already in existence. Now that which is being moved towards something has it not as yet, but, so to speak, is being generated in its regard, forasmuch as generation or corruption are united to every movement, as stated in Phys. viii, 3. Therefore movement is not a cause of pleasure. Obj. 2. Further, movement is the chief cause of toil and fatigue in our works. But operations, through being toilsome and fatiguing, are not pleasant but disagreeable. Therefore movement is not a cause of pleasure. Obj. 3. Further, movement implies a certain innovation, which is the opposite of custom. But things which we are accustomed to are pleasant, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric. I, 11. Therefore movement is not a cause of pleasure. On the contrary, Augustine says (Confessions viii, 3), "What means this, O Lord my God, whereas thou art everlasting joy to thyself, and some things around thee evermore rejoice in thee? What means this, that this portion of things ebbs and flows alternately displeased and reconciled?" From these words we gather that man rejoices and takes pleasure in some kind of alterations, and therefore movement seems to cause pleasure. I answer that, three things are requisite for pleasure: two, that is, the one that is pleased, and the pleasurable object conjoined to him; and a third, which is knowledge of this conjunction. And in respect of these three, movement is pleasant, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 14 and Rhetoric. I, 11. For as far as we who feel pleasure are concerned, change is pleasant to us because our nature is changeable, for which reason that which is suitable to us at one time is not suitable at another. Thus to warm himself at a fire is suitable to a man in winter, but not in summer. Again, on the part of the pleasing good which is united to us, change is pleasant, because the continued action of an agent increases its effect. Thus, the longer a person remains near the fire, the more he is warmed and dried. Now the natural mode of being consists in a certain measure, and therefore when the continued presence of a pleasant object exceeds the measure of one's natural mode of being, the removal of that object becomes pleasant. On the part of the knowledge itself, change becomes pleasant, because man desires to know something whole and perfect. When therefore a thing cannot be apprehended all at once as a whole, change in such a thing is pleasant, so that one part may pass and another succeed, and thus the whole be perceived. Hence Augustine says (Confessions 4:11): "Thou wouldest not have the syllables stay, but fly away, that others may come, and thou hear the whole." And so whenever any one thing is made up of many, all of which do not exist together, all would please collectively more than they do severally, if all could be perceived collectively. If therefore there be anything whose nature is unchangeable, the natural mode of whose being cannot be exceeded by the continuation of any pleasing object, and which can behold the whole object of its delight at once, to such a one change will afford no delight, and the more any pleasures approach to this, the more they are capable of being continual. Reply Obj. 1: Although the subject of movement has not yet perfectly that to which it is moved, nevertheless it is beginning to have something thereof, and in this respect movement itself has something of pleasure. But it falls short of the perfection of pleasure, because the more perfect pleasures regard things that are unchangeable. Moreover, movement becomes the cause of pleasure, in so far as thereby something which previously was unsuitable becomes suitable or ceases to be, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2: Movement causes toil and fatigue, when it exceeds our natural appetite. It is not thus that it causes pleasure, but by removing the obstacles to our natural aptitude. Reply Obj. 3: What is customary becomes pleasant, in so far as it becomes natural, because custom is like a second nature. But the movement which gives pleasure is not that which departs from custom, but rather that which prevents the corruption of the natural mode of being, that might result from continued operation. And thus, from the same cause of connaturalness, both custom and movement become pleasant. Third article: Whether hope and memory cause pleasure. Objection 1: It would seem that memory and hope do not cause pleasure. Because pleasure is caused by present good, as Damascene says (De Fide Orth. 2:12). But hope and memory regard what is absent, since memory is of the past, and hope of the future. Therefore memory and hope do not cause pleasure. Obj. 2: Further, the same thing is not the cause of contraries. But hope causes affliction, according to Prov. 13:12: "Hope that is deferred afflicteth the soul." Therefore hope does not cause pleasure. Obj. 3: Further, just as hope agrees with pleasure in regarding good, so also do desire and love. Therefore hope should not be assigned as a cause of pleasure any more than desire or love. On the contrary, it is written (Rom. 12:12): "Rejoicing in hope," and (Ps. 76:4): "I remembered God, and was delighted." I answer that, Pleasure is caused by the presence of suitable good, in so far as it is felt or perceived in any way. Now a thing is present to us in two ways. First, in knowledge, that is, according as the thing known is in the knower by its likeness. Secondly, in reality, that is, according as one thing is in real conjunction of any kind with another, either actually or potentially. And since real conjunction is greater than conjunction by likeness, which is the conjunction of knowledge, and again, since actual is greater than potential conjunction, therefore the greatest pleasure is that which arises from sensation, which requires the presence of the sensible object. The second place belongs to the pleasure of hope, wherein there is pleasurable conjunction, not only in respect of apprehension, but also in respect of the faculty or power of obtaining the pleasurable object. The third place belongs to the pleasure of memory, which has only the conjunction of apprehension. Reply to Obj. 1. Hope and memory are indeed of things which, absolutely speaking, are absent, and yet those are, after a fashion, present, that is, either according to apprehension only, or according to apprehension and possibility, at least supposed, of attainment. Reply to Obj. 2. Nothing prevents the same thing, in different ways, being the cause of contraries. And so hope, inasmuch as it implies a present appraising of a future good, causes pleasure, whereas, inasmuch as it implies absence of that good, it causes affliction. Reply to Obj. 3. Love and concupiscence also cause pleasure. For everything that is loved becomes pleasing to the lover, since love is a kind of union or connaturalness of lover and beloved. In like manner, every object of desire is pleasing to the one that desires, since desire is chiefly a craving for pleasure. However, hope, as implying a certainty of the real presence of the pleasing good, that is not implied either by love or by concupiscence, is reckoned in preference to them as causing pleasure, and also in preference to memory, which is of that which has already passed away. Fourth article: whether sadness causes pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that sadness does not cause pleasure. For nothing causes its own contrary. But sadness is contrary to pleasure. Therefore it does not cause it. Objection 2. Further, contraries have contrary effects. But pleasures, when called to mind, cause pleasure. Therefore sad things, when remembered, cause sorrow and not pleasure. Objection 3. Further, as sadness is to pleasure, so is hatred to love. But hatred does not cause love, but rather the other way around, as stated above in Question 29, Article 2. Therefore, sadness does not cause pleasure. On the contrary, it is written in Psalm 41:4, "My tears have been my bread day and night," where bread denotes the refreshment of pleasure. Therefore tears, which arise from sadness, can give pleasure. I answer that sadness may be considered in two ways: as existing actually, and as existing in the memory. And in both ways sadness can cause pleasure. Because sadness, as actually existing, causes pleasure, inasmuch as it brings to the mind that which is loved, the absence of which causes sadness, and yet the mere thought of it gives pleasure. The recollection of sadness becomes a cause of pleasure, on account of the deliverance which ensued, because absence of evil is looked upon as something good. Wherefore, so far as a man thinks that he has been delivered from that which caused him sorrow and pain, so much reason has he to rejoice. Hence Augustine says in On the City of God 22:31, as well Gregory in his commentary on Job 4, that "oftentimes in joy we call to mind sad things, and in the season of health we recall past pains without feeling pain, and in proportion are the more filled with joy and gladness." And again, in Confessions 8:3, he says that "the more peril there was in the battle, so much the more joy will there be in the triumph." Reply to Obj. 1: Sometimes, accidentally, a thing is the cause of its contrary: thus, "that which is cold sometimes causes heat," as stated in Phys. viii, 1. In like manner, sadness is the accidental cause of pleasure, in so far as it gives rise to the apprehension of something pleasant. Reply Obj. 2: Sad things, called to mind, cause pleasure, not in so far as they are sad and contrary to pleasant things, but in so far as man is delivered from them. In like manner, the recollection of pleasant things, by reason of these being lost, may cause sadness. Reply Obj. 3: Hatred also can be the accidental cause of love, that is, so far as some love one another, inasmuch as they agree in hating one and the same thing. Fifth article: Whether the actions of others are a cause of pleasure to us? Objection 1: It would seem that the actions of others are not a cause of pleasure to us. Because the cause of pleasure is our own good when conjoined to us. But the actions of others are not conjoined to us. Therefore they are not a cause of pleasure to us. Objection 2: Further, the action is the agent's own good. If therefore the actions of others are a cause of pleasure to us, for the same reason all goods belonging to others will be pleasing to us, which is evidently untrue. Obj. 3: Further, action is pleasant through proceeding from an innate habit. Hence it is stated in Ethic. ii, 3 that "we must reckon the pleasure which follows after action as being the sign of a habit existing in us." But the actions of others do not proceed from habits existing in us, but sometimes from habits existing in the agents. Therefore the actions of others are not pleasing to us, but to the agents themselves. On the contrary, it is written in the second canonical epistle of John, verse 4, "I was exceedingly glad that I found thy children walking in truth." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, as well in Question 31, Article 1, two things are requisite for pleasure, namely, the attainment of one's proper good, and the knowledge of having obtained it. Wherefore the action of another may cause pleasure to us in three ways. First, from the fact that we obtain some good through the action of another, and in this way the actions of those who do some good to us are pleasing to us, since it is pleasant to be benefited by another. Secondly, from the fact that another's action makes us to know or appreciate our own good. And for this reason men take pleasure in being praised or honored by others, because, to wit, they thus become aware of some good existing in themselves. And since this appreciation receives greater weight from the testimony of good and wise men, Hence men take greater pleasure in being praised and honored by them. And because a flatterer appears to praise, therefore flattery is pleasing to some. And as love is for something good, while admiration is for something great, so it is pleasant to be loved and admired by others, inasmuch as a man thus becomes aware of his own goodness or greatness, through their giving pleasure to others. Thirdly, from the fact that another's actions, if they be good, are reckoned as one's own good, by reason of the power of love, which makes a man to regard his friend as one with himself; and on account of hatred, which makes one to reckon another's good as being in opposition to oneself, the evil action of an enemy becomes an object of pleasure, whence it is written in 1 Corinthians 13:6 that charity "rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth with the truth." Reply to Obj. 1: Another's action may be conjoined to me, either by its effect, as in the first way, or by knowledge, as in the second way, or by affection, as in the third way. Reply to Obj. 2: This argument avails for the third mode, but not for the first two. Reply to Obj. 3: Although the actions of another do not proceed from habits that are in me, yet they either produce in me something that gives pleasure, or they make me appreciate or know a habit of mind, or they proceed from the habit of one who is united to me by love. Sixth article. Whether doing good to another is a cause of pleasure. Objection 1: It would seem that doing good to another is not a cause of pleasure. Because pleasure is caused by one's obtaining one's proper good, as stated above in Articles 1 and 5, as well as Question 31, Article 1. But doing good pertains not to the obtaining, but to the spending of one's proper good. Therefore it seems to be the cause of sadness rather than of pleasure. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iv, 1) that "illiberality is more connatural to man than prodigality." Now it is a mark of prodigality to do good to others, while it is a mark of illiberality to desist from doing good. Since therefore everyone takes pleasure in a connatural operation, as stated in Ethic. 7:14 and Ethic. 10:4, it seems that doing good to others is not a cause of pleasure. Obj. 3: Further, contrary effects proceed from contrary causes. But man takes a natural pleasure in certain kinds of ill-doing, such as overcoming, contradicting, or scolding others, or, if he be angry, in punishing them, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric. 1:11. Therefore doing good to others is a cause of sadness rather than pleasure. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Polit. ii, 2 that "it is most pleasant to give presents or assistance to friends and strangers." I answer that, doing good to another may give pleasure in three ways. First, in consideration of the effect, which is the good conferred on another. In this respect, inasmuch as through being united to others by love, we look upon their good as being our own, we take pleasure in the good we do to others, especially to our friends, as in our own good. Secondly, in consideration of the end, as when a man, from doing good to another, hopes to get some good for himself, either from God or from man, for hope is a cause of pleasure. Thirdly, in consideration of the principle, and thus doing good to another can give pleasure in respect of a threefold principle. One is the faculty of doing good, and in this regard doing good to another becomes pleasant, in so far as it arouses in man an imagination of abundant good existing in him, whereof he is able to give others a share. Wherefore men take pleasure in their children and in their own works, as being things on which they bestow a share of their own good. Another principle is man's habitual inclination to do good, by reason of which doing good becomes connatural to him, for which reason the liberal man takes pleasure in giving to others. The third principle is the motive. For instance, when a man is moved by one whom he loves, to do good to someone, for whatever we do or suffer for a friend is pleasant, because love is the principal cause of pleasure. Reply to Obj. 1: Spending gives pleasure as showing forth one's good. But in so far as it empties us of our own good, it may be a cause of sadness, for instance, when it is excessive. Reply to Obj. 2: Prodigality is an excessive spending which is unnatural, wherefore prodigality is said to be contrary to nature. Reply to Obj. 3: To overcome, to contradict, and to punish give pleasure, not as tending to another's ill, but as pertaining to one's own good, which man loves more than he hates another's ill. For it is naturally pleasant to overcome, inasmuch as it makes a man to appreciate his own superiority. Wherefore all those games in which there is a striving for the mastery, and a possibility of winning it, afford the greatest pleasure. And speaking generally, all contests, in so far as they admit hope of victory. To contradict and to scold can give pleasure in two ways. First, as making man imagine himself to be wise and excellent, since it belongs to wise men and elders to reprove and to scold. Secondly, in so far as by scolding and reproving one does good to another, for this gives one pleasure, as stated above. It is pleasant to an angry man to punish, in so far as he thinks himself to be removing an apparent slight, which seems to be due to a previous hurt. For when a man is hurt by another, he seems to be slighted thereby, and therefore he wishes to be quit of this slight by paying back the hurt. And thus it is clear that doing good to another may be of itself pleasant, whereas doing evil to another is not pleasant, except in so far as it seems to affect one's own good. Seventh article: Whether likeness is a cause of pleasure. Objection 1: It would seem that likeness is not a cause of pleasure, because ruling and presiding seem to imply a certain unlikeness. But it is natural to take pleasure in ruling and presiding, as stated in Rhetoric 1:11. Therefore, unlikeness, rather than likeness, is a cause of pleasure. Objection 2: Further, nothing is more unlike pleasure than sorrow. But those who are burdened by sorrow are most inclined to seek pleasures, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 14. Therefore, unlikeness, rather than likeness, is a cause of pleasure. Obj. 3: Further, those who are satiated with certain delights derive not pleasure but disgust from them, as when one is satiated with food. Therefore, likeness is not a cause of pleasure. On the contrary, likeness is a cause of love, as above stated, Question 27, Article 3. And love is the cause of pleasure. Therefore, likeness is a cause of pleasure. I answer that, likeness is a kind of unity. Hence, that which is like to us, as being one with us, causes pleasure, just as it causes love, as stated above, Question 27, Article 3. And if that which is like us does not hurt our own good, but increase it, it is pleasurable simply. For instance, one man in respect of another, one youth in relation to another. But if it be hurtful to our own good, thus accidentally it causes disgust or sadness, not as being like and one with us, but as hurtful to that which is yet more one with us. Now it happens in two ways that something like is hurtful to our own good. First, by destroying the measure of our own good by a kind of excess. Because good, especially bodily good, as health, is conditioned by a certain measure. Wherefore, superfluous good or any bodily pleasure causes disgust. Secondly, by being directly contrary to one's own good. Thus a potter dislikes other potters, not because they are potters, but because they deprive him of his own excellence or profits, which he seeks as his own good. Reply to Obj. 1. Since ruler and subject are in communion with one another, there is a certain likeness between them. But this likeness is conditioned by a certain superiority, since ruling and presiding pertain to the excellence of a man's own good, because they belong to men who are wise and better than others. The result being that they give man an idea of his own excellence. Another reason is that by ruling and presiding, a man does good to others, which is pleasant. Reply to Obj. 2. That which gives pleasure to the sorrowful man, though it be unlike sorrow, bears some likeness to the man that is sorrowful, because sorrows are contrary to his own good. Wherefore, the sorrowful man seeks pleasure as making for his own good, in so far as it is a remedy for its contrary. And this is why bodily pleasures, which are contrary to certain sorrows, are more sought than intellectual pleasures, which have no contrary sorrow, as we shall state later on, Question 35, Article 5. And this explains why all animals naturally desire pleasure, because animals ever work through sense and movement. For this reason also, young people are most inclined to seek pleasures, on account of the many changes to which they are subject, while yet growing. Moreover, this is why the melancholic has a strong desire for pleasures, in order to drive away sorrow, because his body is corroded by a base humor, as stated in Ethics 7:14. Reply to Obj. 3. Bodily goods are conditioned by a certain fixed measure. Wherefore, surfeit of such things destroys the proper good, and consequently gives rise to disgust and sorrow, through being contrary to the proper good of man. Eighth Article. Whether wonder is a cause of pleasure? Objection 1. It would seem that wonder is not a cause of pleasure. Because wonder is the act of one who is ignorant of the nature of something, as Damascene says. But knowledge rather than ignorance is a cause of pleasure. Therefore, wonder is not a cause of pleasure. Objection 2. Further, wonder is the beginning of wisdom, being, as it were, the road to the search of truth, as stated in the beginning of Metaphysics 1, 2. But "it is more pleasant to think of what we know than to seek what we know not," as the Philosopher says in Ethic. x, 7. Since in the latter case we encounter difficulties and hindrances, in the former not; while pleasure arises from an operation which is unhindered, as stated in Ethic. vii, 12, 13. Therefore wonder hinders rather than causes pleasure. Obj. 3: Further, everyone takes pleasure in what he is accustomed to: wherefore the actions of habits acquired by custom are pleasant. But "we wonder at what is unwonted," as Augustine says in his commentary on the Gospel of John 24. Therefore wonder is contrary to the cause of pleasure. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric. I, 11 that wonder is the cause of pleasure. I answer that, it is pleasant to get what one desires, as stated above (Q. 23, A. 4). And therefore the greater the desire for the thing loved, the greater the pleasure when it is attained. Indeed, the very increase of desire brings with it an increase of pleasure, according as it gives rise to the hope of obtaining that which is loved, since it was stated above (A. 3, ad 3) that desire resulting from hope is a cause of pleasure. Now wonder is a kind of desire for knowledge, a desire which comes to man when he sees an effect of which the cause either is unknown to him, or surpasses his knowledge or faculty of understanding. Consequently, wonder is a cause of pleasure, in so far as it includes a hope of getting the knowledge which one desires to have. For this reason, whatever is wonderful is pleasing: for instance, things that are scarce. Also, representations of things, even of those which are not pleasant in themselves, give rise to pleasure. For the soul rejoices in comparing one thing with another, because comparison of one thing with another is the proper and connatural act of the reason, as the Philosopher says in Poetics iv. This again is why "it is more delightful to be delivered from great danger, because it is something wonderful," as stated in Rhetoric. I, 11. Reply Obj. 1: Wonder gives pleasure, not because it implies ignorance, but in so far as it includes the desire of learning the cause, and in so far as the wonderer learns something new, that is, that the cause is other than he had thought it to be. Translator's note: according to another reading, that he is other than he thought himself to be. Reply Obj. 2: Pleasure includes two things: rest in the good, and perception of this rest. As to the former, therefore, since it is more perfect to contemplate the known truth than to seek for the unknown, the contemplation of what we know is in itself more pleasing than the research of what we do not know. Nevertheless, as to the second, it happens that research is sometimes more pleasing accidentally, in so far as it proceeds from a greater desire. For greater desire is awakened when we are conscious of our ignorance. This is why man takes the greatest pleasure in finding or learning things for the first time. Reply Obj. 3: It is pleasant to do what we are wont to do, inasmuch as this is connatural to us, as it were. And yet things that are of rare occurrence can be pleasant, either as regards knowledge, from the fact that we desire to know something about them, in so far as they are wonderful; or as regards action, from the fact that, "The mind is more inclined by desire to act intensely in things that are new," as stated in Ethic. x, 4, since more perfect operation causes more perfect pleasure. End of question 32. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 33 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 33. Of the effects of pleasure, in 4 articles. We must now consider the effects of pleasure, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether expansion is an effect of pleasure. Second, whether pleasure causes thirst or desire for itself. Third, whether pleasure hinders the use of reason. Fourth, whether pleasure perfects operation. First article, whether expansion is an effect of pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that expansion is not an effect of pleasure. For expansion seems to pertain more to love, according to the Apostle in 2 Corinthians 6:11, "Our heart is enlarged." Wherefore it is written in Psalm 118, verse 96, concerning the precept of charity, "Thy commandment is exceedingly broad." But pleasure is a distinct passion from love. Therefore expansion is not an effect of pleasure. Objection 2. Further, when a thing expands, it is enabled to receive more. But receiving pertains to desire, which is for something not yet possessed. Therefore expansion seems to belong to desire rather than to pleasure. Objection 3. Further, contraction is contrary to expansion. But contraction seems to belong to pleasure, for the hand closes on that which we wish to grasp firmly, and such is the affection of appetite in regard to that which pleases it. Therefore expansion does not pertain to pleasure. On the contrary, in order to express joy, it is written in Isaiah 60, verse 5, "Thou shalt see and abound; thy heart shall wonder and be enlarged." Moreover, pleasure is called by the name of laetitia, as being derived from dilatatio, expansion, as stated above in question 31, Article 3, third reply. I answer that breadth, latitudo, is a dimension of bodily magnitude. Hence it is not applied to the emotions of the soul, save metaphorically. Now expansion denotes a kind of movement towards breadth, and it belongs to pleasure in respect of the 2 things requisite for pleasure. One of these is on the part of the apprehensive power, which is cognizant of the conjunction with some suitable good. As a result of this apprehension, man perceives that he has attained a certain perfection, which is a magnitude of the spiritual order, and in this respect man's mind is said to be magnified or expanded by pleasure. The other requisite for pleasure is on the part of the appetitive power, which acquiesces in the pleasurable object, and rests therein, offering, as it were, to enfold it within itself. And thus man's affection is expanded by pleasure, as though it surrendered itself to hold within itself the object of its pleasure. Reply to Obj. 1. In metaphorical expressions, nothing hinders one and the same thing from being attributed to different things according to different likenesses. And in this way, expansion pertains to love by reason of a certain spreading out, in so far as the affection of the lover spreads out to others, so as to care not only for his own interests, but also for what concerns others. On the other hand, expansion pertains to pleasure, in so far as a thing becomes more ample in itself, so as to become more capacious. Reply to Obj. 2. Desire includes a certain expansion arising from the imagination of the thing desired. But this expansion increases at the presence of the pleasurable object, because the mind surrenders itself more to that object when it is already taking pleasure in it, than when it desires it before possessing it, since pleasure is the end of desire. Reply to Obj. 3. He that takes pleasure in a thing holds it fast, by clinging to it with all his might, but he opens his heart to it, that he may enjoy it perfectly. Second article. Whether pleasure causes thirst or desire for itself. Objection 1. It would seem that pleasure does not cause desire for itself, because all movement ceases when repose is reached. But pleasure is, as it were, a certain repose of the movement of desire, as stated above, in Q. 23, Article 4, and in Q. 25, Article 2. Therefore, the movement of desire ceases when pleasure is reached. Therefore, pleasure does not cause desire. Obj. 2. Further, a thing does not cause its contrary. But pleasure is, in a way, contrary to desire on the part of the object, since desire regards a good which is not yet possessed, whereas pleasure regards the good that is possessed. Therefore, pleasure does not cause desire for itself. Obj. 3. Further, distaste is incompatible with desire. But pleasure often causes distaste. Therefore, it does not cause desire. On the contrary, our Lord said in John 4:13, "Whosoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again," where, according to Augustine, in his commentary on the Gospel of John 15, water denotes pleasures of the body. I answer that, pleasure can be considered in two ways. First, as existing in reality. Secondly, as existing in the memory. Again, thirst or desire can be taken in two ways. First, properly, as denoting a craving for something not possessed. Secondly, in general, as excluding distaste. Considered as existing in reality, pleasure does not of itself cause thirst or desire for itself, but only accidentally, provided we take thirst or desire as denoting a craving for something not possessed. Because pleasure is an emotion of the appetite in respect of something already present. But it may happen that what is actually present is not perfectly possessed, and this may be on the part of the thing possessed or on the part of the possessor. On the part of the thing possessed, this happens through the thing possessed not being a simultaneous whole, wherefore one obtains possession of it successively, and while taking pleasure in what one has, one desires to possess the remainder. Thus, if a man is pleased with the first part of a verse, he desires to hear the second part, as Augustine says in Confessions 4:11. In this way, nearly all bodily pleasures cause thirst for themselves until they are fully realized, because pleasures of this kind arise from some movement, as is evident in the pleasures of the table. On the part of the possessor, this happens when a man possesses a thing which is perfect in itself, yet does not possess it perfectly, but obtains possession of it little by little. Thus, in this life, a faint perception of divine knowledge affords us delight, and delight sets up a thirst or desire for perfect knowledge, in which sense we may understand the words of Ecclesiasticus 24:29: "They that drink me shall yet thirst." On the other hand, if by thirst or desire we understand the mere intensity of the emotion, that excludes distaste, thus more than all others, spiritual pleasures cause thirst or desire for themselves. Because bodily pleasures become distasteful by reason of their causing an excess in the natural mode of being, when they are increased or even when they are protracted, as is evident in the case of pleasures of the table. This is why, when a man arrives at the point of perfection in bodily pleasures, he wearies of them, and sometimes desires another kind. Spiritual pleasures, on the contrary, do not exceed the natural mode of being, but perfect nature. Hence, when their point of perfection is reached, then do they afford the greatest delight, except perchance accidentally, in so far as the work of contemplation is accompanied by some operation of the bodily powers, which tire from protracted activity. And in this sense also we may understand those words of Ecclesiasticus 24:29: "They that drink me shall yet thirst." For, even of the angels, who know God perfectly and delight in Him, it is written (1 Peter 1:12) that they "desire to look at Him." Lastly, if we consider pleasure not as existing in reality, but as existing in the memory, thus it has of itself a natural tendency to cause thirst and desire for itself, when, to wit, man returns to that disposition in which he was when he experienced the pleasure that is past. But if he be changed from that disposition, the memory of that pleasure does not give him pleasure, but distaste, for instance, the memory of food in respect of a man who has eaten to repletion. Reply Obj. 1: When pleasure is perfect, then it includes complete rest, and the movement of desire tending to what was not possessed ceases. But when it is imperfect, then the desire tending to what was not possessed does not cease altogether. Reply Obj. 2: That which is possessed imperfectly is possessed in one respect, and in another respect is not possessed. Consequently, it may be the object of desire and pleasure at the same time. Reply Obj. 3: Pleasures cause distaste in one way, desire in another, as stated above. Third article: Whether pleasure hinders the use of reason? Objection 1: It would seem that pleasure does not hinder the use of reason, because repose facilitates very much the due use of reason, wherefore the Philosopher says (Phys. vii, 3) that "while we sit and rest, the soul is inclined to knowledge and prudence." And it is written (Wisdom 8:16): "When I go into my house, I shall repose myself with her," that is, wisdom. But pleasure is a kind of repose. Therefore it helps rather than hinders the use of reason. Obj. 2: Further, Things which are not in the same subject, though they be contraries, do not hinder one another. But pleasure is in the appetitive faculty, while the use of reason is in the apprehensive power. Therefore pleasure does not hinder the use of reason. Obj. 3: Further, that which is hindered by another seems to be moved, as it were, thereby. But the use of an apprehensive power moves pleasure rather than is moved by it, because it is the cause of pleasure. Therefore pleasure does not hinder the use of reason. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. vi, 5 that pleasure destroys the estimate of prudence. I answer that, as is stated in Ethic. x, 5, appropriate pleasures increase activity, whereas pleasures arising from other sources are impediments to activity. Accordingly, there is a certain pleasure that is taken in the very act of reason, as when one takes pleasure in contemplating or in reasoning. And such pleasure does not hinder the act of reason, but helps it, because we are more attentive in doing that which gives us pleasure, and attention fosters activity. On the other hand, bodily pleasures hinder the use of reason in three ways. First, by distracting the reason, because, as we have just observed, we attend much to that which pleases us. Now when the attention is firmly fixed on one thing, it is either weakened in respect of other things, or it is entirely withdrawn from them. And thus, if the bodily pleasure be great, either it entirely hinders the use of reason, by concentrating the mind's attention on itself, or else it hinders it considerably. Secondly, by being contrary to reason. Because some pleasures, especially those that are in excess, are contrary to the order of reason. And in this sense the Philosopher says that bodily pleasures destroy the estimate of prudence, but not the speculative estimate, to which they are not opposed. For instance, that the three angles of a triangle are together equal to two right angles. In the first sense, however, they hinder both estimates. Thirdly, by fettering the reason, insofar as bodily pleasure is followed by a certain alteration in the body, greater even than in the other passions, in proportion as the appetite is more vehemently affected towards a present than towards an absent thing. Now such bodily disturbances hinder the use of reason, as may be seen in the case of drunkards, in whom the use of reason is fettered or hindered. Reply to Obj. 1: Bodily pleasure implies indeed repose of the appetite in the object of pleasure, which repose is sometimes contrary to reason, but on the part of the body it always implies alteration, and in respect of both points it hinders the use of reason. Reply to Obj. 2: The powers of the appetite and of apprehension are indeed distinct parts, but belonging to the one soul. Consequently, when the soul is very intent on the action of one part, it is hindered from attending to a contrary act of the other part. Reply to Obj. 3: The use of reason requires the due use of the imagination and of the other sensitive powers, which are exercised through a bodily organ. Consequently, alteration in the body hinders the use of reason, because it hinders the act of the imagination and of the other sensitive powers. Fourth article: Whether pleasure perfects operation. Objection 1: It would seem that pleasure does not perfect operation. For every human operation depends on the use of reason. But pleasure hinders the use of reason, as stated above in Article 3. Therefore pleasure does not perfect, but weakens human operation. Obj. 2: Further, nothing perfects itself or its cause. But pleasure is an operation, according to Ethic. 7:12 and Ethic. 10:4. That is, either in its essence or in its cause. Therefore pleasure does not perfect operation. Obj. 3: Further, if pleasure perfects operation, it does so either as end, or as form, or as agent. But not as end, because operation is not sought for the sake of pleasure, but rather the reverse, as stated above (Q. 4, A. 2). Nor as agent, because rather is it the operation that causes pleasure. Nor again as form, because, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. 10:4), pleasure does not perfect operation as a habit does. Therefore pleasure does not perfect operation. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 10:4 that pleasure perfects operation. I answer that, pleasure perfects operation in two ways. First, as an end, not indeed according as an end is that on account of which a thing is, but according as every good which is added to a thing and completes it can be called its end. And in this sense the Philosopher says in Ethic. 10:4 that pleasure perfects operation as some end added to it, that is to say, inasmuch as to this good, which is operation, there is added another good, which is pleasure, denoting the repose of the appetite in a good that is presupposed. Secondly, as agent, not indeed directly, for the Philosopher says in Ethic. 10:4 that pleasure perfects operation, not as a physician makes a man healthy, but as health does. But it does so indirectly, inasmuch as the agent, through taking pleasure in his action, is more eagerly intent on it, and carries it out with greater care. And in this sense it is said in Ethic. 10:5 that pleasures increase their appropriate activities, and hinder those that are not appropriate. Reply to Obj. 1: It is not every pleasure that hinders the act of reason, but only bodily pleasure. For this arises not from the act of reason, but from the act of the concupiscible faculty, which act is intensified by pleasure. On the contrary, pleasure that arises from the act of reason strengthens the use of reason. Reply to Obj. 2: As stated in Phys. ii, 3, things may be causes of one another if one be the efficient, the other the final cause. And in this way operation is the efficient cause of pleasure, while pleasure perfects operation by way of final cause, as stated above. The reply to the third objection is evident for what has been said. End of question 33. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 34 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 34. Of the goodness and malice of pleasures, in 4 articles. We must now consider the goodness and malice of pleasures, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry: first, whether every pleasure is evil; second, if not, whether every pleasure is good; third, whether any pleasure is the greatest good; fourth, whether pleasure is the measure or rule by which to judge of moral good and evil. First article: whether every pleasure is evil. Objection 1: It would seem that every pleasure is evil. For that which destroys prudence and hinders the use of reason seems to be evil in itself, since man's good is to be in accord with reason, as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv). But pleasure destroys prudence, and it hinders the use of reason, and so much the more as the pleasure is greater. Wherefore, in sexual pleasures, which are the greatest of all, it is impossible to understand anything, as stated in Ethic. vii, 11. Moreover, Jerome says in his commentary on Matthew that "at the time of conjugal intercourse the presence of the Holy Ghost is not vouchsafed, even if it be a prophet that fulfills the conjugal duty." Therefore pleasure is evil in itself, and consequently every pleasure is evil. Obj. 2: Further, that which the virtuous man shuns, and the man lacking in virtue seeks, seems to be evil in itself and should be avoided, because, as stated in Ethic. x, 5, "the virtuous man is a kind of measure and rule of human actions." And the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 2:15, "The spiritual man judgeth all things." But children and dumb animals, in whom there is no virtue, seek pleasure; whereas the man who is master of himself does not. Therefore pleasures are evil in themselves and should be avoided. Obj. 3: Further, virtue and art are concerned about the difficult and the good (Ethic. ii, 3). But no art is ordained to pleasure. Therefore pleasure is not something good. On the contrary, it is written (Ps. 36:4): "Delight in the Lord." Since therefore divine authority leads to no evil, it seems that not every pleasure is evil. I answer that, as stated in Ethic. x, 2, 3, some have maintained that all pleasure is evil. The reason seems to have been that they took account only of sensible and bodily pleasures, which are more manifest, since also in other respects the ancient philosophers did not discriminate between the intelligible and the sensible, nor between intellect and sense (De Anima iii, 3). And they held that all bodily pleasures should be reckoned as bad, and thus that man, being prone to immoderate pleasures, arrives at the mean of virtue by abstaining from pleasure. But they were wrong in holding this opinion. Because, since no one can live without some sensible and bodily pleasure, if they who teach that all pleasures are evil are found in the act of taking pleasure, men will be more inclined to pleasure by following the example of their works instead of listening to the doctrine of their words, since in human actions and passions, wherein experience is of great weight, example moves more than words. We must therefore say that some pleasures are good, and that some are evil. For pleasure is a repose of the appetitive power in some loved good, and resulting from some operation. Wherefore we assign a twofold reason for this assertion. The first is in respect of the good in which a man reposes with pleasure. For good and evil in the moral order depend on agreement or disagreement with reason, as stated above, in Question 18, Article 5. Just as, in the order of nature, a thing is said to be natural if it agrees with nature, and unnatural if it disagrees. Accordingly, just as in the natural order there is a certain natural repose, whereby a thing rests in that which agrees with its nature, for instance, when a heavy body rests down below, and again an unnatural repose, whereby a thing rests in that which disagrees with its nature, as when a heavy body rests up aloft, so in the moral order there is a good pleasure, whereby the higher or lower appetite rests in that which is in accord with reason, and an evil pleasure, whereby the appetite rests in that which is discordant from reason and the law of God. The second reason can be found by considering the actions, some of which are good, some evil. Now pleasures which are conjoined to actions are more akin to those actions than desires which precede them in point of time. Wherefore, since the desires of good actions are good, and of evil actions evil, much more are the pleasures of good actions good, and those of evil actions evil. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above, in Question 33, Article 3, it is not the pleasures which result from an act of reason that hinder the reason or destroy prudence, but extraneous pleasures, such as the pleasures of the body. These indeed hinder the use of reason, as stated above in Question 33, Article 3, either by contrariety of the appetite that rests in something repugnant to reason, which makes the pleasure morally bad, or by fettering the reason. Thus, in conjugal intercourse, though the pleasure be in accord with reason, yet it hinders the use of reason, on account of the accompanying bodily change. But in this case the pleasure is not morally evil, as neither is sleep morally evil, whereby the reason is fettered, if it be taken according to reason. For reason itself demands that the use of reason be interrupted at times. We must add, however, that although this fettering of the reason through the pleasure of conjugal intercourse has no moral malice, since it is neither a mortal nor a venial sin, yet it proceeds from a kind of moral malice, namely, from the sin of our first parent, because, as stated in the first part, Question 98, Article 2, the case was different in the state of innocence. Reply to Obj. 2. The temperate man does not shun all pleasures, but those that are immoderate and contrary to reason. The fact that children and dumb animals seek pleasures does not prove that all pleasures are evil, because they have from God their natural appetite, which is moved to that which is naturally suitable to them. Reply to Obj. 3. Art is not concerned with all kinds of good, but with the making of external things, as we shall state further on, in Question 57, Article 3. But actions and passions, which are within us, are more the concern of prudence and virtue than of art. Nevertheless, there is an art of making pleasure, namely, the art of cookery and the art of making arguments, as stated in Ethics 7:12. Second article: Whether every pleasure is good. Objection 1. It would seem that every pleasure is good, because, as stated in the first part, Question 5, Article 6, there are three kinds of good: the virtuous, the useful, and the pleasant. But everything virtuous is good, and in like manner everything useful is good. Therefore also every pleasure is good. Objection 2. Further, that which is not sought for the sake of something else is good in itself, as stated in Ethic. I, 6, 7. But pleasure is not sought for the sake of something else, for it seems absurd to ask anyone why he seeks to be pleased. Therefore pleasure is good in itself. Now that which is predicated of a thing considered in itself is predicated thereof universally. Therefore every pleasure is good. Obj. 3: Further, that which is desired by all seems to be good of itself, because good is "what all things seek," as stated in Ethic. I, 1. But everyone seeks some kind of pleasure, even children and dumb animals. Therefore pleasure is good in itself, and consequently all pleasure is good. On the contrary, it is written (Proverbs 2:14): "Who are glad when they have done evil, and rejoice in most wicked things." I answer that, while some of the Stoics maintained that all pleasures are evil, the Epicureans held that pleasure is good in itself, and that consequently all pleasures are good. They seem to have thus erred through not discriminating between that which is good simply and that which is good in respect of a particular individual. That which is good simply is good in itself. Now that which is not good in itself may be good in respect of some individual in two ways. In one way, because it is suitable to him by reason of a disposition in which he is now, which disposition, however, is not natural. Thus it is sometimes good for a leper to eat things that are poisonous, which are not suitable simply to the human temperament. In another way, through something unsuitable being esteemed suitable. And since pleasure is the repose of the appetite in some good, if the appetite reposes in that which is good simply, the pleasure will be pleasure simply, and good simply. But if a man's appetite repose in that which is good not simply, but in respect of that particular man, then his pleasure will not be pleasure simply, but a pleasure to him. Neither will it be good simply, but in a certain respect, or an apparent good. Reply to Obj. 1: The virtuous and the useful depend on accordance with reason, and consequently nothing is virtuous or useful without being good. But the pleasant depends on agreement with the appetite, which tends sometimes to that which is discordant from reason. Consequently, not every object of pleasure is good in the moral order, which depends on the order of reason. Reply to Obj. 2: The reason why pleasure is not sought for the sake of something else is because it is repose in the end. Now the end may be either good or evil, although nothing can be an end except in so far as it is good in respect of such and such a man, and so too with regard to pleasure. Reply to Obj. 3: All things seek pleasure in the same way as they seek good, since pleasure is the repose of the appetite in good. But, just as it happens that not every good which is desired is of itself and verily good, so not every pleasure is of itself and verily good. Third article: Whether any pleasure is the greatest good? Objection 1: It would seem that no pleasure is the greatest good. Because nothing generated is the greatest good, since generation cannot be the last end. But pleasure is a consequence of generation, for the fact that a thing takes pleasure is due to its being established in its own nature, as stated above (Q. 31, A. 1). Therefore no pleasure is the greatest good. Obj. 2: Further, that which is the greatest good cannot be made better by addition. But pleasure is made better by addition, since pleasure together with virtue is better than pleasure without virtue. Therefore pleasure is not the greatest good. Obj. 3: Further, that which is the greatest good is universally good, as being good of itself, since that which is such of itself is prior to and greater than that which is such accidentally. But pleasure is not universally good, as stated above (A. 2). Therefore pleasure is not the greatest good. On the contrary, happiness is the greatest good, since it is the end of man's life. But happiness is not without pleasure, for it is written in Psalm 15:11: "Thou shalt fill me with joy with thy countenance. At thy right hand are delights even to the end." I answer that, Plato held neither with the Stoics, who asserted that all pleasures are evil, nor with the Epicureans, who maintained that all pleasures are good, but he said that some are good and some evil. Yet, so that no pleasure be the sovereign or greatest good. But judging from his arguments, he fails in 2 points. First, because from observing that sensible and bodily pleasure consists in a certain movement and becoming, as is evident in satiety from eating and the like, he concluded that all pleasure arises from some becoming and movement. And from this, since becoming and movement are the acts of something imperfect, it would follow that pleasure is not of the nature of ultimate perfection. But this is seen to be evidently false as regards intellectual pleasures, because one takes pleasure not only in the becoming of knowledge, for instance, when one learns or wonders, as stated above (Q. 32, A. 8, second reply), but also in the act of contemplation, by making use of knowledge already acquired. Secondly, because by greatest good he understood that which is the supreme good simply, that is, the good as existing apart from, and unparticipated by, all else, in which sense God is the supreme good, whereas we are speaking of the greatest good in human things. Now the greatest good of everything is its last end, and the end, as stated above (Q. 1, A. 8, and Q. 2, A. 7), is twofold, namely, the thing itself, and the use of that thing. Thus the miser's end is either money or the possession of money. Accordingly, man's last end may be said to be either God, who is the supreme good simply, or the enjoyment of God, which implies a certain pleasure in the last end. And in this sense a certain pleasure of man may be said to be the greatest among human goods. Reply Obj. 1: Not every pleasure arises from a becoming, for some pleasures result from perfect operations, as stated above. Accordingly, nothing prevents some pleasure being the greatest good, although every pleasure is not such. Reply Obj. 2: This argument is true of the greatest good simply, by participation of which all things are good, wherefore no addition can make it better; whereas in regard to other goods, it is universally true that any good becomes better by the addition of another good. Moreover, it might be said that pleasure is not something extraneous to the operation of virtue, but that it accompanies it, as stated in Ethic. I, 8. Reply Obj. 3: That pleasure is the greatest good is due not to the mere fact that it is pleasure, but to the fact that it is perfect repose in the perfect good. Hence it does not follow that every pleasure is supremely good, or even good at all. Thus a certain science is supremely good, but not every science is. Fourth article: Whether pleasure is the measure or rule by which to judge of moral good or evil. Objection 1: It would seem that pleasure is not the measure or rule of moral good and evil. Because "that which is first in a genus is the measure of all the rest" (Metaph. x, 1). But pleasure is not the first thing in the moral genus, for it is preceded by love and desire. Therefore it is not the rule of goodness and malice in moral matters. Obj. 2: Further, a measure or rule should be uniform. Hence that movement which is the most uniform is the measure and rule of all movements, according to Metaph. x, 1. But pleasures are various and multiform, since some of them are good and some evil. Therefore pleasure is not the measure and rule of morals. Obj. 3: Further, judgment of the effect from its cause is more certain than judgment of cause from effect. Now goodness or malice of operation is the cause of goodness or malice of pleasure, because "those pleasures are good which result from good operations, and those are evil which arise from evil operations," as stated in Ethic. x, 5. Therefore pleasures are not the rule and measure of moral goodness and malice. On the contrary, Augustine, commenting on Psalm 7:10, "The searcher of hearts and reins is God," says: "The end of care and thought is the pleasure which each one aims at achieving." And the Philosopher says (Ethic. 7:11) that "pleasure is the architect, that is, the principle, and in regard to which we say absolutely that this is evil and that good." Translator's note: St. Thomas took finis as being the nominative, whereas it is the genitive, to telus, and the Greek reads "he," that is, the political philosopher, "is the architect of the end." I answer that, Moral goodness or malice depends chiefly on the will, as stated above (Q. 20, A. 1). And it is chiefly from the end that we discern whether the will is good or evil. Now the end is taken to be that in which the will reposes. And the repose of the will, and of every appetite in the good, is pleasure. And therefore man is reckoned to be good or bad chiefly according to the pleasure of the human will. Since that man is good and virtuous, who takes pleasure in the works of virtue, and that man evil, who takes pleasure in evil works. On the other hand, pleasures of the sensitive appetite are not the rule of moral goodness and malice, since food is universally pleasurable to the sensitive appetite both of good and of evil men. But the will of the good man takes pleasure in them in accordance with reason, to which the will of the evil man gives no heed. Reply Obj. 1: Love and desire precede pleasure in the order of generation, but pleasure precedes them in the order of the end, which serves a principle in actions. And it is by the principle, which is the rule and measure of such matters, that we form our judgment. Reply Obj. 2. All pleasures are uniform in the point of their being the repose of the appetite in something good. And in this respect, pleasure can be a rule or measure. Because that man is good, whose will rests in the true good, and that man evil, whose will rests in evil. Reply Obj. 3. Since pleasure perfects operation as its end, as stated above, in question 33, Article 4, an operation cannot be perfectly good unless there be also pleasure in good, because the goodness of a thing depends on its end, and thus, in a way, the goodness of the pleasure is the cause of goodness in the operation. End of question 34. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 35 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 35. Of pain or sorrow, in itself, in 8 articles. We have now to consider pain and sorrow, concerning which we must consider 1. Sorrow or pain in itself. 2. Its cause. 3. Its effects. 4. Its remedies. 5. Its goodness or malice. Under the first head, there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether pain is a passion of the soul. Second, whether sorrow is the same as pain. Third, whether sorrow or pain is contrary to pleasure. Fourth, whether all sorrow is contrary to all pleasure. Fifth, whether there is a sorrow contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. Sixth, whether sorrow is to be shunned more than pleasure is to be sought. Seventh, whether exterior pain is greater than interior. Eighth, of the species of sorrow. First article, whether pain is a passion of the soul. Objection 1. It would seem that pain is not a passion of the soul, because no passion of the soul is in the body. But pain can be in the body, since Augustine says in On True Religion 12 that bodily pain is a sudden corruption of the well-being of that thing which the soul, by making evil use of it, made subject to corruption. Therefore, pain is not a passion of the soul. Objection 2. Further, every passion of the soul belongs to the appetitive faculty. But pain does not belong to the appetitive, but rather to the apprehensive part. For Augustine says in On the Nature of the Good 20 that bodily pain is caused by the sense resisting a more powerful body. Therefore, pain is not a passion of the soul. Objection 3. Further, every passion of the soul belongs to the animal appetite. But pain does not belong to the animal appetite, but rather to the natural appetite. For Augustine says in On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 8:14, "Had not some good remained in nature, we should feel no pain in being punished by the loss of good." Therefore pain is not a passion of the soul. On the contrary, Augustine (On the City of God, 14:8) reckons pain among the passions of the soul, quoting Virgil, his Aeneid 6:733. Hence wild desires and grovelling fears, and human laughter, human tears. Translation from Cunnington. I answer that, just as two things are requisite for pleasure, namely, conjunction with good and perception of this conjunction, so also two things are requisite for pain, namely, conjunction with some evil, which is evil in so far as it deprives one of some good, and perception of this conjunction. Now whatever is conjoined, if it have not the aspect of good or evil in regard to the being to which it is conjoined, cannot cause pleasure or pain. Whence it is evident that something under the aspect of good or evil is the object of the pleasure or pain. But good and evil, as such, are objects of the appetite. Consequently, it is clear that pleasure and pain belong to the appetite. Now every appetitive movement or inclination, consequent to apprehension, belongs to the intellective or sensitive appetite, since the inclination of the natural appetite is not consequent to an apprehension of the subject of that appetite, but to the apprehension of another, as stated in the first part, Question 103, Articles 1 and 3. Since then pleasure and pain presuppose some sense or apprehension in the same subject, it is evident that pain, like pleasure, is in the intellective or sensitive appetite. Again, every movement of the sensitive appetite is called a passion, as stated above, Question 22, Articles 1 and 3, and especially those which tend to some defect. Consequently, pain, according as it is in the sensitive appetite, is most properly called a passion of the soul, just as bodily ailments are properly called passions of the body. Hence Augustine, in his On the City of God, 14:7 and 8, quoting Cicero, reckons pain especially as being a kind of ailment. Reply to Obj. 1. We speak of the body because the cause of pain is in the body, as when we suffer something hurtful to the body. But the movement of pain is always in the soul, since the body cannot feel pain unless the soul feel it, as Augustine says in his commentary on Psalm 87:4. Reply to Obj. 2. We speak of pain of the senses, not as though it were an act of the sensitive power, but because the senses are required for bodily pain, in the same way as for bodily pleasure. Reply to Obj. 3. Pain at the loss of good proves the goodness of the nature, not because pain is an act of the natural appetite, because nature desires something as good, the removal of which being perceived, there results the passion of pain in the sensitive appetite. Second article, whether sorrow is the same as pain. Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow is not pain. For Augustine says On the City of God, 14:7, that pain is used to express bodily suffering. But sorrow is used more in reference to the soul. Therefore, sorrow is not pain. Objection 2. Further, Pain is only in respect of present evil, but sorrow can refer to both past and future evil. Thus, repentance is sorrow for the past, and anxiety for the future. Therefore, sorrow is quite different from pain. Obj. 3: Further, pain seems not to follow save from the sense of touch, but sorrow can arise from all the senses. Therefore, sorrow is not pain, and extends to more objects. On the contrary, the Apostle says (Romans 9:2): "I have great sorrow and continual pain in my heart," thus denoting the same thing by sorrow and pain. Translators note: the Douay version translates sorrow as sadness, then pain as sorrow. I answer that, pleasure and pain can arise from a twofold apprehension, namely, from the apprehension of an exterior sense, and from the interior apprehension of the intellect or of the imagination. Now, the interior apprehension extends to more objects than the exterior apprehension, because whatever things come under the exterior apprehension come under the interior, but not conversely. Consequently, that pleasure alone which is caused by an interior apprehension is called joy, as stated above (Q. 31, A. 3). And in like manner, that pain alone which is caused by an interior apprehension is called sorrow. And just as that pleasure which is caused by an exterior apprehension is called pleasure but not joy, so too that pain which is caused by an exterior apprehension is called pain indeed, but not sorrow. Accordingly, sorrow is a species of pain, as joy is a species of pleasure. Reply to Obj. 1. Augustine is speaking there of the use of the word because pain is more generally used in reference to bodily pains, which are better known, than in reference to spiritual pains. Reply to Obj. 2. External sense perceives only what is present, but the interior cognitive power can perceive the present, past, and future. Consequently, sorrow can regard present, past, and future, whereas bodily pain, which follows apprehension of the external sense, can only regard something present. Reply to Obj. 3. The sensibles of touch are painful, not only insofar as they are disproportionate to the apprehensive power, but also insofar as they are contrary to nature. Whereas the objects of the other senses can indeed be disproportionate to the apprehensive power, but they are not contrary to nature, save as they are subordinate to the sensibles of touch. Consequently, man alone, who is a perfectly cognizant animal, takes pleasure in the objects of the other senses for their own sake, whereas other animals take no pleasure in them save as referable to the sensibles of touch, as stated in Ethic. 3:10. Accordingly, in referring to the objects of the other senses, we do not speak of pain insofar as it is contrary to natural pleasure, but rather of sorrow, which is contrary to joy. So then, if pain be taken as denoting bodily pain, which is its more usual meaning, then it is contrasted with sorrow according to the distinction of interior and exterior apprehension, although on the part of the objects pleasure extends further than does bodily pain. But if pain be taken in a wide sense, then it is the genus of sorrow, as stated above. Third article: whether sorrow or pain is contrary to pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow is not contrary to pleasure. For one of two contraries is not the cause of the other. But sorrow can be the cause of pleasure, for it is written in Matthew 5:5, "Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted." Therefore they are not contrary to one another. Objection 2. Further, one contrary does not denominate the other. But to some, pain or sorrow gives pleasure. Thus Augustine says in Confessions 3:2 that in stage plays sorrow itself gives pleasure. And then in Confessions 4:5 that weeping is a bitter thing, and yet it sometimes pleases us. Therefore, pain is not contrary to pleasure. Objection 3. Further, one contrary is not the matter of the other, because contraries cannot coexist together. But sorrow can be the matter of pleasure, for Augustine says in On Penance 13, "The penitent should ever sorrow, and rejoice in his sorrow." The Philosopher too says in Ethics 9:4 that, on the other hand, "the evil man feels pain at having been pleased." Therefore, pleasure and pain are not contrary to one another. On the contrary, Augustine says in On the City of God 14:6 that "joy is the volition of consent to the things we wish, and that sorrow is the volition of dissent from the things we do not wish." But consent and dissent are contraries. Therefore, pleasure and sorrow are contrary to one another. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Metaphysics 10:4, contrariety is a difference in respect of a form. Now the form or species of a passion or movement is taken from the object or term. Consequently, since the objects of pleasure and sorrow or pain, notably, present good and present evil, are contrary to one another, it follows that pain and pleasure are contrary to one another. Reply to Objection 1. Nothing hinders one contrary causing the other accidentally, and thus sorrow can be the cause of pleasure. In one way, insofar as from sorrow at the absence of something, or at the presence of its contrary, one seeks the more eagerly for something pleasant. Thus a thirsty man seeks more eagerly the pleasure of a drink as a remedy for the pain he suffers. In another way, insofar as, from a strong desire for a certain pleasure, one does not shrink from undergoing pain, so as to obtain that pleasure. In each of these ways, the sorrows of the present life lead us to the comfort of the future life. Because by the mere fact that man mourns for his sins, or for the delay of glory, he merits the consolation of eternity. In like manner, a man merits it when he shrinks not from hardships and straits in order to obtain it. Reply to Objection 2. Pain itself can be pleasurable accidentally, insofar as it is accompanied by wonder, as in stage plays, or insofar as it recalls a beloved object to one's memory, and makes one feel one's love for the thing, whose absence gives us pain. Consequently, since love is pleasant, both pain and whatever else results from love, for as much as they remind us of our love, are pleasant. And for this reason we derive pleasure even from pains depicted on the stage, insofar as, in witnessing them, we perceive ourselves to conceive a certain love for those who are there represented. Reply to Obj. 3. The will and the reason reflect on their own acts, inasmuch as the acts themselves of the will and reason are considered under the aspect of good or evil. In this way, sorrow can be the matter of pleasure or vice versa, not essentially but accidentally, that is, insofar as either of them is considered under the aspect of good or evil. Fourth article. Whether all sorrow is contrary to all pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that all sorrow is contrary to all pleasure. Because, just as whiteness and blackness are contrary species of color, so pleasure and sorrow are contrary species of the soul's passions. But whiteness and blackness are universally contrary to one another. Therefore, pleasure and sorrow are so too. Objection 2. Further, remedies are made of things contrary to the evil. But every pleasure is a remedy for all manner of sorrow, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. 7:14. Therefore, every pleasure is contrary to every sorrow. Objection 3. Further, contraries are hindrances to one another. But every sorrow hinders any kind of pleasure, as is evident from Ethic. 10:5. Therefore, every sorrow is contrary to every pleasure. On the contrary, the same thing is not the cause of contraries. But joy for one thing, and sorrow for the opposite thing, proceed from the same habit. Thus from charity it happens that we rejoice with them that rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Romans 12:15. Therefore, not every sorrow is contrary to every pleasure. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Metaphysics 10:4, contrariety is a difference in respect of a form. Now a form may be generic or specific. Consequently, things may be contraries in respect of a generic form, as virtue and vice, or in respect of a specific form, as justice and injustice. Now we must observe that some things are specified by absolute forms, for example, substances and qualities, whereas other things are specified in relation to something extrinsic, for example, passions and movements, which derive their species from their terms or objects. Accordingly, in those things that are specified by absolute forms, it happens that species are contained under contrary genera and are not contrary to their specific nature. But it does not happen for them to have any affinity or fittingness to one another. For intemperance and justice, which are in the contrary genera of virtue and vice, are not contrary to one another in respect of their specific nature, and yet they have no affinity or fittingness to one another. On the other hand, in those things that are specified in relation to something extrinsic, it happens that species belonging to contrary genera are not only not contrary to one another, but also that they have a certain mutual affinity or fittingness. The reason of this is that where there is one same relation to two contraries, there is contrariety. For example, to approach to a white thing and to approach to a black thing are contraries, whereas contrary relations to contrary things implies a certain likeness. For example, to recede from something white and to approach to something black. This is most evident in the case of contradiction, which is the principle of opposition, because opposition consists in affirming and denying the same thing. For example, white and non-white. While there is fittingness and likeness in the affirmation of one contrary and the denial of the other, as if I were to say black and not white. Now sorrow and pleasure, being passions, are specified by their objects. According to their respective genera, they are contrary to one another, since one is a kind of pursuit, the other a kind of avoidance, which are to the appetite what affirmation and denial are to the intellect, according to Ethics 6:2. Consequently, sorrow and pleasure, in respect of the same object, are specifically contrary to one another, whereas sorrow and pleasure, in respect of objects that are not contrary but disparate, are not specifically contrary to one another, but are also disparate. For instance, sorrow at the death of a friend, and pleasure in contemplation. If, however, those diverse objects be contrary to one another, then pleasure and sorrow are not only specifically contrary, but they also have a certain mutual fittingness and affinity. For instance, to rejoice in good and to sorrow for evil. Reply to Obj. 1. Whiteness and blackness do not take their species from their relationship to something extrinsic, as pleasure and sorrow do. Wherefore the comparison does not hold. Reply to Obj. 2. Genus is taken from matter, as is stated in Metaphysics 8:2. And in accidents, the subject takes the place of matter. Now it has been said above that pleasure and sorrow are generically contrary to one another. Consequently, in every sorrow, the subject has a disposition contrary to the disposition of the subject of pleasure, because in every pleasure, the appetite is viewed as accepting what it possesses, and in every sorrow as avoiding it. And therefore, on the part of the subject, every pleasure is a remedy for any kind of sorrow, and every sorrow is a hindrance of all manner of pleasure, but chiefly when pleasure is opposed to sorrow specifically. Wherefore the reply to the third objection is evident. Or we may say that, although not every sorrow is specifically contrary to every pleasure, yet they are contrary to one another in regard to their effects, since one has the effect of strengthening the animal nature, while the other results in a kind of discomfort. Fifth article. Whether there is any sorrow contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. Objection 1. It would seem that there is a sorrow that is contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. For the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 7:10, "The sorrow that is according to God worketh penance, steadfast unto salvation." Now to look at God belongs to the higher reason, whose act is to give itself to contemplation, according to Augustine in On the Trinity 12:3, 4. Therefore there is a sorrow contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. Obj. 2: Further, contrary things have contrary effects. If therefore the contemplation of one contrary gives pleasure, the other contrary will give sorrow, and so there will be a sorrow contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. Obj. 3: Further, as the object of pleasure is good, so the object of sorrow is evil. But contemplation can be an evil, since the Philosopher says (Metaph. xii, 9) that "it is unfitting to think of certain things." Therefore sorrow can be contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. Obj. 4: Further, any work, so far as it is unhindered, can be a cause of pleasure, as stated in Ethic. vii, 12, 13, as well as Ethic. x, 4. But the work of contemplation can be hindered in many ways, either so as to destroy it altogether, or as to make it difficult. Therefore in contemplation there can be a sorrow contrary to the pleasure. Obj. 5: Further, affliction of the flesh is a cause of sorrow. But, as is written (Ecclesiastes 12:12), "much study is an affliction of the flesh." Therefore contemplation admits of sorrow contrary to its pleasure. On the contrary, It is written (Wisdom 8:16), "Her," that is, wisdom's, "conversation hath no bitterness, nor her company any tediousness, but joy and gladness." Now the conversation and company of wisdom are found in contemplation. Therefore there is no sorrow contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. I answer that, the pleasure of contemplation can be understood in two ways. In one way, so that contemplation is the cause, but not the object of pleasure, and then pleasure is taken not in contemplating, but in the thing contemplated. Now it is possible to contemplate something harmful and sorrowful, just as to contemplate something suitable and pleasant. Consequently, if the pleasure of contemplation be taken in this way, nothing hinders some sorrow being contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. In another way, the pleasure of contemplation is understood so that contemplation is its object and cause, as when one takes pleasure in the very act of contemplating. And thus, according to Gregory of Nyssa (On the Nature of Man 18), "no sorrow is contrary to that pleasure which is about contemplation." And the Philosopher says the same in Topics 113 and in Ethics 10:3. This, however, is to be understood as being the case properly speaking. The reason is because sorrow is, of itself, contrary to pleasure in a contrary object. Thus pleasure in heat is contrary to sorrow caused by cold. But there is no contrary to the object of contemplation, because contraries, as apprehended by the mind, are not contrary, but one is the means of knowing the other. Wherefore, properly speaking, there cannot be a sorrow contrary to the pleasure of contemplation. Nor has it any sorrow annexed to it, as bodily pleasures have, which are like remedies against certain annoyances. Thus a man takes pleasure in drinking through being troubled with thirst, but when the thirst is quite driven out, the pleasure of drinking ceases also. Because the pleasure of contemplation is not caused by one's being quit of an annoyance, but by the fact that contemplation is pleasant in itself, for pleasure is not a becoming, but a perfect operation, as stated above in Q. 31, Article 1. Accidentally, however, sorrow is mingled with the pleasure of contemplation, and this in two ways. First, on the part of an organ; secondly, through some impediment in the apprehension. On the part of an organ, sorrow or pain is mingled with apprehension, directly as regards the apprehensive powers of the sensitive part which have a bodily organ, either from the sensible object disagreeing with the normal condition of the organ, as to taste of something bitter, and the smell of something foul; or from the sensible object, though agreeable, being so continuous in its action on the sense, that it exceeds the normal condition of the organ, as stated above in Q. 33, Article 2, the result being that an apprehension which at first was pleasant becomes tedious. But these two things cannot occur directly in the contemplation of the mind, because the mind has no corporeal organ. Wherefore it was said in the authority quoted above that intellectual contemplation has neither bitterness nor tediousness. Since, however, the human mind in contemplation makes use of the sensitive powers of apprehension, to whose acts weariness is incidental, therefore some affliction or pain is indirectly mingled with contemplation. Nevertheless, in neither of these ways is the pain thus accidentally mingled with contemplation, contrary to the pleasure thereof. Because pain caused by a hindrance to contemplation is not contrary to the pleasure of contemplation, but rather is in affinity and in harmony with it, as is evident from what has been said above in Article 4. While pain or sorrow caused by bodily weariness does not belong to the same genus, wherefore it is altogether disparate. Accordingly, it is evident that no sorrow is contrary to pleasure taken in the very act of contemplation, nor is any sorrow connected with it save accidentally. Reply to Obj. 1: The sorrow which is according to God is not caused by the very act of intellectual contemplation, but by something which the mind contemplates, notably by sin, which the mind considers as contrary to the love of God. Reply to Obj. 2: Things which are contrary according to nature are not contrary according as they exist in the mind. For things that are contrary in reality are not contrary in the order of thought. Indeed, rather, one contrary is the reason for knowing the other. Hence one and the same science considers contraries. Reply to Obj. 3: Contemplation in itself is never evil, since it is nothing else than the consideration of truth, which is the good of the intellect. It can, however, be evil accidentally, that is, in so far as the contemplation of a less noble object hinders the contemplation of a more noble object, or on the part of the object contemplated, to which the appetite is inordinately attached. Reply to Obj. 4: Sorrow caused by a hindrance to contemplation is not contrary to the pleasure of contemplation, but is in harmony with it, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 5: Affliction of the flesh affects contemplation accidentally and indirectly, as stated above. Sixth article. Whether sorrow is to be shunned more than pleasure is to be sought. Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow is to be shunned more than pleasure is to be sought. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 63, "There is nobody that does not shun sorrow more than he seeks pleasure." Now that which all agree in doing seems to be natural. Therefore it is natural and right for sorrow to be shunned more than pleasure is sought. Obj. 2. Further, the action of a contrary conduces to rapidity and intensity of movement, for "hot water freezes quicker and harder," as the Philosopher says in Meteorology 1:12. But the shunning of sorrow is due to the contrariety of the cause of sorrow, whereas the desire for pleasure does not arise from any contrariety, but rather from the suitableness of the pleasant object. Therefore sorrow is shunned more eagerly than pleasure is sought. Obj. 3. Further, the stronger the passion which a man resists according to reason, the more worthy is he of praise, and the more virtuous, since "virtue is concerned with the difficult and the good," according to Ethic. ii, 3. But the brave man who resists the movement of shunning sorrow is more virtuous than the temperate man who resists the movement of desire for pleasure, since the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:4 that "the brave and the just are chiefly praised." Therefore the movement of shunning sorrow is more eager than the movement of seeking pleasure. On the contrary, good is stronger than evil, as Dionysius declares in On the Divine Names IV. But pleasure is desirable for the sake of the good which is its object, whereas the shunning of sorrow is on account of evil. Therefore the desire for pleasure is more eager than the shunning of sorrow. I answer that, the desire for pleasure is of itself more eager than the shunning of sorrow. The reason of this is that the cause of pleasure is a suitable good, while the cause of pain or sorrow is an unsuitable evil. Now it happens that a certain good is suitable without any repugnance at all. But it is not possible for any evil to be so unsuitable as not to be suitable in some way. Wherefore pleasure can be entire and perfect, whereas sorrow is always partial. Therefore desire for pleasure is naturally greater than the shunning of sorrow. Another reason is because the good, which is the object of pleasure, is sought for its own sake, whereas the evil, which is the object of sorrow, is to be shunned as being a privation of good. And that which is by reason of itself is stronger than that which is by reason of something else. Moreover, we find a confirmation of this in natural movements. For every natural movement is more intense in the end when a thing approaches the term that is suitable to its nature than at the beginning, when it leaves the term that is unsuitable to its nature, as though nature were more eager in tending to what is suitable to it than in shunning what is unsuitable. Therefore the inclination of the appetitive power is, of itself, more eager in tending to pleasure than in shunning sorrow. But it happens accidentally that a man shuns sorrow more eagerly than he seeks pleasure, and this for three reasons. First, on the part of the apprehension, because, as Augustine says in On the Trinity 10:12, "love is felt more keenly when we lack that which we love. Now from the lack of what we love, sorrow results, which is caused either by the loss of some loved good, or by the presence of some contrary evil. But pleasure suffers no lack of the good loved, for it rests in possession of it. Since, then, love is the cause of pleasure and sorrow, the latter is the more shunned, according as love is the more keenly felt on account of that which is contrary to it. Secondly, on the part of the cause of sorrow or pain, which cause is repugnant to a good that is more loved than the good in which we take pleasure. For we love the natural well-being of the body more than the pleasure of eating, and consequently we would leave the pleasure of eating and the like from fear of the pain occasioned by blows or other such causes, which are contrary to the well-being of the body. Thirdly, on the part of the effect, namely, insofar as sorrow hinders not only one pleasure, but all. Reply to Obj. 1. The saying of Augustine that "sorrow is shunned more than pleasure is sought" is true accidentally, but not simply. And this is clear from what he says after. "Since we see that the most savage animals are deterred from the greatest pleasures by fear of pain, which pain is contrary to life, which is loved above all." Reply to Obj. 2. It is not the same with the movement from within and movement from without. For movement from within tends to what is suitable more than it recedes from that which is unsuitable, as we remarked above in regard to natural movement. But movement from without is intensified by the very opposition, because each thing strives in its own way to resist anything contrary to it, as aiming at its own preservation. Hence, violent movement is intense at first and slackens towards the end. Now the movement of the appetitive faculty is from within, since it tends from the soul to the object. Consequently, pleasure is, of itself, more to be sought than sorrow is to be shunned. But the movement of the sensitive faculty is from without, as it were from the object of the soul. Consequently, the more contrary a thing is, the more it is felt. And then too, accidentally, in so far as the senses are requisite for pleasure and pain, pain is shunned more than pleasure is sought. Reply to Obj. 3. A brave man is not praised because, in accordance with reason, he is not overcome by any kind of sorrow or pain whatever, but because he is not overcome by that which is concerned with the dangers of death. And this kind of sorrow is more shunned than pleasures of the table or of sexual intercourse are sought, which latter pleasures are the object of temperance. Thus life is loved more than food and sexual pleasure. But the temperate man is praised for refraining from pleasures of touch more than for not shunning the pains which are contrary to them, as stated in Ethic. 3:11. Seventh article. Whether outward pain is greater than interior sorrow. Objection 1. It would seem that outward pain is greater than interior sorrow of the heart. Because outward pain arises from a cause repugnant to the well-being of the body, which is life, whereas interior sorrow is caused by some evil in the imagination. Since, therefore, life is loved more than an imagined good, it seems that, according to what has been said above in Article 6, outward pain is greater than interior sorrow. Obj. 2: Further, the reality moves more than its likeness does. But outward pain arises from the real conjunction of some contrary, whereas inward sorrow arises from the apprehended likeness of a contrary. Therefore outward pain is greater than inward sorrow. Obj. 3: Further, a cause is known by its effect. But outward pain has more striking effects, since man dies sooner of outward pain than of interior sorrow. Therefore outward pain is greater and is shunned more than interior sorrow. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 25:17, "The sadness of the heart is every wound, and the wickedness of a woman is all evil." Translator's note: in the Dewey version, wound is translated as plague. Therefore, just as the wickedness of a woman surpasses all other wickedness, as the text implies, so sadness of the heart surpasses every outward wound. I answer that interior and exterior pain agree in one point and differ in two. They agree in this, that each is a movement of the appetitive power, as stated above in Article 1. But they differ in respect of those two things which are requisite for pain and pleasure, namely, in respect of the cause, which is a conjoined good or evil, and in respect of the apprehension. For the cause of outward pain is a conjoined evil repugnant to the body, while the cause of inward pain is a conjoined evil repugnant to the appetite. Again, outward pain arises from an apprehension of sense, chiefly of touch, while inward pain arises from an interior apprehension of the imagination or of the reason. If then we compare the cause of inward pain to the cause of outward pain, the former belongs of itself to the appetite to which both these pains belong, while the latter belongs to the appetite directly. Because inward pain arises from something being repugnant to the appetite itself, while outward pain arises from something being repugnant to the appetite, through being repugnant to the body. Now, that which is of itself is always prior to that which is by reason of another. Wherefore, from this point of view, inward pain surpasses outward pain. In like manner, also on the part of the apprehension, because the apprehension of reason and imagination is of a higher order than the apprehension of the sense of touch. Consequently, inward pain is, simply and of itself, more keen than outward pain, a sign whereof is that one willingly undergoes outward pain in order to avoid inward pain, and in so far as outward pain is not repugnant to the interior appetite, it becomes, in a manner, pleasant and agreeable by way of inward joy. Sometimes, however, outward pain is accompanied by inward pain, and then the pain is increased, because inward pain is not only greater than outward pain, it is also more universal. Since whatever is repugnant to the body can be repugnant to the interior appetite, and whatever is apprehended by sense may be apprehended by imagination and reason, but not conversely. Hence, in the passage quoted above, it is said expressively, "Sadness of the heart is every wound," because even the pains of outward wounds are comprised in the interior sorrows of the heart. Reply to Obj. 1: Inward pain can also arise from things that are destructive of life, and then the comparison of inward to outward pain must not be taken in reference to the various evils that cause pain, but in regard to the various ways in which this cause of pain is compared to the appetite. Reply to Obj. 2: Inward pain is not caused by the apprehended likeness of a thing, for a man is not inwardly pained by the apprehended likeness itself, but by the thing which the likeness represents. And this thing is all the more perfectly apprehended by means of its likeness, as this likeness is more immaterial and abstract. Consequently, inward pain is, of itself, greater, as being caused by a greater evil, forasmuch as evil is better known by an inward apprehension. Reply to Obj. 3: Bodily changes are more liable to be caused by outward pain, both from the fact that outward pain is caused by a corruptive conjoined corporally, which is a necessary condition of the sense of touch, and from the fact that the outward sense is more material than the inward sense, just as the sensitive appetite is more material than the intellective. For this reason, as stated above in question 22, Article 3, as well as question 31, Article 5, the body undergoes a greater change from the movement of the sensitive appetite, and, in like manner, from outward than from inward pain. Eighth Article. Whether there are only 4 species of sorrow? Objection 1. It would seem that Damascene's division of sorrow in On the True Faith 2:14 into 4 species is incorrect, notably into torpor, distress, which Gregory of Nyssa, in his On the Nature of Man 19, calls anxiety, pity and envy. For sorrow is contrary to pleasure. But there are not several species of pleasure. Therefore it is incorrect to assign different species of sorrow. Objection 2. Further, repentance is a species of sorrow, and so are indignation and jealousy, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric 2, 9 and 11. But these are not included in the above species. Therefore, this division is insufficient. Objection 3. Further, the members of a division should be things that are opposed to one another. But these species are not opposed to one another, for, according to Gregory in his On the Nature of Man 19, torpor is sorrow depriving of speech. Anxiety is the sorrow that weighs down. Envy is sorrow for another's good. Pity is sorrow for another's wrongs. But it is possible for one to sorrow for another's wrongs and for another's good, and at the same time to be weighed down inwardly and outwardly to be speechless. Therefore, this division is incorrect. On the contrary, stands the twofold authority of Gregory of Nyssa and of Damascene. I answer that it belongs to the notion of a species that it is something added to the genus. But a thing can be added to a genus in 2 ways. First, as something belonging of itself to the genus, and virtually contained therein. Thus, rational is added to animal. Such an addition makes true species of a genus, as the Philosopher says in Metaphysics 7:12 and in Metaphysics 8:2 and 3. But secondly, a thing may be added to a genus, that is, as it were, foreign to the notion conveyed by that genus. Thus white, or something of the kind, may be added to animal. Such an addition does not make true species of the genus, according to the usual sense in which we speak of genera and species. But sometimes a thing is said to be a species of a certain genus, through having something foreign to that genus indeed, but to which the notion of that genus is applicable. Thus a live coal or a flame is said to be a species of fire, because in each of them the nature of fire is applied to a foreign matter. In like manner, we speak of astronomy and perspective as being species of mathematics, inasmuch as the principles of mathematics are applied to natural matter. In accordance with this manner of speaking, the species of sorrow are reckoned by an application of the notion of sorrow to something foreign to it. This foreign matter may be taken on the part of the cause or the object, or of the effect. For the proper object of sorrow is one's own evil. Hence sorrow may be concerned for an object foreign to it, either through one's being sorry for an evil that is not one's own, and thus we have pity, which is sorrow for another's evil, considered, however, as one's own. Or through one's being sorry for something that is neither evil nor one's own, but another's good, considered, however, as one's own evil. And thus we have envy. The proper effect of sorrow consists in a certain flight of the appetite. Wherefore the foreign element in the effect of sorrow may be taken so as to affect the first part only, by excluding flight. And thus we have anxiety, which weighs on the mind so as to make escape seem impossible. Hence it is also called perplexity. If, however, the mind be weighed down so much that even the limbs become motionless, which belongs to torpor, then we have the foreign element affecting both, since there is neither flight, nor is the effect in the appetite. And the reason why torpor especially is said to deprive one of speech is because of all the external movements the voice is the best expression of the inward thought and desire, not only in men, but also in other animals, as stated in Politics 1:1. Reply to Obj. 1. Pleasure is caused by good, which has only one meaning, and so pleasure is not divided into several species, as sorrow is. For the latter is caused by evil which happens in many ways, as Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4. Reply to Obj. 1. Pleasure is caused by good, which has only one meaning, and so pleasure is not divided into several species, as sorrow is. For the latter is caused by evil, which happens in many ways, as Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4. Reply to Obj. 2. Repentance is for one's own evil, which is the proper object of sorrow, wherefore it does not belong to these species. Jealousy and indignation are included in envy, as we shall explain later on, in Pars Secunda Secundae, question 36, Article 2. Reply to Obj. 3. This division is not according to opposite species, but according to the diversity of foreign matter to which the notion of sorrow is applied, as stated above. End of question 35. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 36 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 36. Of the causes of sorrow or pain, in 4 articles. We must now consider the causes of sorrow, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether sorrow is caused by the loss of a good, or rather by the presence of an evil. Second, whether desire is a cause of sorrow. Third, whether the craving for unity is a cause of sorrow. Fourth, whether an irresistible power is a cause of sorrow. First article. Whether sorrow is caused by the loss of good or by the presence of evil. Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow is caused by the loss of a good rather than by the presence of an evil. For Augustine says, in his On the 8 Questions of Dulcitius, question 1, that sorrow is caused by the loss of temporal goods. Therefore, in like manner, every sorrow is caused by the loss of some good. Objection 2. Further, it was said above, in question 35, Article 4, that sorrow, which is contrary to a pleasure, has the same object as that pleasure. But the object of pleasure is good, as stated above in question 23, Article 4, as well as in question 31, Article 1, and question 35, Article 3. Therefore, sorrow is caused chiefly by the loss of good. Objection 3. Further, according to Augustine, On the City of God 14, 7, 9, love is the cause of sorrow, as of the other emotions of the soul. But the object of love is good. Therefore, pain or sorrow is felt for the loss of good rather than for an evil that is present. On the contrary, Damascene says On the True Faith 2:12 that the dreaded evil gives rise to fear. The present evil is the cause of sorrow. I answer that, if privations, as considered by the mind, were what they are in reality, this question would seem to be of no importance. For as stated in the first part, question 14, Article 10, as well as question 48, Article 3, evil is the privation of good, and privation is in reality nothing else than the lack of the contrary habit. So that, in this respect, to sorrow for the loss of good would be the same as to sorrow for the presence of evil. But sorrow is a movement of the appetite in consequence of an apprehension, and even a privation, as apprehended, has the aspect of a being, wherefore it is called a being of reason. And in this way evil, being a privation, is regarded as a contrary. Accordingly, so far as the movement of the appetite is concerned, it makes a difference which of the two it regards chiefly, the present evil or the good which is lost. Again, since the movement of the animal appetite holds the same place in the actions of the soul as natural movement in natural things, the truth of the matter is to be found by considering natural movements. For if, in natural movements, we observe those of approach and withdrawal, approach is of itself directed to something suitable to nature, while withdrawal is of itself directed to something contrary to nature. Thus a heavy body, of itself, withdraws from a higher place, and approaches naturally to a lower place. But if we consider the cause of both these movements, notably gravity, then gravity itself inclines towards the lower place more than it withdraws from the higher place, since withdrawal from the latter is the reason for its downward tendency. Accordingly, since, in the movements of the appetite, sorrow is a kind of flight or withdrawal, while pleasure is a kind of pursuit or approach, just as pleasure regards first the good possessed as its proper object, so sorrow regards the evil that is present. On the other hand, love, which is the cause of pleasure and sorrow, regards good rather than evil, and therefore, forasmuch as the object is the cause of a passion, the present evil is more properly the cause of sorrow or pain than the good which is lost. Reply to Obj. 1. The loss itself of good is apprehended as an evil, just as the loss of evil is apprehended as a good. And in this sense Augustine says that pain results from the loss of temporal goods. Reply to Obj. 2. Pleasure and its contrary pain have the same object, but under contrary aspects. Because if the presence of a particular thing be the object of pleasure, the absence of that same thing is the object of sorrow. Now one contrary includes the privation of the other, as stated in Metaphysics 10:4, and consequently sorrow in respect of one contrary is, in a way, directed to the same thing under a contrary aspect. Reply to Obj. 3. When many movements arise from one cause, it does not follow that they all regard chiefly that which the cause regards chiefly, but only the first of them, and each of the others regards chiefly that which is suitable to it according to its own nature. Second article. Whether desire is a cause of sorrow. Objection 1. It would seem that desire is not a cause of pain or sorrow. Because sorrow of itself regards evil, as stated above in Article 1, whereas desire is a movement of the appetite towards good. Now movement towards one contrary is not a cause of movement towards the other contrary. Therefore, desire is not a cause of pain. Objection 2. Further, pain, according to Damascene in De Fide Orth. 2:12, is caused by something present, whereas the object of desire is something future. Therefore, desire is not a cause of pain. Objection 3. Further, that which is pleasant in itself is not a cause of pain. But desire is pleasant in itself, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 1:11. Therefore, desire is not a cause of pain or sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says in Enchiridion 24, "When ignorance of things necessary to be done, and desire of things hurtful, found their way in, error and pain stole an entrance in their company. But ignorance is the cause of error. Therefore, desire is a cause of sorrow." I answer that, sorrow is a movement of the animal appetite. Now, as stated above in Article 1, the appetitive movement is likened to the natural appetite. A likeness that may be assigned to a twofold cause: one, on the part of the end; the other, on the part of the principle of movement. Thus, on the part of the end, the cause of a heavy body's downward movement is the lower place, while the principle of that movement is a natural inclination resulting from gravity. Now the cause of the appetitive movement on the part of the end is the object of that movement, And thus it has been said above, in Article 1, that the cause of pain or sorrow is a present evil. On the other hand, the cause, by way of principle, of that movement is the inward inclination of the appetite, which inclination regards, first of all, the good, and in consequence the rejection of a contrary evil. Hence the first principle of this appetitive movement is love, which is the first inclination of the appetite towards the possession of good, while the second principle is hatred, which is the first inclination of the appetite towards the avoidance of evil. But since concupiscence or desire is the first effect of love, which gives rise to the greatest pleasure, as stated above, in question 32, Article 6, hence it is that Augustine often speaks of desire or concupiscence in the sense of love, as was also stated in question 30, Article 2, second reply. And in this sense he says that desire is the universal cause of sorrow. Sometimes, however, desire, taken in its proper sense, is the cause of sorrow. Because whatever hinders a movement from reaching its end is contrary to that movement. Now that which is contrary to the movement of the appetite is a cause of sorrow. Consequently, desire becomes a cause of sorrow insofar as we sorrow for the delay of a desired good, or for its entire removal. But it cannot be a universal cause of sorrow, since we sorrow more for the loss of present good, in which we have already taken pleasure, than for the withdrawal of future good which we desire to have. Reply to Obj. 1. The inclination of the appetite to the possession of good causes the inclination of the appetite to fly from evil, as stated above. And hence it is that the appetitive movements that regard good are reckoned as causing the appetitive movements that regard evil. Reply to Obj. 2. That which is desired, though really future, is nevertheless in a way present, inasmuch as it is hoped for. Or we may say that although the desired good itself is future, yet the hindrance is reckoned as present, and so gives rise to sorrow. Reply to Obj. 3. Desire gives pleasure so long as there is hope of obtaining that which is desired. But when hope is removed through the presence of an obstacle, desire causes sorrow. Third article. Whether the craving for unity is a cause of sorrow. Objection 1. It would seem that the craving for unity is not a cause of sorrow. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 10:3 that this opinion, which held repletion to be the cause of pleasure, and division the cause of sorrow, seems to have originated in pains and pleasures connected with food. But not every pleasure or sorrow is of this kind. Therefore, the craving for unity is not the universal cause of sorrow, since repletion pertains to unity and division is the cause of multitude. Translator's note: Aristotle wrote endein, want. St. Thomas, in the Latin version, read incisionem, incision. Should he have read indigentiam, indigence? Objection 2. Further, every separation is opposed to unity. If therefore sorrow were caused by craving for unity, no separation would be pleasant. And this is clearly untrue as regards the separation of whatever is superfluous. Objection 3. Further, for the same reason we desire the conjunction of good and the removal of evil. But as conjunction regards unity, since it is a kind of union, so separation is contrary to unity. Therefore, the craving for unity should not be reckoned, rather than the craving for separation, as causing sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says On Free Will 3:23 that "from the pain that dumb animals feel, it is quite evident how their souls desire unity, in ruling and quickening their bodies. For what else is pain but a feeling of impatience, of division or corruption?" I answer that, forasmuch as the desire or craving for good is reckoned as a cause of sorrow, so must a craving for unity and love be accounted as causing sorrow. Because the good of each thing consists in a certain unity, inasmuch as each thing has, united in itself, the elements of which its perfection consists. Wherefore the Platonists held that one is a principle, just as good is. Hence everything naturally desires unity, just as it desires goodness. And therefore, just as love or desire for good is a cause of sorrow, so also is the love or craving for unity. Reply to Obj. 1. Not every kind of union causes perfect goodness, but only that on which the perfect being of a thing depends. Hence neither does the desire of any kind of unity cause pain or sorrow, as some have maintained. Whose opinion is refuted by the Philosopher from the fact that repletion is not always pleasant. For instance, when a man has eaten to repletion, he takes no further pleasure in eating, because repletion or union of this kind is repugnant rather than conducive to perfect being. Consequently, sorrow is caused by the craving, not for any kind of unity, but for that unity in which the perfection of nature consists. Reply to Obj. 2. Separation can be pleasant, either because it removes something contrary to a thing's perfection, or because it has some union connected with it, such as union of the senses to its object. Reply to Obj. 3. Separation from things hurtful and corruptive is desired, in so far as they destroy the unity which is due. Wherefore the desire for such like separation is not the first cause of sorrow, whereas the craving for unity is. Fourth article. Whether an irresistible power is a cause of sorrow. Objection 1. It would seem that a greater power should not be reckoned a cause of sorrow. For that which is in the power of the agent is not present but future. But sorrow is for present evil. Therefore, a greater power is not a cause of sorrow. Objection 2. Further, hurt inflicted is the cause of sorrow. But hurt can be inflicted even by a lesser power. Therefore, a greater power should not be reckoned as a cause of sorrow. Obj. 3. Further, the interior inclinations of the soul are the causes of the movements of appetite. But a greater power is something external. Therefore, it should not be reckoned as a cause of sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says On the Nature of the Good 20, "Sorrow in the soul is caused by the will resisting a stronger power, while pain in the body is caused by sense resisting a stronger body." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, a present evil is cause of sorrow or pain by way of object. Therefore that which is the cause of the evil being present should be reckoned as causing pain or sorrow. Now it is evident that it is contrary to the inclination of the appetite to be united with a present evil, and whatever is contrary to a thing's inclination does not happen to it save by the action of something stronger. Wherefore Augustine reckons a greater power as being the cause of sorrow. But it must be noted that if the stronger power goes so far as to transform the contrary inclination into its own inclination, there will no longer be repugnance or violence. Thus, if a stronger agent, by its action on a heavy body, deprives it of its downward tendency, its consequent upward tendency is not violent, but natural to it. Accordingly, if some greater power prevail so far as to take away from the will or the sensitive appetite their respective inclinations, pain or sorrow will not result therefrom. Such is the result only when the contrary inclination of the appetite remains. And hence Augustine says in On the Nature of Good 20 that sorrow is caused by the will resisting a stronger power. For were it not to resist, but to yield by consenting, the result would not be sorrow, but pleasure. Reply to Obj. 1. A greater power causes sorrow, as acting not potentially, but actually, that is, by causing the actual presence of the corruptive evil. Reply to Obj. 2. Nothing hinders a power which is not simply greater from being greater in some respect, and accordingly it is able to inflict some harm. But if it be nowise stronger, it can do no harm at all, wherefore it cannot bring about that which causes sorrow. Reply to Obj. 3. External agents can be the causes of appetitive movements in so far as they cause the presence of the object, and it is thus that a greater power is reckoned to be the cause of sorrow. End of question 36. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 37 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 37. Of the effects of pain or sorrow, in 4 articles. We must now consider the effects of pain or sorrow, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether pain deprives one of the power to learn. Second, whether the effect of sorrow or pain is to burden the soul. Third, whether sorrow or pain weakens all activity. Fourth, whether sorrow is more harmful to the body than all the other passions of the soul. First article, whether pain deprives one of the power to learn. Objection 1. It would seem that pain does not deprive one of the power to learn. For it is written in Isaiah 26:9, "When thou shalt do thy judgments on the earth, the inhabitants of the world shall learn justice." And further on in verse 16, "In the tribulation of murmuring, thy instruction was with them." But the judgments of God and tribulation cause sorrow in men's hearts. Therefore pain or sorrow, far from destroying, increases the power of learning. Obj. 2: Further, it is written (Isa. 28:9): "Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand the hearing? Them that are weaned from the milk, that are drawn away from the breasts," that is, from pleasures. But pain and sorrow are most destructive of pleasure, since sorrow hinders all pleasure, as stated in Ethic. 7:14, and in Ecclesiasticus 11:29 it is stated that "the affliction of an hour maketh one forget great delights." Therefore pain, instead of taking away, increases the faculty of learning. Obj. 3: Further, inward sorrow surpasses outward pain, as stated above (Q. 35, A. 7). But man can learn while sorrowful. Much more therefore can he learn while in bodily pain. On the contrary, Augustine says (Soliloquy i, 12): "Although during those days I was tormented with a violent toothache, I was not able to turn over in my mind other things than those I had already learnt. And as to learning anything, I was quite unequal to it, because it required undivided attention." I answer that, since all powers of the soul are rooted in the one essence of the soul, it must needs happen, when the intention of the soul is strongly drawn towards the action of one power, that it is withdrawn from the action of another power: because the soul, being one, can only have one intention. The result is that, if one thing draws upon itself the entire attention of the soul, or a great portion thereof, anything else requiring considerable attention is incompatible therewith. Now it is evident that sensible pain, above all, draws the soul's attention to itself, because it is natural for each thing to tend wholly to repel whatever is contrary to it, as may be observed even in natural things. It is likewise evident that in order to learn anything new, we require study and effort with a strong intention, as is clearly stated in Proverbs 2, 4, and 5. "If thou shalt seek wisdom as money, and shalt dig for her as for a treasure, then shalt thou understand learning." Translator's note: the Vulgate edition translates learning as "fear of the Lord." Consequently, if the pain be acute, man is prevented at the time from learning anything. Indeed, it can be so acute that, as long as it lasts, man is unable to give his attention even to that which he knew already. However, a difference is to be observed according to the difference of love that a man has for learning or for considering. Because the greater his love, the more will he retain the intention of his mind, so as to prevent it from turning entirely to the pain. Reply Obj. 1: Moderate sorrow, that does not cause the mind to wander, can conduce to the acquisition of learning, especially in regard to those things by which a man hopes to be freed from sorrow. And thus, in the tribulation of murmuring, men are more apt to be taught by God. Reply Obj. 2: Both pleasure and pain, in so far as they draw upon themselves the soul's intention, hinder the reason from the act of consideration, wherefore it is stated in Ethic. 7:11 that "in the moment of sexual pleasure a man cannot understand anything." Nevertheless, pain attracts the soul's intention more than pleasure does. Thus we observe in natural things that the action of a natural body is more intense in regard to its contrary. For instance, hot water is more accessible to the action of cold, and in consequence freezes harder. If therefore pain or sorrow be moderate, it can conduce accidentally to the facility of learning, in so far as it takes away an excess of pleasure. But of itself it is a hindrance, and if it be intense, it prevents it altogether. Reply to Obj. 3. External pain arises from hurt done to the body, so that it involves bodily transmutation more than inward sorrow does. And yet the latter is greater in regard to the formal element of pain, which belongs to the soul. Consequently, bodily pain is a greater hindrance to the contemplation which requires complete repose than inward sorrow is. Nevertheless, if inward sorrow be very intense, it attracts the attention, so that man is unable to learn anything for the first time. Wherefore, on account of sorrow, Gregory interrupted his commentary on Ezekiel. Homily 22 on Ezekiel. Second article: whether the effect of sorrow or pain is to burden the soul. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not an effect of sorrow to burden the soul. For the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 7:11, "Behold this selfsame thing, that you are made sorrowful according to God, how great carefulness it worketh in you, yea, defense, yea, indignation," etc. Now carefulness and indignation imply that the soul is uplifted, which is contrary to being depressed. Therefore, depression is not an effect of sorrow. Obj. 2. Further, sorrow is contrary to pleasure. But the effect of pleasure is expansion, the opposite of which is not depression but contraction. Therefore, depression should not be reckoned as an effect of sorrow. Obj. 3. Further, sorrow consumes those who are inflicted therewith, as may be gathered from the words of the Apostle in 2 Corinthians 2:7, "Lest perhaps such a one be swallowed up with overmuch sorrow." But that which is depressed is not consumed. Nay, it is weighed down by something heavy, whereas that which is consumed enters with the consumer. Therefore, depression should not be reckoned an effect of sorrow. On the contrary, Gregory of Nyssa, in his On the Nature of Man 19, and Damascene, in his On the True Faith 2:14, speak of depressing sorrow. I answer that, the effects of the soul's passions are sometimes named metaphorically, from a likeness to sensible bodies, for the reason that the movements of the animal appetite are like the inclinations of the natural appetite. And in this way, fervor is ascribed to love, expansion to pleasure, and depression to sorrow. For a man is said to be depressed through being hindered in his own movement by some weight. Now it is evident from what has been said above (Q. 23, A. 4; Q. 25, A. 4; Q. 36, A. 1) that sorrow is caused by a present evil. And this evil, from the very fact that it is repugnant to the movement of the will, depresses the soul, inasmuch as it hinders it from enjoying that which it wishes to enjoy. And if the evil which is the cause of sorrow be not so strong as to deprive one of the hope of avoiding it, although the soul be depressed in so far as, for the present, it fails to grasp that which it craves for, yet it retains the movement whereby to repulse that evil. If, on the other hand, the strength of the evil be such as to exclude the hope of evasion, then even the interior movement of the afflicted soul is absolutely hindered, so that it cannot turn aside either this way or that. Sometimes even the external movement of the body is paralyzed, so that a man becomes completely stupefied. Reply to Obj. 1. That uplifting of the soul ensues from the sorrow which is according to God, because it brings with it the hope of the forgiveness of sin. Reply to Obj. 2. As far as the movement of the appetite is concerned, contraction and depression amount to the same, because the soul, through being depressed so as to be unable to attend freely to outward things, withdraws to itself, closing itself up, as it were. Reply to Obj. 3. Sorrow is said to consume man when the force of the afflicting evil is such as to shut out all hope of evasion, and thus also it both depresses and consumes at the same time. For certain things, taken metaphorically, imply one another, which taken literally appear to exclude one another. Third article: whether sorrow or pain weakens all activity. Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow does not weaken all activity. Because carefulness is caused by sorrow, as is clear from the passage of the Apostle quoted above, Article 2, Objection 1. But carefulness conduces to good work. Wherefore the Apostle says in 2 Timothy 2:15, "Carefully study to present thyself a workman that needeth not to be ashamed." Therefore sorrow is not a hindrance to work, but helps one to work well. Objection 2. Further, sorrow causes desire in many cases, as stated in Ethic. 7:14. But desire causes intensity of action. Therefore sorrow does too. Objection 3. Further, as some actions are proper to the joyful, so are others proper to the sorrowful. For instance, to mourn. Now a thing is improved by that which is suitable to it. Therefore certain actions are not hindered, but improved by reason of sorrow. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 10:4 that pleasure perfects action, whereas, on the other hand, sorrow hinders it. Ethic. 10:5. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, sorrow at times does not depress or consume the soul, so as to shut out all movement, internal or external. But certain movements are sometimes caused by sorrow itself. Accordingly, action stands in a twofold relation to sorrow. First, as being the object of sorrow, and thus sorrow hinders any action. For we never do that which we do with sorrow so well as that which we do with pleasure, or without sorrow. The reason for this is that the will is the cause of human actions, and consequently, when we do something that gives pain, the action must of necessity be weakened in consequence. Secondly, action stands in relation to sorrow as to its principle and cause, and such action must needs be improved by sorrow. Thus the more one sorrows on account of a certain thing, the more one strives to shake off sorrow, provided there is a hope of shaking it off. Otherwise no movement or action would result from that sorrow. From what has been said, the replies to the objections are evident. Fourth article. Whether sorrow is more harmful to the body than the other passions of the soul? Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow is not the most harmful to the body. For sorrow has a spiritual existence in the soul. But those things which have only a spiritual existence do not cause a transmutation in the body, as is evident with regard to the images of colors, which images are in the air and do not give color to bodies. Therefore sorrow is not harmful to the body. Objection 2. Further, if it be harmful to the body, this can only be due to its having a bodily transmutation in conjunction with it. But bodily transmutation takes place in all the passions of the soul, as stated above, in Question 22, Articles 1 and 3. Therefore sorrow is not more harmful to the body than the other passions of the soul. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 3 that anger and desire drive some to madness, which seems to be of very great harm, since reason is the most excellent thing in man. Moreover, despair seems to be more harmful than sorrow, for it is the cause of sorrow. Therefore sorrow is not more harmful to the body than the other passions of the soul. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 17:22, "A joyful mind maketh age flourishing, a sorrowful spirit drieth up the bones." And Proverbs 25:20, "As a moth doth by a garment, and a worm by the wood, so the sadness of a man consumeth the heart." And Ecclesiasticus 38:19 says, "Of sadness cometh death." I answer that, of all the soul's passions, sorrow is most harmful to the body. The reason of this is because sorrow is repugnant to man's life in respect of the species of its movement, and not merely in respect of its measure or quantity, as is the case with the other passions of the soul. For man's life consists in a certain movement, which flows from the heart to the other parts of the body, and this movement is befitting to human nature according to a certain fixed measure. Consequently, if this movement goes beyond the right measure, it will be repugnant to man's life in respect of the measure of quantity, but not in respect of its specific character, whereas if this movement be hindered in its progress, it will be repugnant to life in respect of its species. Now it must be noted that, in all passions of the soul, the bodily transmutation which is their material element is in conformity with and in proportion to the appetitive movement, which is the formal element. Just as in everything matter is proportionate to form. Consequently, those passions that imply a movement of the appetite in pursuit of something are not repugnant to the vital movement as regards its species, but they may be repugnant thereto as regards its measure. Such are love, joy, desire, and the like. Wherefore these passions conduce to the well-being of the body, though if they be excessive, they may be harmful to it. On the other hand, those passions which denote in the appetite a movement of flight or contraction are repugnant to the vital movement, not only as regards its measure, but also as regards its species. Wherefore they are simply harmful. Such are fear and despair, and above all sorrow, which depresses the soul by reason of a present evil, which makes a stronger impression than future evil. Reply to Obj. 1. Since the soul naturally moves the body, the spiritual movement of the soul is naturally the cause of bodily transmutation. Nor is there any parallel with spiritual images, because they are not naturally ordained to move such other bodies as are not naturally moved by the soul. Reply to Obj. 2. Other passions imply a bodily transmutation which is specifically in conformity with the vital movement, whereas sorrow implies a transmutation that is repugnant thereto, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. A lesser cause suffices to hinder the use of reason, than to destroy life, since we observe that many ailments deprive one of the use of reason, before depriving one of life. Nevertheless, fear and anger cause very great harm to the body, by reason of the sorrow which they imply, and which arises from the absence of the thing desired. Moreover, sorrow too sometimes deprives man of the use of reason, as may be seen in those who through sorrow become a prey to melancholy or madness. End of question 37. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 38 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 38 of the Remedies of Sorrow or Pain, in 4 articles. We must now consider the remedies of pain or sorrow, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether pain or sorrow is assuaged by every pleasure. Second, whether it is assuaged by weeping. Third, whether it is assuaged by the sympathy of friends. Fourth, whether it is assuaged by contemplating the truth. Fifth, whether it is assuaged by sleep and baths. First article, whether pain or sorrow is assuaged by every pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that not every pleasure assuages every pain or sorrow. For pleasure does not assuage sorrow, save in so far as it is contrary to it. For remedies work by contraries, according to Ethics 2:3. But not every pleasure is contrary to every sorrow, as stated above in question 35, Article 4. Therefore, not every pleasure assuages every sorrow. Objection 2. Further, that which causes sorrow does not assuage it. But some pleasures cause sorrow, since, as stated in Ethics 9:4, the wicked man feels pain at having been pleased. Therefore, not every pleasure assuages sorrow. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says in Confessions 4:7 that he fled from his country, where he had been wont to associate with his friend now dead. For so should his eyes look for him less, where they were not wont to see him. Hence, we may gather that those things which united us to our dead or absent friends become burdensome to us when we mourn their death or absence. But nothing united us more than the pleasures we enjoyed in common. Therefore, these very pleasures become burdensome to us when we mourn. Therefore, not every pleasure assuages every sorrow. On the contrary, The Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:14 that "sorrow is driven forth by pleasure, both by a contrary pleasure and by any other, provided it be intense." I answer that, as is evident from what has been said above (Q. 23, A. 4), pleasure is a kind of repose of the appetite in a suitable good, while sorrow arises from something unsuited to the appetite. Consequently, in movements of the appetite, pleasure is to sorrow what in bodies repose is to weariness, which is due to a non-natural transmutation. For sorrow itself implies a certain weariness or ailing of the appetitive faculty. Therefore, just as all repose of the body brings relief to any kind of weariness, ensuing from any non-natural cause, so every pleasure brings relief by assuaging any kind of sorrow, due to any cause whatever. Reply to Obj. 1. Although not every pleasure is specifically contrary to every sorrow, yet it is generically, as stated above (Q. 35, A. 4). And consequently, on the part of the disposition of the subject, any sorrow can be assuaged by any pleasure. Reply to Obj. 2. The pleasures of wicked men are not a cause of sorrow while they are enjoyed, but afterwards; that is to say, in so far as wicked men repent of those things in which they took pleasure. This sorrow is healed by contrary pleasures. Reply to Obj. 3. When there are two causes inclining to contrary movements, each hinders the other. Yet the one which is stronger and more persistent prevails in the end. Now when a man is made sorrowful by those things in which he took pleasure in common with a deceased or absent friend, there are two causes producing contrary movements. For the thought of the friend's death or absence inclines him to sorrow, whereas the present good inclines him to pleasure. Consequently, each is modified by the other. And yet, since the perception of the present moves more strongly than the memory of the past, and since love of self is more persistent than love of another, hence it is that, in the end, the pleasure drives out the sorrow. Wherefore a little further on, in Confessions 4:8, Augustine says that his "sorrow gave way to his former pleasures." Second article: Whether pain or sorrow is assuaged by tears? Objection 1. It would seem that tears do not assuage sorrow, because no effect diminishes its cause. But tears or groans are an effect of sorrow. Therefore they do not diminish sorrow. Objection 2. Further, just as tears or groans are an effect of sorrow, so laughter is an effect of joy. But laughter does not lessen joy. Therefore tears do not lessen sorrow. Objection 3. Further, when we weep, the evil that saddens us is present to the imagination. But the image of that which saddens us increases sorrow, just as the image of a pleasant thing adds to joy. Therefore it seems that tears do not assuage sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says in Confessions 4:7 that, when he mourned the death of his friend, "in groans and in tears alone did he find some little refreshment." I answer that, tears and groans naturally assuage sorrow, and this for two reasons. First, because a hurtful thing hurts yet more if we keep it shut up, because the soul is more intent on it; whereas, if it be allowed to escape, the soul's intention is dispersed, as it were, on outward things, so that the inward sorrow is lessened. This is why men burdened with sorrow make outward show of their sorrow, by tears or groans or even by words, and so their sorrow is assuaged. Secondly, because an action that befits a man according to his actual disposition is always pleasant to him. Now tears and groans are actions befitting a man who is in sorrow or pain, and consequently they become pleasant to him. Since then, as stated above in Article 1, every pleasure assuages sorrow or pain somewhat, it follows that sorrow is assuaged by weeping and groans. Reply to Obj. 1. This relation of the cause to effect is opposed to the relation existing between the cause of sorrow and the sorrowing man. For every effect is suited to its cause, and consequently is pleasant to it. But the cause of sorrow is disagreeable to him that sorrows. Hence the effect of sorrow is not related to him that sorrows, in the same way as the cause of sorrow is. For this reason, sorrow is assuaged by its effect, on account of the aforesaid contrariety. Reply to Obj. 2. The relation of effect to cause is like the relation of the object of pleasure to him that takes pleasure in it, because in each case the one agrees with the other. Now every like thing increases its like. Therefore joy is increased by laughter and the other effects of joy, except they be excessive, in which case accidentally they lessen it. Reply to Obj. 3. The image of that which saddens us, considered in itself, has a natural tendency to increase sorrow. Yet from the very fact that a man imagines himself to be doing that which is fitting according to his actual state, he feels a certain amount of pleasure. For the same reason, if laughter escapes a man, when he is so disposed that he thinks he ought to weep, he is sorry for it, as having done something unbecoming to him, as Cicero says in his Questions debated at Tusculum 327. Third article: Whether pain or sorrow are assuaged by the sympathy of friends. Objection 1. It would seem that the sorrow of sympathizing friends does not assuage our own sorrow. For contraries have contrary effects. Now, as Augustine says in his Confessions 8:4, "When many rejoice together, each one has more exuberant joy, for they are kindled and inflamed one by the other." Therefore, in like manner, when many are sorrowful, it seems that their sorrow is greater. Obj. 2: Further, friendship demands mutual love, as Augustine declares (Confessions 4:9). But a sympathizing friend is pained at the sorrow of his friend with whom he sympathizes. Consequently, the pain of a sympathizing friend becomes, to the friend in sorrow, a further cause of sorrow, so that, his pain being doubled, his sorrow seems to increase. Obj. 3: Further, sorrow arises from every evil affecting a friend, as though it affected oneself, since "a friend is one's other self," according to Ethic. ix, 4, 9. But sorrow is an evil. Therefore the sorrow of the sympathizing friend increases the sorrow of the friend with whom he sympathizes. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ix, 11 that those who are in pain are consoled when their friends sympathize with them. I answer that, when one is in pain, it is natural that the sympathy of a friend should afford consolation. Whereof the Philosopher indicates a twofold reason in Ethics ix, 11. The first is because, since sorrow has a depressing effect, it is like a weight whereof we strive to unburden ourselves, so that when a man sees others saddened by his own sorrow, it seems as though others were bearing the burden with him, striving as it were to lessen its weight. Wherefore the load of sorrow becomes lighter for him, something like what occurs in the carrying of bodily burdens. The second and better reason is because when a man's friends condole with him, he sees that he is loved by them, and this affords him pleasure, as stated above in question 32, Article 5. Consequently, since every pleasure assuages sorrow, as stated above in Article 1, it follows that sorrow is mitigated by a sympathizing friend. Reply to Obj. 1. In either case, there is proof of friendship, notably, when a man rejoices with the joyful, and when he sorrows with the sorrowful. Consequently, each becomes an object of pleasure by reason of its cause. Reply to Obj. 2. The friend's sorrow itself would be a cause of sorrow, but consideration of its cause, notably his love, gives rise rather to pleasure. And this suffices for the reply to the third objection. Fourth article. Whether pain and sorrow are assuaged by the contemplation of truth. Objection 1. It would seem that the contemplation of truth does not assuage sorrow. For it is written in Ecclesiastes 1:18, "He that addeth knowledge, addeth also sorrow." Translator's note: the Vulgate translates sorrow as labor. But knowledge pertains to the contemplation of truth. Therefore, the contemplation of truth does not assuage sorrow. Objection 2. Further, the contemplation of truth belongs to the speculative intellect. But the speculative intellect is not a principle of movement, as stated in De Anima iii, 11. Therefore, since joy and sorrow are movements of the soul, it seems that contemplation of truth does not help to assuage sorrow. Objection 3. Further, the remedy for an ailment should be applied to the part which ails. But contemplation of truth is in the intellect. Therefore, it does not assuage bodily pain, which is in the senses. On the contrary, Augustine says in Soliloquy 1:12, "It seemed to me that if the light of that truth were to dawn on our minds, either I should not feel that pain, or at least that pain would seem nothing to me." I answer that, as stated above in question 3, Article 5, the greatest of all pleasures consists in the contemplation of truth. Now every pleasure assuages pain, as stated above in Article 1. Hence the contemplation of truth assuages pain or sorrow, and the more so, the more perfectly one is a lover of wisdom. And therefore, in the midst of tribulations, men rejoice in the contemplation of divine things and of future happiness, according to James 1:2. "My brethren, count it all joy, when you shall fall into diverse temptations." And what is more, even in the midst of bodily tortures, this joy is found, as the martyr Tiburtius when he was walking barefoot on the burning coals, said, Methinks I walk on roses in the name of Jesus Christ. Cf. the Dominican Breviary, August 11th, the commemoration of Saint Tiburtius. Reply to Obj. 1. He that addeth knowledge addeth sorrow, either on account of the difficulty and disappointment in the search for truth, or because knowledge makes man acquainted with many things that are contrary to his will. Accordingly, on the part of the things known, knowledge causes sorrow, but on the part of the contemplation of truth, it causes pleasure. Reply to Obj. 2. The speculative intellect does not move the mind on the part of the thing contemplated, but on the part of contemplation itself, which is man's good and naturally pleasant to him. Reply to Obj. 3. In the powers of the soul there is an overflow from the higher to the lower powers, and accordingly the pleasure of contemplation, which is in the higher part, overflows so as to mitigate even that pain which is in the senses. Fifth article. Whether pain and sorrow are assuaged by sleep and baths? Objection 1. It would seem that sleep and baths do not assuage sorrow. For sorrow is in the soul, whereas sleep and baths regard the body. Therefore they do not conduce to the assuaging of sorrow. Objection 2. Further, the same effect does not seem to ensue from contrary causes. But these, being bodily things, are incompatible with the contemplation of truth, which is a cause of the assuaging of sorrow, as stated above in Article 4. Therefore, sorrow is not mitigated by the like. Objection 3. Further, sorrow and pain, in so far as they affect the body, denote a certain transmutation of the heart. But such remedies as these seem to pertain to the outward senses and limbs, rather than to the interior disposition of the heart. Therefore, they do not assuage sorrow. On the contrary, Augustine says in Confessions 9:12, I had heard that the bath had its name from the fact of its driving sadness from the mind. And further on he says, I slept and woke up again, and found my grief not a little assuaged, and quotes the words from the hymn of Ambrose, in which it is said that sleep restores the tired limbs to labor, refreshes the weary mind, and banishes sorrow. Translator's note. First of all, in reference to the name of the bath, balneum, from the Greek balaneon. Secondly, the hymn of St. Ambrose from the Saurum Breviarii, first Sunday after the octave of Epiphany, hymn for First Vespers. I answer that, as stated above in question 37, Article 4, sorrow, by reason of its specific nature, is repugnant to the vital movement of the body, and consequently, whatever restores the bodily nature to its due state of vital movement is opposed to sorrow and assuages it. Moreover, such remedies, from the very fact that they bring nature back to its normal state, are causes of pleasure. For this is precisely in what pleasure consists, as stated above in question 31, Article 1. Therefore, since every pleasure assuages sorrow, sorrow is assuaged by such like bodily remedies. Reply to Obj. 1. The normal disposition of the body, so far as it is felt, is itself a cause of pleasure, and consequently assuages sorrow. Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in Q. 31, Art. 8, one pleasure hinders another, and yet every pleasure assuages sorrow. Consequently, it is not unreasonable that sorrow should be assuaged by causes which hinder one another. Reply to Obj. 3. Every good disposition of the body reacts somewhat on the heart, which is the beginning and end of bodily movements, as stated in On the Cause of Animal Movements, 11. End of question 38. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 39 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 39. Of the goodness and malice of sorrow or pain, in 4 articles. We must now consider the goodness and malice of pain or sorrow, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether all sorrow is evil. Second, whether sorrow can be a virtuous good. Third, whether it can be a useful good. Fourth, whether bodily pain is the greatest evil. First article, whether all sorrow is evil. Objection 1. It would seem that all sorrow is evil. For Gregory of Nyssa, in his On the Nature of Man 19, says, "All sorrow is evil from its very nature." Now what is naturally evil is evil always and everywhere. Therefore, all sorrow is evil. Objection 2. Further, that which all, even the virtuous, avoid, is evil. But all avoid sorrow, even the virtuous, since, as stated in Ethic. 7:11, though the prudent man does not aim at pleasure, yet he aims at avoiding sorrow. Therefore, sorrow is evil. Objection 3. Further, just as bodily evil is the object and cause of bodily pain, so spiritual evil is the object and cause of sorrow in the soul. But every bodily pain is a bodily evil. Therefore, every spiritual sorrow is an evil of the soul. On the contrary, sorrow for evil is contrary to pleasure in evil. But pleasure in evil is evil. Wherefore in condemnation of certain men it is written, in Proverbs 2:14, that "they were glad when they had done evil." Therefore, sorrow for evil is good. I answer that, a thing may be good or evil in 2 ways. First, considered simply and in itself, and thus all sorrow is an evil, because the mere fact of a man's appetite being uneasy about a present evil is itself an evil, because it hinders the response of the appetite in good. Secondly, a thing is said to be good or evil on the supposition of something else. Thus shame is said to be good, on the supposition of a shameful deed done, as stated in Ethic. 4:9. Accordingly, supposing the presence of something saddening or painful, it is a sign of goodness if a man is in sorrow or pain on account of this present evil. For if he were not to be in sorrow or pain, this could only be either because he feels it not, or because he does not reckon it as something unbecoming, both of which are manifest evils. Consequently, it is a condition of goodness that, supposing an evil to be present, sorrow or pain should ensue. Wherefore Augustine says On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 8:14, "It is also a good thing that he sorrows for the good he has lost. For had not some good remained in his nature, he could not be punished by the loss of good." Because, however, in the science of morals we consider things individually, for actions are concerned about individuals, that which is good on some supposition should be considered as good, just as that which is voluntary on some supposition is judged to be voluntary, as stated in Ethic. 3:1, and likewise above in Q. 6, A. 6. Reply to Obj. 1: Gregory of Nyssa is speaking of sorrow on the part of the evil that causes it, but not on the part of the subject that feels and rejects the evil. And from this point of view all shun sorrow, inasmuch as they shun evil, but they do not shun the perception and rejection of evil. The same also applies to bodily pain, because the perception and rejection of bodily evil is the proof of the goodness of nature. This suffices for the replies to the second and third objections. Second article: Whether sorrow can be a virtuous good? Objection 1: It would seem that sorrow is not a virtuous good. For that which leads to hell is not a virtuous good. But, as Augustine says On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 12:33, "Jacob seems to have feared lest he should be troubled overmuch by sorrow, and so, instead of entering into the rest of the blessed, be consigned to the hell of sinners." Therefore sorrow is not a virtuous good. Obj. 2: Further, the virtuous good is praiseworthy and meritorious. But sorrow lessens praise or merit, for the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 9:7, "Everyone, as he hath determined in his heart, not with sadness or of necessity." Therefore sorrow is not a virtuous good. Obj. 3: Further, as Augustine says On the City of God 14:15, "Sorrow is concerned about those things which happen against our will." But to not will those things which are actually taking place is to have a will opposed to the decree of God, to whose providence whatever is done is subject. Since, then, conformity of the human to the divine will is a condition of the rectitude of the will, as stated above (Q. 19, A. 9), it seems that sorrow is incompatible with rectitude of the will, and that consequently it is not virtuous. On the contrary, whatever merits the reward of eternal life is virtuous. But such is sorrow, as is evident from Matthew 5:5, "Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted." Therefore sorrow is a virtuous good. I answer that, in so far as sorrow is good, it can be a virtuous good. For it has been said above (A. 1) that sorrow is a good inasmuch as it denotes perception and rejection of evil. These two things, as regards bodily pain, are a proof of the goodness of nature, to which it is due that the senses perceive, and that nature shuns, the harmful thing that causes pain. As regards interior sorrow, perception of the evil is sometimes due to a right judgment of reason, while the rejection of the evil is the act of the will, well disposed and detesting that evil. Now every virtuous good results from these two things, the rectitude of the reason and the will. Wherefore it is evident that sorrow may be a virtuous good. Reply to Obj. 1. All the passions of the soul should be regulated according to the rule of reason, which is the root of the virtuous good. But excessive sorrow, of which Augustine is speaking, oversteps this rule, and therefore it fails to be a virtuous good. Reply to Obj. 2. Just as sorrow for an evil arises from a right will and reason, which detest the evil, so sorrow for a good is due to a perverse reason and will, which detest the good. Consequently, such sorrow is an obstacle to the praise and merit of the virtuous good. For instance, when a man gives an alms sorrowfully. Reply to Obj. 3. Some things do actually happen, not because God wills, but because He permits them to happen, such as sins. Consequently, a will that is opposed to sin, whether in oneself or in another, is not discordant from the divine will. Penal evils happen actually, even by God's will, but it is not necessary for the rectitude of His will that man should will them in themselves, but only that he should not revolt against the order of divine justice, as stated above (Q. 19, A. 10). Third article. Whether sorrow can be a useful good. Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow cannot be a useful good. For it is written in Ecclesiasticus 30:25, "Sadness hath killed many, and there is no profit in it." Objection 2. Further, choice is of that which is useful to an end. But sorrow is not an object of choice. In fact, "a thing without sorrow is to be chosen rather than the same thing with sorrow," according to Topic. 3:2. Therefore sorrow is not a useful good. Obj. 3. Further, everything is for the sake of its own operation, as stated in De Coelo ii, 3. But sorrow hinders operation, as stated in Ethic. x, 5. Therefore sorrow is not a useful good. On the contrary, the wise man seeks only that which is useful. But according to Ecclesiastes 7:5, "the heart of the wise is where there is mourning, and the heart of fools where there is mirth." Therefore sorrow is useful. I answer that, a twofold movement of the appetite ensues from a present evil. One is that whereby the appetite is opposed to the present evil, and in this respect sorrow is of no use. Because that which is present cannot be not present. The other movement arises in the appetite to the effect of avoiding or expelling the saddening evil, and in this respect sorrow is of use, if it be for something which ought to be avoided. Because there are two reasons for which it may be right to avoid a thing. First, because it should be avoided in itself, on account of its being contrary to good, for instance, sin. Wherefore sorrow for sin is useful, as inducing a man to avoid sin. Hence the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 7:9, "I am glad, not because you are made sorrowful, but because you are made sorrowful unto penance." Secondly, a thing is to be avoided not as though it were evil in itself, but because it is an occasion of evil, either through one's being attached to it and loving it too much, or through one's being thrown headlong thereby into an evil, as is evident in the case of temporal goods. And in this respect, sorrow for temporal goods may be useful. According to Ecclesiastes 7:3, "It is better to go to the house of mourning than to the house of feasting, for in that we are put in mind of the end of all." Moreover, sorrow for that which ought to be avoided is always useful, since it adds another motive for avoiding it. Because the very evil is in itself a thing to be avoided, while everyone avoids sorrow for its own sake, just as everyone seeks the good and pleasure in the good. Therefore, just as pleasure in the good makes one seek the good more earnestly, so sorrow for evil makes one avoid evil more eagerly. Reply Obj. 1. This passage is to be taken as referring to excessive sorrow, which consumes the soul. For such sorrow paralyzes the soul and hinders it from shunning evil, as stated above (Q. 37, A. 2). Reply Obj. 2. Just as any object of choice becomes less eligible by reason of sorrow, so that which ought to be shunned is still more to be shunned by reason of sorrow, and in this respect sorrow is useful. Reply Obj. 3. Sorrow caused by an action hinders that action, but sorrow for the cessation of an action makes one do it more earnestly. Fourth article: Whether bodily pain is the greatest evil? Objection 1. It would seem that pain is the greatest evil. Because "the worst is contrary to the best," according to Ethic. 8:10. But a certain pleasure is the greatest good, viz. the pleasure of bliss. Therefore a certain pain is the greatest evil. Obj. 2. Further, happiness is man's greatest good, because it is his last end. But man's happiness consists in his "having whatever he will, and in willing not amiss," as stated above (Q. 3, A. 4, Obj. 5; Q. 5, A. 8, Obj. 3). Therefore man's greatest good consists in the fulfillment of his will. Now pain consists in something happening contrary to the will, as Augustine declares in De Civ. Dei xiv, 6, 15. Therefore pain is man's greatest evil. Obj. 3. Further, Augustine argues thus in Soliloquy i, 12: "We are composed of two parts, that is, of a soul and a body, whereof the body is the inferior. Now the sovereign good is the greatest good of the better part, while the supreme evil is the greatest evil of the inferior part. But wisdom is the greatest good of the soul, while the worst thing in the body is pain. Therefore man's greatest good is to be wise, while his greatest evil is to suffer pain." On the contrary, guilt is a greater evil than punishment, as was stated in the First Part (Q. 48, A. 6). But sorrow or pain belongs to the punishment of sin, just as the enjoyment of changeable things is an evil of guilt. For Augustine says (De Vera Relig. 12): "What is pain of the soul, except for the soul to be deprived of that which it was wont to enjoy, or had hoped to enjoy? And this is all that is called evil, that is, sin, and the punishment of sin." Therefore sorrow or pain is not man's greatest evil. I answer that, it is impossible for any sorrow or pain to be man's greatest evil. For all sorrow or pain is either for something that is truly evil, or for something that is apparently evil but good in reality. Now pain or sorrow for that which is truly evil cannot be the greatest evil. For there is something worse, namely, either not to reckon as evil that which is really evil, or not to reject it. Again, sorrow or pain for that which is apparently evil but really good cannot be the greatest evil, for it would be worse to be altogether separated from that which is truly good. Hence it is impossible for any sorrow or pain to be man's greatest evil. Reply Obj. 1: Pleasure and sorrow have two good points in common, namely, a true judgment concerning good and evil, and the right order of the will in approving of good and rejecting evil. Thus it is clear that in pain or sorrow there is a good, by the removal of which they become worse, and yet there is not an evil in every pleasure, by the removal of which the pleasure is better. Consequently, a pleasure can be man's highest good in the way stated above (Q. 34, A. 3), whereas sorrow cannot be man's greatest evil. Reply Obj. 2: The very fact of the will being opposed to evil is a good, and for this reason sorrow or pain cannot be the greatest evil, because it has an admixture of good. Reply Obj. 3: That which harms the better thing is worse than that which harms the worse. Now a thing is called evil because it harms, as Augustine says (In Enchiridion 12). Therefore that which is an evil to the soul is a greater evil than that which is an evil to the body. Therefore this argument does not prove, nor does Augustine give it as his own, but has taken it from another, viz. Cornelius Celsus. End of question 39. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 40 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 40 of the Irascible Passions, and first, of Hope and Despair, in 8 articles. We must now consider the irascible passions. 1. Hope and despair. 2. Fear and daring. 3. Anger. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether hope is the same as desire or cupidity. Second, whether hope is in the apprehensive or in the appetitive faculty. Third, whether hope is in dumb animals. Fourth, whether despair is contrary to hope. Fifth, Whether experience is a cause of hope? 6th, whether hope abounds in young men and drunkards? 7th, concerning the order of hope to love? 8th, whether love conduces to action? First article, whether hope is the same as desire or cupidity? Objection 1. It would seem that hope is the same as desire or cupidity. Because hope is reckoned as one of the 4 principal passions. But Augustine, in setting down the 4 principal passions, puts cupidity in the place of hope. Cf. his On the City of God 14:3, 7. Therefore, hope is the same as cupidity or desire. Objection 2. Further, passions differ according to their objects. But the object of hope is the same as the object of cupidity or desire, notably, the future good. Therefore, hope is the same as cupidity or desire. Objection 3. If it be said that hope, in addition to desire, denotes the possibility of obtaining the future good, on the contrary, whatever is accidental to the object does not make a different species of passion. But possibility of acquisition is accidental to a future good, which is the object of cupidity or desire, and of hope. Therefore, hope does not differ specifically from desire or cupidity. On the contrary, to different powers belong different species of passions. But hope is in the irascible power, whereas desire or cupidity is in the concupiscible. Therefore, hope differs specifically from desire or cupidity. I answer that the species of a passion is taken from the object. Now, in the object of hope, we may note 4 conditions. First, that it is something good, since properly speaking, hope regards only the good. In this respect, hope differs from fear, which regards evil. Secondly, that it is future. For hope does not regard that which is present and already possessed. In this respect, hope differs from joy, which regards a present good. Thirdly, that it must be something arduous and difficult to obtain, for we do not speak of anyone hoping for trifles, which are in one's power to have at any time. In this respect, hope differs from desire or cupidity, which regards the future good absolutely. Wherefore it belongs to the concupiscible, while hope belongs to the irascible faculty. Fourthly, that this difficult thing is something possible to obtain. For one does not hope for that which one cannot get at all. And in this respect, hope differs from despair. It is therefore evident that hope differs from desire, as the irascible passions differ from the concupiscible. For this reason, moreover, hope presupposes desire, just as all irascible passions presuppose the passions of the concupiscible faculty, as stated above, in question 25, Article 1. Reply to Objection 1. Augustine mentions desire instead of hope, because each regards future good, and because the good which is not arduous is reckoned as nothing, thus implying that desire seems to tend chiefly to the arduous good, to which hope tends likewise. Reply to Objection 2. The object of hope is the future good considered, not absolutely, but as arduous and difficult of attainment, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. The object of hope adds not only possibility to the object of desire, but also difficulty. And this makes hope belong to another power, notably the irascible, which regards something difficult, as stated in the first part, Question 81, Article 2. Moreover, possibility and impossibility are not altogether accidental to the object of the appetitive power, because the appetite is a principle of movement, and nothing is moved to anything except under the aspect of being possible. For no one is moved to that which he reckons impossible to get. Consequently, hope differs from despair according to the difference of possible and impossible. Second article: whether hope is in the apprehensive or in the appetitive power. Objection 1. It would seem that hope belongs to the cognitive power, because hope, seemingly, is a kind of awaiting. For the Apostle says in Romans 8:25, "If we hope for that which we see not, we wait for it with patience." But awaiting seems to belong to the cognitive power, which we exercise by looking out. Therefore, hope belongs to the cognitive power. Objection 2. Further, apparently hope is the same as confidence. Hence, when a man hopes, he is said to be confident, as though to hope and to be confident were the same thing. But confidence, like faith, seems to belong to the cognitive power. Therefore, hope does too. Objection 3. Further, certainty is a property of the cognitive power. But certainty is ascribed to hope. Therefore, hope belongs to the cognitive power. On the contrary, hope regards good, as stated above in Article 1. Now good, as such, is not the object of the cognitive, but of the appetitive power. Therefore, hope belongs not to the cognitive, but to the appetitive power. I answer that, since hope denotes a certain stretching out of the appetite towards good, it evidently belongs to the appetitive power, since movement towards things belongs properly to the appetite, whereas the action of the cognitive power is accomplished not by the movement of the knower towards things, but rather according as the things known are in the knower. But since the cognitive power moves the appetite by presenting its object to it, there arise in the appetite various movements according to various aspects of the apprehended object. For the apprehension of good gives rise to one kind of movement in the appetite, while the apprehension of evil gives rise to another. In like manner, various movements arise from the apprehension of something present and of something future, of something considered absolutely and of something considered as arduous, of something possible and of something impossible. And accordingly, hope is a movement of the appetitive power ensuing from the apprehension of a future good, difficult but possible to obtain, namely, a stretching forth of the appetite to such a good. Reply to Obj. 1. Since hope regards a possible good, there arises in man a twofold movement of hope. For a thing may be possible to him in two ways, notably, by his own power, or by another's. Accordingly, when a man hopes to obtain something by his own power, he is not said to wait for it, but simply to hope for it. But properly speaking, he is said to await that which he hopes to get by another's help, as though to await, expectare, implied keeping one's eyes on another, ex alio spectare, insofar as the apprehensive power, by going ahead, not only keeps its eye on the good which man intends to get, but also on the thing by whose power he hopes to get it, according to Ecclesiasticus 51:10, "I looked for the succor of men." Wherefore the movement of hope is sometimes called expectation, on account of the preceding inspection of the cognitive power. Reply Obj. 2: When a man desires a thing and reckons that he can get it, he believes that he can get it, he believes that he will get it, and from this belief which precedes in the cognitive power, the ensuing movement in the appetite is called confidence. Because the movement of the appetite takes its name from the knowledge that precedes it, as an effect from a cause which is better known, for the apprehensive power knows its own act better than that of the appetite. Reply Obj. 3: Certainty is ascribed to the movement not only of the sensitive but also of the natural appetite. Thus we say that a stone is certain to tend downwards. This is owing to the inerrancy which the movement of the sensitive or even natural appetite derives from the certainty of the knowledge that precedes it. Third article: Whether hope is in dumb animals? Objection 1: It would seem that there is no hope in dumb animals. Because hope is for some future good, as Damascene says in De Fide Orth. 2:12. But knowledge of the future is not in the competency of dumb animals, whose knowledge is confined to the senses and does not extend to the future. Therefore there is no hope in dumb animals. Obj. 2: Further, the object of hope is a future good, possible of attainment. But possible and impossible are differences of the truth and the false, which are only in the mind, as the Philosopher states in Metaph. vi, 4. Therefore there is no hope in dumb animals, since they have no mind. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says (De Literal Gen. 9:14) that "animals are moved by the things that they see." But hope is of things unseen. "For what a man seeth, why doth he hope for?" Rom. 8:24. Therefore there is no hope in dumb animals. On the contrary, hope is an irascible passion. But the irascible faculty is in dumb animals. Therefore hope is also. I answer that, the internal passions of animals can be gathered from their outward movements, from which it is clear that hope is in dumb animals. For if a dog see a hare, or a hawk see a bird, too far off, it makes no movement towards it, as having no hope to catch it. Whereas, if it be near, it makes a movement towards it, as being in hopes of catching it. Because, as stated above (Q. 1, A. 2, and in Q. 26, A. 1, as well as Q. 35, A. 1), the sensitive appetite of dumb animals, and likewise the natural appetite of insensible things, result from the apprehension of an intellect, just as the appetite of the intellectual nature, which is called the will. But there is a difference, in that the will is moved by an apprehension of the intellect in the same subject, whereas the movement of the natural appetite results from the apprehension of the separate intellect, who is the author of nature, as does also the sensitive appetite of dumb animals, who act from a certain natural instinct. Consequently, in the actions of irrational animals and of other natural things, we observe a procedure which is similar to that which we observe in the actions of art, and in this way hope and despair are in dumb animals. Reply to Obj. 1: Although dumb animals do not know the future, yet an animal is moved by its natural instinct to something future, as though it foresaw the future, because this instinct is planted in them by the divine intellect that foresees the future. Reply to Obj. 2: The object of hope is not the possible as differentiating the true, for thus the possible ensues from the relation of a predicate to a subject. The object of hope is the possible as compared to a power, for such is the division of the possible given in Metaph. v, 12, that is, into the two kinds we have just mentioned. Reply to Obj. 3: Although the thing which is future does not come under the object of sight, nevertheless, through seeing something present, an animal's appetite is moved to seek or avoid something future. Fourth article: Whether despair is contrary to hope. Objection 1: It would seem that despair is not contrary to hope, because "to one thing there is one contrary," according to Metaph. x, 5. But fear is contrary to hope. Therefore despair is not contrary to hope. Objection 2: Further, contraries seem to bear on the same thing. But hope and despair do not bear on the same thing, since hope regards the good, whereas despair arises from some evil that is in the way of obtaining good. Therefore hope is not contrary to despair. Obj. 3: Further, movement is contrary to movement, while repose is in opposition to movement as a privation thereof. But despair seems to imply immobility rather than movement. Therefore it is not contrary to hope, which implies movement of stretching out towards the hoped-for good. On the contrary, the very name of despair, desperatio, implies that it is contrary to hope, spes. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 23, A. 2), there is a twofold contrariety of movements. One is in respect of approach to contrary terms, and this contrariety alone is to be found in the concupiscible passions, for instance between love and hatred. The other is according to approach and withdrawal with regard to the same term, and is to be found in the irascible passions as stated above (Q. 23, A. 2). Now the object of hope, which is the arduous good, has the character of a principle of attraction, if it be considered in the light of something attainable, and thus hope tends thereto, for it denotes a kind of approach. But in so far as it is considered as unobtainable, it has the character of a principle of repulsion, because, as stated in Ethic. iii, 3, "when men come to an impossibility they disperse." And this is how despair stands in regard to this object, wherefore it implies a movement of withdrawal, and consequently it is contrary to hope, as withdrawal is to approach. Reply to Obj. 1: Fear is contrary to hope, because their objects, that is, good and evil, are contrary. For this contrariety is found in the irascible passions, according as they ensue from the passions of the concupiscible. But despair is contrary to hope, only by contrariety of approach and withdrawal. Reply Obj. 2. Despair does not regard evil as such. Sometimes, however, it regards evil accidentally, as making the difficult good impossible to obtain. But it can arise from the mere excess of good. Reply Obj. 3. Despair implies not only privation of hope, but also a recoil from the thing desired, by reason of its being esteemed impossible to get. Hence despair, like hope, presupposes desire, because we neither hope for nor despair of that which we do not desire to have. For this reason, too, each of them regards the good, which is the object of desire. Fifth article: Whether experience is a cause of hope? Objection 1. It would seem that experience is not a cause of hope. Because experience belongs to the cognitive power. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics ii, 1 that intellectual virtue needs experience and time. But hope is not in the cognitive power, but in the appetite, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore, experience is not a cause of hope. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:13 that the old are slow to hope, on account of their experience. Whence it seems to follow that experience causes want of hope. But the same cause is not productive of opposites. Therefore, experience is not a cause of hope. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in On the Heavens 2:5 that to have something to say about everything, without leaving anything out, is sometimes a proof of folly. But to attempt everything seems to point to great hopes, while folly arises from inexperience. Therefore, inexperience rather than experience seems to be a cause of hope. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:8, some are hopeful through having been victorious often and over many opponents, which seems to pertain to experience. Therefore, experience is a cause of hope. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the object of hope is a future good, difficult but possible to obtain. Consequently, a thing may be a cause of hope either because it makes something possible to a man, or because it makes him think something possible. In the first way, hope is caused by everything that increases a man's power. For example, riches, strength, and among others, experience. Since by experience man acquires the faculty of doing something easily, and the result of this is hope. Wherefore Vegetius says On the Military Institutions of the Romans 1, no one fears to do that which he is sure of having learned well. In the second way, hope is caused by everything that makes man think that he can obtain something. And thus both teaching and persuasion may be a cause of hope. And then again, experience is a cause of hope, insofar as it makes him reckon something possible, which before his experience he looked upon as impossible. However, in this way, experience can cause a lack of hope. Because just as it makes a man think possible what he had previously thought impossible, so, conversely, experience makes a man consider as impossible that which hitherto he had thought possible. Accordingly, experience causes hope in two ways, despair in one way, and for this reason we may say rather that it causes hope. Reply to Obj. 1. Experience in matters pertaining to action not only produces knowledge, it also causes a certain habit, by reason of custom, which renders the action easier. Moreover, the intellectual virtue itself adds to the power of acting with ease, because it shows something to be possible, and thus is a cause of hope. Reply to Obj. 2. The old are wanting in hope because of their experience, insofar as experience makes them think something impossible. Hence he adds in Rhetoric 2:13 that many evils have befallen them. Reply to Obj. 3. Folly and inexperience can be a cause of hope accidentally, as it were, by removing the knowledge which would help one to judge truly a thing to be impossible. Wherefore, inexperience is a cause of hope, for the same reason as experience causes lack of hope. Sixth article. Whether hope abounds in young men and drunkards. Objection 1. It would seem that youth and drunkenness are not causes of hope. Because hope implies certainty and steadiness, so much so that it is compared to an anchor in Hebrews 6:19. But young men and drunkards are wanting in steadiness, since their minds are easily changed. Therefore, youth and drunkenness are not causes of hope. Objection 2. Further, as stated above in Article 5, the cause of hope is chiefly whatever increases one's power. But youth and drunkenness are united to weakness. Therefore, they are not causes of hope. Objection 3. Further, experience is a cause of hope as stated above in Article 5. But youth lacks experience. Therefore, it is not a cause of hope. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:8 that drunken men are hopeful, and in Rhetoric 2:12 that the young are full of hope. I answer that youth is a cause of hope for three reasons, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric 2:12. And these three reasons may be gathered from the three conditions of the good, which is the object of hope, namely, that it is future, arduous, and possible, as stated above in Article 1. For youth has much of the future before it, and little of the past, and therefore, since memory is of the past, and hope of the future, it has little to remember and lives very much in hope. Again, youths, on account of the heat of their nature, are full of spirit, so that their heart expands, and it is owing to the heart being expanded that one tends to that which is arduous. Wherefore, youths are spirited and hopeful. Likewise, they who have not suffered defeat, nor had experience of obstacles to their efforts, are prone to count a thing possible to them. Wherefore youths, through inexperience of obstacles and of their own shortcomings, easily count a thing possible, and consequently are of good hope. Two of these causes are also in those who are in drink, notably heat and high spirits, on account of wine, and heedlessness of dangers and shortcomings. For the same reason all foolish and thoughtless persons attempt everything and are full of hope. Reply to Obj. 1. Although youths and men in drink lack steadiness in reality, yet they are steady in their own estimation, for they think that they will steadily obtain that which they hope for. In like manner, in reply to the second objection, we must observe that young people and men in drink are indeed unsteady in reality, but in their own estimation they are capable, for they know not their shortcomings. Reply to Obj. 3. Not only experience, but also lack of experience is, in some way, a cause of hope, as explained above, in Article 5, third reply. Seventh article. Whether hope is a cause of love. Objection 1. It would seem that hope is not a cause of love, because, according to Augustine in On the City of God 14, 7 and 9, love is the first of the soul's emotions. But hope is an emotion of the soul. Therefore, love precedes hope, and consequently, hope does not cause love. Objection 2. Further, desire precedes hope. But desire is caused by love, as stated above in question 25, Article 2. Therefore, hope too follows love, and consequently is not its cause. Objection 3. Further, hope causes pleasure, as stated above in question 32, Article 3. But pleasure is only of the good that is loved. Therefore, love precedes hope. On the contrary, the gloss, commenting on Matthew 1:2, Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac begot Jacob, says, that is, faith begets hope, and hope begets charity. But charity is love. Therefore, love is caused by hope. I answer that hope can regard two things, for it regards as its object the good which one hopes for. But since the good we hope for is something difficult but possible to obtain, and since it happens sometimes that what is difficult becomes possible to us, not through ourselves but through others, hence it is that hope regards also that by which something becomes possible to us. In so far, then, as hope regards the good we hope to get, it is caused by love, since we do not hope save for that which we desire and love. But in so far as hope regards one through whom something becomes possible to us, love is caused by hope, and not vice versa. Because by the very fact that we hope that good will accrue to us through someone, we are moved towards him as to our own good, and thus we begin to love him. Whereas, from the fact that we love someone, we do not hope in him, except accidentally, that is, in so far as we think that he returns our love. Wherefore, the fact of being loved by another makes us hope in him, but our love for him is caused by the hope we have in him. Wherefore, the replies to the objections are evident. Eighth article. Whether hope is a help or a hindrance to action. Objection 1. It would seem that hope is not a help, but a hindrance to action. Because hope implies security, but security begets negligence, which hinders action. Therefore, hope is a hindrance to action. Objection 2. Further, sorrow hinders action, as stated above in question 37, Article 3. But hope sometimes causes sorrow, for it is written in Proverbs 13:12, Hope that is deferred afflicteth the soul. Therefore hope hinders action. Obj. 3: Further, despair is contrary to hope, as stated above in A. 4. But despair, especially in matters of war, conduces to action, for it is written in 2 Kings 2:26 that "it is dangerous to drive people to despair." Therefore hope has a contrary effect, namely, by hindering action. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Corinthians 9:10 that "he that ploweth should plow in hope, to receive fruit." And the same applies to all other actions. I answer that, hope, of its very nature, is a help to action by making it more intense, and this for two reasons. First, by reason of its object, which is a good, difficult but possible. For the thought of its being difficult arouses our attention, while the thought that is possible is no drag on our effort. Hence it follows that by reason of hope man is intent on his action. Secondly, on account of its effect, because hope, as stated above in Q. 32, A. 3, causes pleasure, which is a help to action, as stated above in Q. 33, A. 4. Therefore hope is conducive to action. Reply to Obj. 1: Hope regards a good to be obtained. Security regards an evil to be avoided. Wherefore security seems to be contrary to fear rather than to belong to hope. Yet security does not beget negligence, save in so far as it lessens the idea of difficulty, whereby it also lessens the character of hope. For the things in which a man fears no hindrance are no longer looked upon as difficult. Reply to Obj. 2: Hope of itself causes pleasure. It is by accident that it causes sorrow, as stated above in Q. 32, A. 3, second reply. Reply to Obj. 3: Despair threatens danger in war on account of a certain hope that attaches to it. For they who despair of flight strive less to fly, but hope to avenge their death, and therefore in this hope they fight the more bravely, and consequently prove dangerous to the foe. End of question 40. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 41 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 41. Of fear, in itself, in 4 articles. We must now consider in the first place fear, and secondly, daring. With regard to fear, 4 things must be considered. 1. Fear, in itself. 2. Its object. 3. Its cause. 4. Its effect. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether fear is a passion of the soul. Second, whether fear is a special passion. Third, whether there is a natural fear. Fourth, of the species of fear. First article. Whether fear is a passion of the soul? Objection 1. It would seem that fear is not a passion of the soul. For Damascene says On the True Faith 3:23 that fear is a power by way of systole, that is, of contraction, desirous of vindicating nature. But no virtue is a passion, as is proved in Ethics 2:5. Therefore, fear is not a passion. Objection 2. Further, every passion is an effect due to the presence of an agent. But fear is not of something present, but of something future, as Damascene declares On the True Faith 2:12. Therefore, fear is not a passion. Objection 3. Further, every passion of the soul is a movement of the sensitive appetite in consequence of an apprehension of the senses. But sense apprehends not the future but the present. Since then fear is of a future evil, it seems that it is not a passion of the soul. On the contrary, Augustine On the City of God 14:5 and following reckons fear among the other passions of the soul. I answer that, among the other passions of the soul, after sorrow, fear chiefly has the character of passion. For as we have stated above (Q. 22), the notion of passion implies first of all a movement of a passive power, that is, of a power whose object is compared to it as its active principle, since passion is the effect of an agent. In this way, both to feel and to understand are passions. Secondly, more properly speaking, passion is a movement of the appetitive power, and more properly still, it is a movement of an appetitive power that has a bodily organ, such movement being accompanied by a bodily transmutation. And again, most properly, these movements are called passions which imply some deterioration. Now it is evident that fear, since it regards evil, belongs to the appetitive power, which of itself regards good and evil. Moreover, it belongs to the sensitive appetite, for it is accompanied by a certain transmutation, that is, contraction, as Damascene says. Cf. Objection 1. Again, it implies relation to evil as overcoming, so to speak, some particular good. Wherefore it has most properly the character of passion. Less, however, than sorrow, which regards the present evil, because fear regards future evil, which is not so strong a motive as present evil. Reply to Obj. 1. Virtue denotes a principle of action. Wherefore, in so far as the interior movements of the appetitive faculty are principles of external action, they are called virtues. But the Philosopher denies that passion is a virtue by way of habit. Reply to Obj. 2. Just as the passion of a natural body is due to the bodily presence of an agent, so is the passion of the soul due to the agent being present to the soul, although neither corporally nor really present, that is to say, in so far as the evil which is really future is present in the apprehension of the soul. Reply to Obj. 3. The senses do not apprehend the future, but from apprehending the present, an animal is moved by natural instinct to hope for a future good, or to fear a future evil. Second article. Whether fear is a special passion? Objection 1. It would seem that fear is not a special passion. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 33, that "the man who is not distraught by fear is neither harassed by desire, nor wounded by sickness," that is, sorrow, "nor tossed about in transports of empty joys." Wherefore it seems that, if fear be set aside, all the other passions are removed. Therefore fear is not a special, but a general passion. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. vi, 2 that "pursuit and avoidance in the appetite are what affirmation and denial are in the intellect." But denial is nothing special in the intellect, as neither is affirmation, but something common to many. Therefore neither is avoidance anything special in the appetite. But fear is nothing but a kind of avoidance of evil. Therefore it is not a special passion. Obj. 3: Further, if fear were a special passion, it would be chiefly in the irascible part. But fear is also in the concupiscible, since the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5 that "fear is a kind of sorrow," and Damascene says (De Fide Orth. iii, 23) that fear is "a power of desire." And both sorrow and desire are in the concupiscible faculty, as stated above (Q. 23, A. 4). Therefore fear is not a special passion, since it belongs to different powers. On the contrary, fear is condivided with the other passions of the soul, as is clear from Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 12, 15). I answer that, the passions of the soul derive their species from their objects. Hence that is a special passion which has a special object. Now fear has a special object, as hope has. For just as the object of hope is a future good, difficult but possible to obtain, so the object of fear is a future evil, difficult and irresistible. Consequently, fear is a special passion of the soul. Reply Obj. 1: All the passions of the soul arise from one source, viz. love, wherein they are connected with one another. By reason of this connection, when fear is put aside, the other passions of the soul are dispersed, not, however, as though it were a general passion. Reply Obj. 2: Not every avoidance in the appetite is fear, but avoidance of a special object, as stated. Wherefore, though avoidance be something common, yet fear is a special passion. Reply Obj. 3: Fear is nowise in the concupiscible, for it regards evil, not absolutely, but as difficult or arduous, so as to be almost unavoidable. But since the irascible passions arise from the passions of the concupiscible faculty, and terminate therein, as stated above (Q. 25, A. 1), hence it is that what belongs to the concupiscible is ascribed to fear. For fear is called sorrow, in so far as the object of fear causes sorrow when present. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5 that fear arises "from the representation of a future evil, which is either corruptive or painful." In like manner, desire is ascribed by Damascene to fear, because, just as hope arises from the desire of good, so fear arises from the avoidance of evil; while avoidance of evil arises from the desire of good, as is evident from what has been said above, in question 25, Article 2, in question 29, Article 2, and in question 36, Article 2. Third article: whether there is a natural fear. Objection 1. It would seem that there is a natural fear. For Damascene says in On the True Faith 3:23 that "there is a natural fear through the soul refusing to be severed from the body." Objection 2. Further, fear arises from love, as stated above in Article 2, first reply. But there is a natural love, as Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4. Therefore there is also a natural fear. Objection 3. Further, fear is opposed to hope, as stated above in question 40, Article 4, first reply. But there is a hope of nature, as is evident from Romans 4:18, where it is said of Abraham that, against hope of nature, he believed in hope of grace. Therefore there is also a fear of nature. On the contrary, that which is natural is common to things animate and inanimate. But fear is not in things inanimate. Therefore there is no natural fear. I answer that, a movement is said to be natural because nature inclines thereto. Now this happens in two ways. First, so that it is entirely accomplished by nature, without any operation of the apprehensive faculty. Thus, to have an upward movement is natural to fire, and to grow is the natural movement of animals and plants. Secondly, a movement is said to be natural if nature inclines thereto, though it be accomplished by the apprehensive faculty alone, since, as stated above in question 10, Article 1, the movements of the cognitive and appetitive faculties are reducible to nature as to their first principle. In this way, even the acts of the apprehensive power, such as understanding, feeling, and remembering, as well as the movements of the animal appetite, are sometimes said to be natural. And in this sense we may say that there is a natural fear, and it is distinguished from non-natural fear by reason of the diversity of its object. For, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, there is a fear of corruptive evil, which nature shrinks from on account of its natural desire to exist, and such fear is said to be natural. Again, there is a fear of painful evil, which is repugnant not to nature but to the desire of the appetite, and such fear is not natural. In this sense we have stated above, in question 26, Article 1, question 30, Article 3, question 31, Article 7, that love, desire, and pleasure are divisible into natural and non-natural. But in the first sense of the word natural, we must observe that certain passions of the soul are sometimes said to be natural, as love, desire, and hope, whereas the others cannot be called natural. The reason of this is because love and hatred, desire and avoidance, imply a certain inclination to pursue what is good or to avoid what is evil, which inclination is to be found in the natural appetite also. Consequently, there is a natural love, while we may also speak of desire and hope as being even in natural things devoid of knowledge. On the other hand, the other passions of the soul denote certain movements, whereto the natural inclination is nowise sufficient. This is due either to the fact that perception or knowledge is essential to these passions, Thus we have said in Question 31, Articles 1 and 3, Question 35, Article 1, that apprehension is a necessary condition of pleasure and sorrow. Wherefore things devoid of knowledge cannot be said to take pleasure or to be sorrowful. Or else it is because such like movements are contrary to the very nature of natural inclination. For instance, despair flies from good on account of some difficulty, and fear shrinks from repelling a contrary evil, both of which are contrary to the inclination of nature. Wherefore such like passions are in no way ascribed to inanimate beings. Thus the replies to the objections are evident. Fourth article. Whether the species of fear are suitably assigned. Objection 1. It would seem that 6 species of fear are unsuitably assigned by Damascene (De Fide Orth. 2:15), namely, laziness, shamefacedness, shame, amazement, stupor, and anxiety. Because, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, fear regards a saddening evil. Therefore the species of fear should correspond to the species of sorrow. Now there are 4 species of sorrow, as stated above in Question 35, Article 8. Therefore there should only be 4 species of fear corresponding to them. Objection 2. Further, that which consists in an action of our own is in our power. But fear regards an evil that surpasses our power, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore laziness, shamefacedness, and shame, which regard our own actions, should not be reckoned as species of fear. Objection 3. Further, fear is of the future, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2. But shame regards a disgraceful deed already done, as Gregory of Nyssa says in his On the Nature of Man 20. Therefore shame is not a species of fear. Objection 4. Further, fear is only of evil. But amazement and stupor regard great and unwonted things, whether good or evil. Therefore amazement and stupor are not species of fear. Objection 5. Further, philosophers have been led by amazement to seek the truth, as stated in the beginning of Metaphysics. But fear leads to flight rather than to search. Therefore amazement is not a species of fear. On the contrary, suffices the authority of Damascene and Gregory of Nyssa. Confer objections 1 and 3. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, fear regards a future evil which surpasses the power of him that fears, so that it is irresistible. Now man's evil, like his good, may be considered either in his action or in external things. In his action he has a twofold evil to fear. First, there is the toil that burdens his nature, and hence arises laziness, as when a man shrinks from work for fear of too much toil. Secondly, there is the disgrace which damages him in the opinion of others. And thus, if disgrace is feared in a deed that is yet to be done, there is shamefacedness. If, however, it be a deed already done, there is shame. On the other hand, the evil that consists in external things may surpass man's faculty of resistance in 3 ways. First, by reason of its magnitude. When, that is to say, a man considers some great evil, the outcome of which he is unable to gauge. And then there is amazement. Secondly, by reason of its being unwanted, because, to wit, some unwanted evil arises before us, and on that account is great in our estimation. And then there is stupor, which is caused by the representation of something unwanted. Thirdly, by reason of its being unforeseen. Thus future misfortunes are feared, and fear of this kind is called anxiety. Reply to Obj. 1. Those species of sorrow given above are not derived from the diversity of objects, but from the diversity of effects, and for certain special reasons. Consequently, there is no need for those species of sorrow to correspond with these species of fear, which are derived from the proper division of the object of fear itself. Reply to Obj. 2. A deed considered as being actually done is in the power of the doer. But it is possible to take into consideration something connected with the deed, and surpassing the faculty of the doer, for which reason he shrinks from the deed. It is in this sense that laziness, shamefacedness, and shame are reckoned as species of fear. Reply to Obj. 3. The past deed may be the occasion of fear of future reproach or disgrace, and in this sense shame is a species of fear. Reply to Obj. 4. Not every amazement and stupor are species of fear, but that amazement which is caused by a great evil, and that stupor which arises from an unwanted evil. Or else we may say that, just as laziness shrinks from the toil of external work, so amazement and stupor shrink from the difficulty of considering a great and unwanted thing, whether good or evil. So that amazement and stupor stand in relation to the act of the intellect, as laziness does to external work. Reply to Obj. 5. He who is amazed shrinks, at present, from forming a judgment of that which amazes him, fearing to fall short of the truth, but inquires afterwards, whereas he who is overcome by stupor fears both to judge at present and to inquire afterwards. Wherefore amazement is a beginning of philosophical research, whereas stupor is a hindrance thereto. End of question 41. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.